behind a guy like Brian McKinney. He was a tremendous player, there's no question. And so what you referenced in that question to Bryant is kind of how the quarterback position is really married to the offensive line of scrimmage. Carson Beck does a lot of maintenance in the run game at the line of scrimmage, getting in and out of different plays. And the cornerstone of what Mario Cristobal has done at Miami starts with the offensive line of scrimmage. He was one, he coached it, and he really started to rebuild this Miami program, having his eyes mainly on the line of scrimmage to begin with. So, Kesty, I'll tell you this. The offensive line for Miami has the opportunity to dictate how this game is played. And if they're successful, along with Mark Fletcher and Carson Beck getting in and out of the right stuff, that's another kind of part of the template that Miami's going to have to use tonight if they're going to win this game.
Yeah, I think Quint touched on that a little bit as well, and we saw it in the Ole Miss game in Arizona, is Miami's ability to possess the ball, and that means less time if Fernando Mendoza can be out on the field.
Yeah, and quite frankly, both of these teams are time of possession teams. Indiana wants to possess it. Miami wants to possess it. Both of them love to own the tackle box offensively. Both defenses love to defend that tackle box as well. So the bottom line is, Kesty, something has to give tonight.
Well, you mentioned Mark Fletcher as their bell cow running back, and he's a 1,000-yard gainer. I think another important piece for Mario Cristobal and really for the running back room is Shamar Brown getting healthy again. He came up with a big touchdown and had really a couple key drives in the last two of their three CFP wins coming into this game.
Yeah, Mark Fletcher is a grown man running downhill, and he's the pile mover. He's the attitude adjuster in the run game for Miami. Shamar Brown is a change of pace guy. He's more of a scat back. He's not small by any stretch of the imagination, but when you change the skill set at the running back position, the angles change for the defense, and I think that's going to be an important part of Miami being able to establish that run game here this evening against Indiana that, quite frankly, get a little bit offended if you try to run the football against them defensively.
A nice moment on the field just a few moments ago. Mario Cristobal, Curt Cignetti meeting for a quick embrace. Cignetti, 64 years of age, second year at Indiana. Got an unbeaten season going right now. And Mario Cristobal, Miami native at age 50, 2 championships as a Miami Hurricane player, and now looking for a championship as a head coach. And we will hear from both head coaches in advance of the biggest coaching game of their lives coming up on College Football Live. You're listening to the College Football Playoff National Championship presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Quick break. Want to make a big play on your next paint project? Go with Behr Marquee Interior Paint and Primer. Only at the Home Depot.
The like,
with
guys.
over 1,000 colors, exceptional hide, and advanced stain blocking, Behr Marquee is built to stand up to real life. No do-overs, no wasted weekends. Just bold color and a finish that holds strong. One coat coverage, no overtime. Behr Marquee. Only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Valid only when tinted to colors from the Behr Marquee Interior One Coat Hide Collection.
When it's time to scale your business, it's time for Shopify. Get everything you need to grow the way you want. Like, all the way. Stack more sales with the best converting checkout on the planet. Track your cha-chings from every channel, right in one spot. And turn real-time reporting into big-time opportunities. Take your business to a whole new level. Switch to Shopify. Start your free trial today.
Okay, all signed up. Easy. Now let's run payroll.
Appreciate the like. Thank you. I'm sure we got some Raiders fans in here trying to watch Mendoza.
More gusto. Nice.
Their player next year, they're going to get in the draft. A lot of draft picks out there. Bain from Miami is going to be a top 10
we're
pick.
kind of famous now. Wait, we're famous? Oh, well,
Carson Beck
I'm famous.
going to get a chance
Payroll,
to probably play
benefits,
next
and
year
HR.
in the NFL.
Designed and built for small businesses. Choose a future with gusto.
Hey, it's Greg McElroy from the Always College Football Podcast. Check out our current episode. We break down the national championship game in every possible way. Download it anywhere you get your podcasts.
Hey.
Did you miss Clinton and friends?
K9 in Florida.
Yo, what's up, OG? The reason I called, man, is because I feel like my boy Giannis has officially taken over as the #1 Greek. I've said this before, growing up, there hasn't been too many Greek guys to look up to other than Uncle Jesse John Stamos. So when Giannis came around, I mean, we just went nuts.
Clinton and Friends, weekdays from 10 to noon Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. The Rich Eisen Show.
This man, Mike Tomlin, what he has meant to the Pittsburgh Steelers, the organization, the community, I understand it did not finish well in terms of winning a playoff game, and fans were absolutely sick and tired of, hey, at least we had a winning record. And I understand that you feel it had run its course. The fact that he feels the same way right now, I think is sad.
The Rich Eisen Show from noon to 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio, ESPN Plus, and on Disney Plus.
Hey, this is Rich Eisen. Coming up on Tuesday's show, we're joined by two-time Super Bowl champ Chris Long. The man who called the national championship game, Chris Fowler, joins us, and it's Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday. That's the Rich Eisen Show on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, and ESPN Radio.
I'm a 40-year-old man that walked in there to get his high school diploma. It was very hard for me, but Miss Araceli, she gave me direction.
At age 47, Marco finished his high school diploma.
50% of getting your high school diploma is walking through those doors. The other 50% is doing the work.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Listening to the College Football Playoff National Championship presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. The new era of college football has arrived.
We're looking out on the light.
Conferences, new playoff formats, and an all-new
Almost
season of
5 likes already.
Ice cold Dr. Pepper from your local retailer all season long. College football, it's a Pepper thing.
The crowd is all filed into Hard Rock Stadium, and we're getting set for kickoff. In just a little bit, Indiana and Miami for the
About
College
20
Football
minutes away from
National
kickoff, I'd say.
Championship. This is College Football Live, presented by LinkedIn Jobs. Mark Kestisher, Kelly Stauffer with you. Sean McDonough, Greg McElroy, Ian Fitzsimmons, Quinn Kesnick will have our call coming up from South Florida, where Mario Cristobal comes from. Miami native, 2 championships as a player with the Miami Hurricanes, trying to become the first in the FBS to win a national championship as a player and a head coach at the same school. And Cristobal had a chance to speak with our Quinn Kesnick.
Coach, you said this game was about substance. What do you mean by that?
I mean, it's not going to be about the cute stuff. It's not. It's going to be blocking and tackling, throwing and catching, running routes, covering, leveraging the football, running your feet through contact, playing clean football, having discipline pre and post snap, ball security, ball disruption, and being able to not only hit your opponent, but take the hits that come with playing a great team like Indiana.
What's the biggest challenge that your quarterback, Carson Beck, faces in terms of Indiana's zone defense?
Well, I think their physicality, they're able to dent the line of scrimmage a bunch, but they change the picture on the back end a bunch also. The sim pressure world that they live in, they do a great job disguising coverage. It looks the same to start, but it ends up being different.
Coach, you walked out into the field, you got a big applause. How do you describe the emotions that you're dealing with?
This thing has zero to do with me and any emotion I have. Never has and never will be. This was always about coming back to the University of Miami and helping Miami become what it's supposed to be all the time. And right now, it's all about the players on the field and the 11 that take each and every snap.
Thank you, Coach.
Quinn Kesnick with Mario Cristobal and Kelly Stauffer. Just hearing that last answer, Coach Cristobal does such a nice job of pushing it away from him and pointing it to the team. And that was important when they lost those 2 games midseason.
Yeah, it really was obviously the turning point in them being here tonight. Because remember, it was beating Notre Dame, then they go 5-0. They're college football hopeful. Everyone is saying it. And then October happens. They lose 2 games. And so I love the way he handled that time of the year. He had a team meeting, and he put up a bunch of good video. These are the things that happen when we do well, or that we do right when we do well. And he said, we just have to stop the nonsense. We have to stop shooting ourselves in the foot, self-inflicted type of stuff. And that's exactly what they did. In that meeting, there was a lot of tears shed. A lot of people shared what it meant to them and all those things. It was a successful reset. And here they are back home again, trying to cap an unbelievable season.
And those two losses, Louisville October 17, SMU overtime November 1st, trying to win a championship and make it like those two losses never even happened. Like it never even happened is brought to you by ServPro, the #1 choice in cleanup and restoration. With Kelly Stauffer, I'm Mark Kestisher, College Football Live on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app from our all-stage studios. Kickoff, Indiana and Miami, just about 20 minutes away. Let's swing it over to the head coach of Indiana, Curt Cignetti. Yes, we Googled him. Yes, he wins. And yes, he spoke with our Ian Fitzsimmons.
Coach, it doesn't get any bigger than this. Deciding factors when it comes to winning a game like this one between your Indiana Hoosiers and the Miami Hurricanes.
Well, Ian, it's a game. The games don't change. Line scrimmage, turnover ratio, explosive plays, 3rd and 4th down, red area touchdown percentage, 2-minute, special teams. So, we got a way we play. One play at a time, nothing, one game on the line, 6 seconds of play, fast, physical, relentless, smart, disciplined, poised, not affected by success or failure, never satisfied, play 1 to 150. And we got to get settled in, play one and play that way throughout, play a good game, coach a good game. And, I think our consistency and our discipline
Appreciate the like. Thank
need
you.
to be winning edges tonight.
When you watch Miami on tape, what jumped out to you?
The athletes, the twitch, the speed, the explosion.
As far as just the moment, it's the national championship. But for you personally, this journey, the last 2 years, what's it mean to you?
I'm really focused on this game, and to approach it any different than any other game by myself, my staff, or the players would be a critical mistake. And so when this game's over, if we're able to climb this mountain, I'll probably be able to give you a better answer.
That cold beer's going to taste a lot better, too.
If we win.
Good to see you, Coach.
Good to see you.
If we win, Curt Cignetti, 2-time Big Ten Coach of the Year in 2 tries. Kelly Stauffer, I know both these coaches are from the Nick Saban tree, and this doesn't happen by accident. I know talent evaluation has to be one of the main recipes in turning this thing around quickly.
I think that's a great point, Mark, and I don't know that enough people have talked about that, to be honest with you. Consider what Curt Cignetti has done in 2 years. They had a template that he perfected in different places. He was 119-35 as a head coach before he took the Indiana job, and he was perfecting a way to play. He just said it a minute ago. We have a way that we play. They're very disciplined and consistent in that way, but he has stuck to the script. And the thing that he did is he flipped the roster immediately through the portal. The portal made it happen, and then he brought players from JMU with him. And those players scattered throughout all the position rooms brought that blueprint that they had already seen successful. This is a man that is very comfortable with who he is. He's 60-plus years old and had to be an assistant coach for 30 years before he got that opportunity. That winning template will matter tonight.
What's up, R&J?
I think his words
I know you're going to be watching tonight, watching closely on Mendoza. That's your next quarterback.
Recently, we will win this football
Derek
game.
Carr doesn't want Mendoza, man. He's jealous of him.
And we'll see if that holds
Told
true
the Raiders
tonight.
not to draft
Cignetti,
him.
who was on Nick Saban's staff when Greg McElroy in Alabama won the championship in 2009, and then his head coaching career, Indiana, Pennsylvania, Elon, as Kelly mentioned, James Madison, and now Indiana with a chance to win a national championship. Speaking of both
Yeah, if
Indiana
you're a Raiders
and
fan, you
James
got to be
Madison,
excited about
Jalen
watching
Walker,
this.
linebacker under Coach Cignetti, the previous 4 years, joining us right now, is just drafted in the UFL by the Columbus
He had his
Aviators. And
chance.
Jalen, when you
He had a
transferred
long time to prove
Indiana
himself
from
in
JMU following
Oakland
Coach
and Las
Cignetti,
Vegas.
Did you have any idea this 2-year transformation in Bloomington was possible?
He went through the Jack Del Rio, Reggie McKenzie process. He went through the John Gruden process.
The main goal was to win, be fast, physical, relentless. And then once we hit the portal and I hit up like Cignetti and we communicated, I just knew that we had the same goal and the same mindset. And with Coach King, the offensive coordinator also going to Indiana, we just all believed in each other, and we had one goal was to win. And to actually see it becoming like this.
Yeah, I don't understand why Derek Carr would say that.
And I'm just I'm proud of the moment.
been a lot of fun to watch Coach Signetti's
Like,
rise.
I get his
Having
argument
played for him
protecting
as
him,
many
but
years as you did, what
they
is
got
it
to
about
draft the
Coach
best
Sig that
available
just
player.
works?
They're not going to go with Geno Smith next
mentality
year.
and the people around him. I say, like, you always got to be 15 minutes before a meeting. It's like he just want us to be like the best people we can be, and we have a family around us. So I just feel like the mentality of everybody having to win, to come together and win, having the one main goal. We all kind of click, and like with the people around us, even with Coach Haynes, Coach Sinetti, even Coach Owens, the strength and conditioning coach, we have been with each other within like 4 years plus. And I say like the connection with the people and all of us having the same mindset, like all of us believing in the same one goal, like it worked.
Jalen Walker, just drafted by the UFL Columbus.
And plus, think about this, Jay. Mark Davis is all about money, right? 80% of the Raiders fan base is Latino. He's going to draft Mendoza because a bunch of jerseys are going to get sold.
Well at the Big Ten level. What makes him such a good evaluator of talent, especially under-recruited guys?
I would say, like, Sig wants to know, like, your personality, not just only how you was, like, on the field, like, how you was, like, in book smarts, how you was in school, how you was as a leader, how you was, like, with the people. He wants the best guys that can come with the same mindset and just compete. And, like, what that been said, like, shout out to my Virginia guys, too, okay? And, like, he recruited a lot of Virginia guys, and I see, like, the talent is there in Virginia, and, like, translating to Indiana, bringing, like, 13 Virginia guys, like, it showed. And I'm just blessed and beyond of God and just blessed in the moment.
Jalen Walker, Indiana Hoosier, JMU Duke, and drafted by the UFL Columbus Aviators. Jalen, thanks for joining us, and good luck to your Hoosiers tonight.
Thank you so much. Go Hoosiers!
Well, there's nothing you can do about this move. It's cut and dry.
Presented by LinkedIn Jobs. Mark Kestisher, Kelly Stauffer with
Raiders
you
are going to draft
as we get
Fernando
set for
Mendoza with the
kickoff
number 1
in
overall
Miami.
pick.
And Kelly, before we get to your X factors, I know you were on the field pregame. What's that buzz like down there?
You feel it in your chest. It is massive. And there are a few events that we get to attend, and you know when
One
it's
thing that's
different.
good about him is he's familiar with the Bay Area, too. He went to Cal.
There are superstars everywhere, a lot of gold and
You can't be a Raiders quarterback if you're not familiar with the Bay Area.
going on as well.
You don't know Northern
But
California.
there are indicators that there's something going on here in this stadium tonight that's going to be special.
Well, I know it often comes down to X factors. Kelly's X Factor is brought to you by Home Depot. What's your biggest X factor tonight heading into this game?
Well, a couple of them. I mentioned it with Indiana. You know, they just have to be who they've been recently, and they got to get off to a fast start, and they have to protect their quarterback and run the football. If they have an opportunity to do those things, they'll be fine. And then Miami, on the other hand, they have to accentuate the advantage they feel they have on the line of scrimmage. And if they do that and get after Fernando Mendoza, make him uncomfortable, Miami will have an opportunity to win this game.
Appreciate it. Kelly Stauffer, who is at Hard Rock Stadium and will join us coming up at the half to break down this first half as Indiana and Miami getting set to square off for a national championship. Those X factors from Kelly, Miami and Indiana have to prove that today is a day for doing. Brought to you by the Home Depot, how doers get more done. That's going to do it for College
Yeah, I've been to
Football
Cal
Live.
Stadium
Who's
a
going
few
to take
games.
home the trophy? Our National Sportscaster of the Year, Sean McDonough, getting ready for the call.
I was there
with Greg
before they
McElroy,
actually
Ian
remodeled
Fitzsimmons,
it.
and Quint Kesnick. Kickoff is coming up next. This is the College Football Playoff National Championship presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and the
Yeah, I don't think
ESPN app.
Mendoza's going to be down on the Telegraph or People's Park. I don't think he was down there
If
in
you're an
Berkeley.
HVAC technician and a call comes in, Grainger knows that you need a partner that helps you find the right product, fast and hassle-free. And you know that when the first problem of the day is a clanking blower motor, there's no need to break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product details, you're confident you'll soon have everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Running a business? You know that slow phone systems and missed messages cost you opportunities. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, is the #1 business phone system that streamlines communication, helps teams collaborate seamlessly, and respond to customers 24/7 with their AI agent. Join over 90,000 businesses using Quo. Try it free, then get 20% off your first 6 months at quo.com/ESPN, QUO.com/ESPN. They'll even port your existing numbers for free. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers.
Every great team has its core
Jay,
players.
did you see the
When
Chiefs
season gets tough,
signed
adding
Eric
the right
Bieniemy to
free
be their
agent
next
can make all the
OC?
difference. The same goes for business.
Basically
At
brought him
Robert
back
Half,
from a
we
few
found that
years ago.
67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters experience, combined with their award-winning AI,
But basically what's good about him is he doesn't give a shit about
Robert
what the
Half,
Chiefs
we
have done.
know
He doesn't
talent.
care if you're
Discover
Mahomes
how
or
we
an
can help
undrafted
at
free agent. He's going to yell and scream at you, get your best potential out of you. Yeah, I know, right? Again, he knows the offense, right? He calls the plays.
Don't say what the injury is. The whole thing is very strange.
I don't think we could bring someone in that didn't know Mahomes. Like, he's got to be familiar with the system.
February, early March, which, as you boys well know, is weeks after the trade deadline.
Andy Reid's like that, man. He'll bring back the ex-wife. He'll remarry the wife. He'll divorce the wife and bring her back.
Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal.
Yeah, you know what I think's hurting him is when he went with the Rams that one year.
Ice-cold Dr.
And he, I think he like struggled a couple years,
Flavors are
Spagnuolo.
like so delicious. They totally
So I
wash
think
away
that's
the
what's
pain of your
hurting
college
him with
football
his
team
head
taking a
coaching
big
job.
fat L.
Is he had a chance like 10 years ago with the Rams.
It's time to level up your game. Introducing
Shit, without him, we might not have won a game.
all in one place.
The defense constantly bailed out the offense last year for us. And he didn't even have really a defensive line to work with. Chris Jones was off. Karlaftis only had 5 sacks.
On the ESPN app or at
Mike Dana was a ghost.
stream.espn.com. Sign up now.
The best mornings start with Wrangler. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started on the right foot.
Yeah, bro, I hope we figure it out.
Good mornings make for better days.
I'm afraid if we don't figure it out in the next couple years, Patrick Mahomes is going to ask for a trade. Like, the hell with this shit. I'm going somewhere else the next back half of my career.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With Eckrich, the official smoked sausage and deli meat of the college football playoff, it's super easy to score big flavor, even when you have no time between the laundry, your laundry list of responsibilities, and kickoff. You're still ready to go with perfectly seasoned smoked sausage you heat up and eat up. Whether it's Grandpa's famous chili
Jay,
dogs
I'm going to
or
be
your
out there for
famous
the
almost
Super
forgot
Bowl.
the deli sliders. Eckrich makes every game
I'm going to
day
head out
taste
there,
and
even
feel
though it's going to
like a
probably be one of the most
extra
boring
delicious
Super
game
Bowls
days
ever,
just
but
at Eckrich.
it's going to be a lot of shit going on out there in the Bay
Getting in
Area.
and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge.
That's what I'm saying.
Call them
Like,
today at
why rush him back when we don't have the
1-800-731-4558
personnel on
and save
offense to help him
$1,600.
out?
Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that
I really wish
difficult
Kelsey
climb
would
over a
just come out and say he's
traditional
about to
bathtub wall.
retire,
They
like,
also
so we
offer
could
a
just
variety of
move on and
therapeutic benefits
figure out
that
what
may
we're
help
going to do.
soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep.
Quit
Safe
holding
Step
us
walk-in
hostage,
tubs are
man.
designed
Take
to
Taylor
easily
and
fit your existing
go
tub
off and
space
live
and
your
are
life
often
together.
installed
It's
in
all
as
good.
little as
Thank you for
one
your
day.
service.
Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
The Miami Hurricanes are headed back to the championship game, and they'll have a chance to win it at their home stadium.
People will ask
Appreciate the like, guys. Thank you for getting me up to 10.
It's going to be a Miami pick six. Our guys have really worked hard at being a physical, violent bunch.
What is Miami Hurricane swag?
I don't have to tell you who I am. You know who I am.
They say defenses win championships, and Miami has the best defense in the CFP.
I hear people saying we're back, but it never truly left.
That defense, they hit a little different.
There's a storm brewing, and it's called the Miami Hurricanes.
No two teams could have more differing histories.
Monday night, Indiana trying to cap a perfect season, a historic Hoosier football.
Yeah, it's going to be good content.
Finishes this thing off. Is it the greatest storybook
I'm sure there's
season
going to
in
be
college football history?
people rolling around, maybe a chance to get an interview or something.
You heard Signetti say it's about time they made some noise.
I don't know, I'm going to try.
Silent, unless you count the laugh track that was behind their lack of success for 100 years, and now it's a deafening roar.
We're a bunch of misfits. There's 0 5-stars on our team. We're just a bunch of gritty guys who are glued together and going towards the common goal.
I used to go to school at Mission over there. It's a junior college, so I'm familiar with that area.
What you've been able to build in a short period of time. Be a hell of a movie.
Live from Hard Rock Stadium in Miami Gardens, Florida, with Quint Kesnick and Ian Fitzsimmons on the sidelines, alongside Greg McElroy. Here's Sean McDonough.
Good evening once again, everybody, from Hard Rock Stadium in Miami Gardens, Florida. We are 5 minutes away from the opening kickoff of tonight's National Championship game. The lights are off right now inside Hard Rock Stadium. We just had a stirring rendition of our national anthem from Jamal Roberts. The teams will be taking the field very shortly. Greg McElroy, national championship winning quarterback at the University of Alabama. Let's get your game plan for tonight, brought to us by LinkedIn. Hire right the first time with LinkedIn Jobs' new AI assistant. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/CFP. Terms and conditions apply.
Well, for Miami, Sean, it's very simple. Run the ball, stop the run. That's what they are. It's their bread and butter. It's their DNA. It starts with Mark Fletcher and the offensive line. I think it's the most physically imposing offensive line in college football, going against a highly disruptive Indiana defense. It's one of the top 2 in the country against the run. So if they can run the ball, that's massive. But they also need to stop Roman Hemby and Kalen Black, the outstanding 1-2 punch at running back for Indiana with their front four. If they can do that and dedicate a lot of resources to the pass game, that should slow down what's been an offense that's been unstoppable so far this postseason.
A lot of talk about the makeup of the crowd tonight. You were on the field before the game. Indiana has traveled remarkably well. Of course, they're not used to following their football team around the country to major bowl games. The team's gathering in the tunnels now and moments away from taking the field. About 60-40 IU in the crowd?
I think so. Looking at most of the upper deck, red. Of course, helpful when one team is wearing red, the other wearing orange and green, but I do think it's a slight lean towards Indiana as far as crowd support. And they have a terrific team. For their key, stay the course. Just continue to be efficient offensively and defensively and fluster Carson Beck in this Miami offense.
They've been remarkably efficient on their way to the number 1 ranking for the first time in school history. 15-0, the only undefeated team in the country. And the Hoosiers are taking the field from a tunnel just below us. For those who like to visualize as they listen to the game on radio, we are in the southwest corner of the end zone, the left end zone, if you look down at it from the television booth and the TV cameras, just behind the back line. So all of the field is to our right. And that's unique for Miami on their home field. Ordinarily, they're on the near sideline, but tonight they'll be on the far sideline from us, and they are now taking the field from a tunnel across the field to our left. Starting lineups are brought to us by Rain-X. Rain-X wipers know what it's like to have a loyal fan base. They're the number 1 wipers in America. Next time you need wipers, choose Rain-X.
When Indiana is on offense, it's Fernando Mendoza, the Heisman Trophy winning quarterback, having a remarkable year. And Greg, to me, the most impressive thing of all the numbers, in the 2 games in the college football playoff against Alabama and Oregon, 8 touchdown passes, 5 incomplete passes.
Video game numbers, Sean, and he has been so accurate on the downfield throws.
That's insane.
That's what's been
5
most
incomplete
remarkable about
passes,
his
8
efficiency. It's not like these are dink
touchdowns.
and dunk throws that are around the line of scrimmage.
What
he pushes
the fuck,
ball down
man?
the field and gives this outstanding receiver core a chance.
Roman Hemby and Kalon Black will split time as the running backs. They've combined to rush for more than 2,000 yards. An excellent offensive line for IU. One of the 3 finalists for the Joe Moore Award is the best offensive line in the country. And a deep group of receivers. When Miami is on offense, it'll be Carson Beck playing in his final college football game in his 6th year, his first year at the University of Miami. Mark Fletcher, their running back, has emerged as a star. In their 3 wins in this college football playoff, he's rushed for 395 yards. Of course, Indiana outstanding on defense. They are 2nd in the nation in scoring defense at 11 points per game. Only Ohio State is better. Aiden Fisher is their All-American linebacker and leader of that unit. And when Miami is on defense, their stars are up front, the 2 All-American defensive ends, Akeem Mesidor and Ruben Bain, who will try to make life miserable for Fernando Mendoza tonight, something that very few teams have been able to do this season. Let's go down to the Indiana sideline. Here's Ian Fitzsimmons.
Sean, you mentioned that Miami offensive line. They are massive. They are athletic. And when I talked to Indiana linebacker Aiden Fisher, he said, we are so tired of hearing about how undersized we are against every other team we play. Ohio State, they were bigger than we are. Big Bad Bama, bigger. Oregon, bigger. And speaking of Oregon, I talked to their head coach, Dan Lanning, earlier today, and he said the most impressive thing about Indiana, how they make up their lack of size up front, is how much they shift. And they put a hat in every gap, an extra hat. But if you're off by 1.5 feet, that gap, and you miss it, it's going to the house. And Indiana is so remarkably coached and so disciplined, they don't miss that 1.5 feet. And that's how they make up for that lack of size. But they're tired of hearing about it, and they're ready to show it again tonight at 15-0, chasing that national championship. Now over to Miami with Quinn.
Miami's win in the Fiesta Bowl against Ole Miss came with a cost. Cornerback Xavier Lucas, targeting call in the second half. And the starting corner for Miami will have to sit out the first half of this game.
That's so lame.
You add to that, O.J. Frederick
I don't know why
only
they
played
do it. They need
7
to stop doing
snaps
that.
in that Fiesta Bowl. But I watched Frederick warm up. He's got a lower body injury. He'll play. The question is, how long can he play? The biggest question mark I have, though, Damari Brown, a starting corner early on in this season, he warmed up. He's been out. The coaching staff didn't even know. Last week, he made a decision at the last second not to play. Damari Brown's status right now is still very much in question, Sean.
And that is a big key. Will Fernando Mendoza be able to take advantage of the depleted Miami secondary, particularly in the first half, without Xavier Lucas? Indiana won the toss and deferred. So Miami will receive the opening kickoff. The Hoosiers are dressed in their crimson and cream uniform tops with white numbers, white pants, the crimson helmets with white stripes down the middle and the IU logo on the sides. Miami,
Appreciate the like. Thank you.
wearing what is typically their away uniforms, all white with green numbers on the front and back, outlined in orange and green stripes down the sides of their pants. The team's now taking their places out on the field. It'll be Indiana kicking off from our left to our right. There is virtually no breeze to speak of as this national championship game gets ready to begin. Indiana trying to win the first football title in school history. And Miami, it's sixth. It's first since 2001. Brendan Frankie will kick off. That's a big story. He's been out for the second half of the year with a groin injury. He's ordinarily
Hey, what's up, G bro? We got a Hoosiers fan in the building.
but this one is returnable from the goal line for Keelan Marion. Running down the far sideline and taken down just shy of the 30-yard line. Time and temperature brought to us by Rain.
Somewhere Bobby Knight out there is watching this game.
Later than scheduled. Cool here in South Florida tonight. comfortable 58 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Rain-X wipers know what it's like to have a loyal fan base. They're the #1 wipers in America.
I'm good, G.
Wipers choose Rain-X.
Just about ready to enjoy this game.
Here comes Carson Beck and Miami. The ball on the right hash mark. They start from their own 28-yard line. And they're going to open in the pistol, which has been a very good formation for them in this playoff. With Mark Fletcher, their leading rusher, lined up behind Beck. On first down out of the shotgun, the handoff to Fletcher running left. A powerful run. He's across the 35 and close to a first down. Knocked down at the 37-yard line by Amari Farrell and Jamari Sharp. A couple of defensive backs for Indiana. Gain of 9 on the
Yeah,
first
Iowa's a
game.
solid team. They almost beat Oregon.
For Miami's offense. The play that was designed to go to the right-hand side of the formation, bounces it all the way back, and Fletcher so difficult to bring down in the open field, gets some yards after contact.
Fletcher over 1,000 yards rushing this season. Second down and 1. And now it's Beck out of the shotgun with Fletcher on his left hip. He takes a handoff to Fletcher, throws it out wide to the right to Malachi Toney. And the freshman has the catch and runs out of bounds with a first down at the 43-yard line. That's the 100th catch of the season for Malachi Toney, adding to his Miami single-season record. And he's just 18
Guy's
years
only a
old. He
freshman.
should be a senior in high school.
And John, we met with the Miami staff before the first game, and you remember they're like, we think he's going to be pretty good. We'll see. I think they might have undersold that one a bit. He's one of the best freshmen we've seen.
6-yard gain out of the gun. Beck hands it off to Fletcher, running right. He gets knocked down along the far numbers at the 45-yard line by the great D'Angelo Pons, who set the tone, the cornerback for Indiana, with a pick 6 on the first play of the game in their semifinal win against Oregon.
And even though he's undersized at just 5'9", 173 pounds, D'Angelo Pons will live into the boundary all game long, and he neutralizes whoever you put out there at wide receiver.
Second and 8, ball on the right hash. Again, Beck out of the shotgun with Fletcher on his left hip. A tight formation, 3 receivers in a bunch to the left. Now Toney goes in motion to the right. Beck takes the snap, looks right, looks left. Now he's flushed to his right, throws on the run, incomplete. Along the far sideline, looking for Malachi Toney. Nowhere to go right out of the gate as Beck took that snap.
And that's what Indiana does such a great job of. They show one look in the secondary and adjust at the last second. And that was Carson Beck showing some maturity. Don't force it into a tight window. Throw it away. Live to play third down.
That's been a big key for Miami as they've won 7 in a row. Beck, during that 7-game winning streak, 15 touchdown passes, only 2 interceptions. In their 2 losses, he threw 6 interceptions combined against Louisville and SMU. Third down and 8. Shotgun snap to Beck. Quick pass over the middle. Caught by Toney, but he is yanked down well short of the first down at the Miami 48-yard line. Pulled down by Elijah Hardy, their outstanding linebacker. His 99th tackle of the year, and Miami's going to send the punt team on fourth down and 5 near midfield.
And that was a great play by Hardy. He is one-on-one against Malachi Toney, who lined up offset left of Beck, ran a little option route. They dropped him for a short gain.
So 2.5 minutes in, Dylan Joyce on the punt, the junior from Australia. Lined up on the right hash. He takes the snap, rolls a bit to his right, has a high punt that is fair caught by Jonathan Brady at the 5-yard line. So tough field position to start for Indiana. 47-yard punt. 12:16 to go, first quarter, no score. You're listening to the College Football Playoff National Championship, presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
You're listening to the College Football Playoff National Championship, presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Now pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the College Football Playoff National Championship, presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
That was 10 seconds.
Sean McDonough, Greg McElroy in the booth. On the sidelines, Ian Fitzsimmons and Quint Kesselnick. Miami had the ball first, ran 5 plays, and then punted. 12:16 to go first quarter. No score, and Indiana about to start on offense for the first time tonight from its own 5-yard line on the left hash mark. They break from the sideline and run to the line of scrimmage, led by Fernando Mendoza, the first Heisman Trophy winner in Indiana history, back in his hometown of Miami. What is almost certainly his last game as a college football player. He is a redshirt junior. 3 years at Cal, one of them a redshirt year. This is his first year at Indiana. But he is most certainly going to be the first pick in the NFL draft. The Las Vegas Raiders owner Mark Davis is here tonight to watch him. They open in the shotgun with the running back Roman Hemby on his right hip. Direct snap, a play fake, a throw out wide to the right, caught by Omar Cooper, who avoids a tackler at the 12-yard line and is taken out of bounds at the 15, very near a first down. Zechariah Poyser, a member of the secondary, credited with the stop, but they're going to give him just beyond the 15-yard line and a first down with a gain of 10.5, officially a pickup of 11.
And Indiana utilizes an RPO, quick hitch to the outside. Ethan O'Connor whiffs on the tackle, and Cooper does what he does, yards at the catch.
Shotgun again for Mendoza, 3 receivers, 2 to the wide side of the field, the left. Hemby remains the running back. He takes a handoff, bounces outside to the right, and gets yanked down and thrown down by Jacoby Thomas, the safety, transferred from Tennessee. Threw him down. They're going to mark it at the 17-yard line for a gain of 2.
Indiana will mix tempos a little bit just to disengage the rhythm that Ruben Bain and Akeem Mesidor will play with. They'll go a little fast, they'll huddle, they'll try to mix it up to kind of disrupt that rhythm.
Pat Coogan is the center. He was a starting center for Notre Dame in the national championship game last year. The Irish lost to Ohio State. Shotgun snap, Mendoza in the crowd, dumps it off to the right, and good defense as Roman Hemby was shoved out of bounds by Mohamed Touré along the near sideline. They're going to mark it just beyond the 18-yard line, so a minimal gain. And here comes 3rd down and 8 for IU, the best 3rd down team in the country at 58.2%. That's 5 percentage points better than anybody else. They were 11 out of 14 on 3rd down in the win against Oregon in the last round. Out of the gun, Mendoza. 4 receivers, 2 to each side. The wide side of the field to the left. High snap, Mendoza under pressure. Flush to his right, throws on the run and throws it away from the 5-yard line. Marquise Lightfoot, a backup defensive end, chased Mendoza out of the pocket. And it'll be a punt for Indiana after they picked up 1 first down on their opening possession.
And with all the attention that the Indiana offense will pay to Bain and Mesidor, don't forget about Lightfoot, who in obvious passing situations has a lot of juice. He's one-on-one with the running back. He blows him up and nearly makes the sack.
Mitch McCarthy on the punt for Indiana, 27-year-old Australian, standing at the 3-yard line. Malachi Tony back for the punt just inside the Miami 40. End over end punt, fielded by Tony at his own 31. Heads right up between the hash marks, crosses the 40. There's a flag thrown right as he
Appreciate
was
the
tackled
like.
near
Thank
the
you.
42-yard line. And that'll be the first penalty of the game. Michael Vandervelde is the referee. Congratulations to these officials, deemed to be among the very best in the country. They have the honor of working the title game. They're out of the Big 12. Vandervelde conferring with the side judge
During the
for the
return,
flag.
holding number 22, receiving team. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. First down.
Again, Bobby Pruitt called for the penalty. And that'll get us to a timeout. With 10:22 to go in the first quarter, no score. Miami and Indiana playing for the national championship. This is the College Football Playoff National Championship, presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Quick break. Got your fire safety game plan? When it comes to your home, every second matters. That's why we trust Kidde smoke alarms. They're built to respond fast and cut down on false alarms, so you can act with confidence when it counts. And now
Hey,
you can
what's up,
upgrade to
DB?
over 25% faster smoke detection with Kidda's latest technology.
Guys,
It's
go
more
check
time
out my
to
buddy
react
Daniel
and
Berry
more
Sports
peace of
Highlights.
mind. That's
Best
why
highlights
Kidda is
on
North
YouTube.
America's #1
It's
home
gonna have all the
fire safety
highlights, the
brand.
touchdowns
So
on this
whether you're
game.
upgrading
Make
or
sure you go
installing
sub
for
to
the
his
first
channel
time,
right now.
go with the alarms that deliver performance when it matters most. Kidda, help protect what matters the most. Find it at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. 29% faster average smoke detection based on internal testing of smoldering wood fires for Kidda 9th edition versus leading competitor 8th edition products based on total household installations as of December 2023.
This is the College Football Playoff National Championship, presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
10:22 to go. First quarter, no score. Each team's had it once, Greg, and each team's punted once.
And so far, it looked like early, those first couple snaps, we were going to see a heavy dose of Mark Fletcher. They got a little behind the sticks and off schedule. They need to continue to commit to running the football on first and second down if you're the Hurricanes. And then for Indiana, sure up the protection a little bit. Do not ever want a running back in one-on-one against an elite pass rusher. That's what forced the final incompletion. So they got to figure that out so they're not in unfavorable matchups in protection.
I think that was a good sign for Miami. A lot of pressure brought on Fernando Mendoza on that last third down play. Flushed him from the pocket and forced the throwaway. So after the punt, Miami takes over at its own 23-yard line. The penalty on the return brings the ball back to the 23. They're on the left hash mark and huddling. Not every team in college football these days huddles, but these two generally do. They're both teams that like to win the time of possession battle. In Miami's win over Ole Miss in the scintillating Verbo Fiesta Bowl semifinal, the Canes had the ball for more than 41 minutes. It was a closer game than it might have been because of 10 Miami penalties. Penalties a problem, not for Indiana. On first down on a shotgun, Beck takes the direct snap, hands it off to Fletcher, who runs to the right across the 25 out to the 27-yard line for a 4-yard rush. That's 3 carries and 15 yards now for Fletcher.
And that time out of shotgun, they started the game with Pistol. Pistol's been their friend in the postseason. This time working left to right and running behind the outstanding right tackle, Francis Maui Noah. When they can run it right, that's where they want to go, behind the All-American.
One of the great offensive linemen in the country. One of the Jacobs blocking trophy is the best in the ACC. Probably a top 10 pick. No score, under 10 minutes to go in the first quarter out of the...
Appreciate the like, guys.
The Pistol hand off to Fletcher, and he's stacked up after very little, perhaps a yard, as he tried the middle. Tyreek Tucker and Mario Landino, those outstanding defensive tackles in the middle of the 4-3 defense for Indiana.
And they're so athletic up front, and they play with tremendous strain. That time it looked like there was some room there immediately, and Mikhail Kamara crushes it down and forces it back into his teammate Landino to make the play for a short gain.
There's third down and 5. Out of the shotgun again, with Fletcher now on the right side of Beck. 3 receivers. One into the boundary to the right. Tony comes in motion from the left. Beck drops back to pass. A lot of time to throw. Throws into the crowd, and it's batted down incomplete just across the 40-yard line. Knocked down by Lewis Moore. They're trying to get it to Keelan Marion. Well played by Moore, who was a first-team All-Big Ten player this year with 6 interceptions.
And they tried to go with a bunch formation to the left, working Malachi Tony on an option route. He broke out. Carson Beck, I think, anticipated him breaking in. He gets off of it, gets all the way back, but it took way too long, and Moore could close the window.
Dylan Joyce to punt for the second time. Jonathan Brady back deep for it. He transfers from Cal, where he's a teammate of Fernando Mendoza, now his teammate at IU. High punt, but not very deep. Fair catch signal made right along the numbers at the 30-yard line on the far side of the field. That's a 42-yard punt for Dylan Joyce. And Indiana will take the field on offense for the second time. Fernando Mendoza on the opening possession, 2 out of 3 for 12 yards. 73% completions. These are
I don't know if Indiana's going to be able to run the football.
Mendoza actually just a
might be on his
fraction
arm
better
tonight.
than that at 73.3. They are second and third behind Julian Sayin of Ohio State.
And it was very clear on the first possession how much Mendoza's been told this week. You got to get the ball out. Got rid of it very quickly, knowing those defensive ends will come quickly.
Kalon Black, who's running back 1A in the game now, out of the shotgun. Mendoza from the left hash. Black's on his left hip. Mendoza takes the snap. He's forced again to his right. He's in trouble. Trying to get away from Mesidor. There's a flag down on the play for a hold. And Mendoza throws it away as he got very close to the near sideline. It was Ruben Bain who was putting the pressure on. It was Khalil Benson.
And that defensive line is dominating right now.
Who had a hold of him.
Benson will get flagged,
just throwing
but it
those
was really
tackles
Ahmad
off
Moten
blocks.
working against the interior presence, whether it was Bray Lynch or Coogan. Couldn't tell if it was center or guard, but he crushed the guard.
Number 67, offense, 10-yard penalty, still first down.
And Ahmad Moten just beat him immediately and forced so quickly for Mendoza to break the pocket contained to his right. There's nothing Benson could do. He had to grab a piece of the jersey or else his quarterback would have eaten some grass.
Ruben Bain with the pressure. ACC Defensive Player of the Year. So the hold on the right tackle brings the ball back to the 19-yard line. First down and 20. No score, 8:39 to go first quarter. A fake handoff. Mendoza out of the gun on target. Good run after the catch. Omar Cooper up the numbers near side. Across the 40 and has a first down. He bounced off a would-be tackler well short of the line to gain.
Exactly that. Mendoza's going to have to. It's on his right arm tonight.
And good news for Miami that Frederic is out there. As Quint reported earlier, he was a question mark.
And another great job by Fernando Mendoza executing the RPO. This time it's a slot slant. Cooper makes one guy miss, and there's plenty of yards there for him.
Damari Brown, who missed another one of those injury questions at the 25-yard gain. IU out to the 44-yard line. Out of the pistol, the handoff to Kalon Black. Running off right guard. He's across the 45 and down just shy of the 50. Tackled by Mohamed Teray, the leading tackler for the Miami defense in his 7th year in college football. Missed 2 complete seasons due to ACL injuries. And he has been granted another year of eligibility. He could come back for year number 8. Midway through the quarter now. Indiana on the move. This drive started at their own 29-yard line. And some movement before the snap on the right end of the offensive line.
Appreciate the like. Thank you.
Fernando Mendoza is clapping. Perhaps they were drawn across.
Start, number 74. Offense.
No, they're not.
Penalty. Second down.
Ray Lynch, the right guard, who has started every game of the 2-year Kurt Signetti era.
And they have actually had some issues, whether it at times at Oregon, the first time they played in Eugene, not being really comfortable going with silent count. So far, it's been silent count. The right guard looks back, and he tells the center when to snap it. And that time, the right side getting an early start.
The shotgun Mendoza on second down and 9. Kalon Black on his left hip. 2 receivers wide to the left. It's a throw to the left quickly. It is caught by Elijah Surratt, and he is forced out of bounds. But very near the first down marker on the far sideline at the 46. Shoved out by Ethan O'Connor, a cornerback. And it is a first down for Indiana by just a smidge.
And so far, these Miami corners are playing very, very soft. Don't want to give up the big play over the top. And Fernando Mendoza company, they'll take the hitch outside, and their strong wide receivers are very, very good. The strength with the stiff arm there gets some extra yardage.
Well, Mendoza picking up right where he left off in the first 2 games of his playoff. He's 4 out of 5. He claps his hands, takes a shotgun snap, hands it off to Roman Hemby up the middle.
God, this guy's only missed 6 passes and thrown 8 touchdowns. Incredible.
6.5 to go in the first quarter. No score in this national championship game as Miami and Indiana meet for just the 3rd time all time. They haven't met since the 1960s. They each won once. Wesley Basank, one of their key linebackers, went off with an apparent upper body injury. Mendoza out of the gun has Roman Hemby on his right. Now he steps closer to center to change the play. Hemby shifts to his left hip. 2 receivers wide to the right, 1 in the bound to the left. That's Surratt. He looks at Surratt now, throws over the middle, caught. Riley Nowakowski Fighting for extra yardage inside the 35, still on his feet.
Chain moving, man. That's what Mendoza is. He just moves chains.
For the first down by a couple of
Chain,
yards.
chain.
Another quick decision by Mendoza. He looks to his left initially, thinking he's going to get a curl or a quick out route. Works back to Nowakowski, who's sitting down right over the ball at about 8 yards. Accurate throw, and a quick decision by the quarterback.
Now 5 out of 6 in the first 2 games of this playoff. He was 31 for 36 against Alabama and Oregon. He's out of the gun again with Hemby on his left hip. And it's a fake to Hemby, and it's a throw to the far sideline, caught by Surratt right along the boundary. And he's out of bounds at the 28-yard line for a pickup of 5. And this is textbook Indiana offense.
Just clinical efficiency, and they'll take what you give them. If you're going to play very soft at corner and give up those underneath out route throws, hit route throws, Mendoza will throw it over and over again. But when you get greedy and press, he'll throw it over your head.
Now an empty backfield, 5 receivers as Mendoza goes out of the gun. 3 to the wide side right. He claps his hands a couple of times. He's pushed for me. Hit as he throws, and it's incomplete. He got hit in the back by the blitzing linebacker, Mohamed Toure, coming from his left. Mendoza never saw him, and the throw fluttered to the ground to the right.
And that is not something you see very often for Mendoza. He has great understanding of where he's picked up and who he has to throw off of. That time, Toure comes around the left side completely untouched, and Mendoza never reacts. He takes the big hit. He's fortunate it didn't get sacked.
3rd down and 4, 4:51 to go in a scoreless first quarter. Indiana at the Miami 27 on the left hash. Black, the running back. Shotgun snap and a handoff to Black running left, powering inside the 20. And he has an Indiana first down. Jacoby Thomas took him down, but it's a 7-yard run. These 2 running backs, Hemby and Black,
they're running it on 34, playing backwards. Good play call right there. They were going for it on 4th down, I bet you
the most
anything.
underrated part of this team, and how many teams are comfortable taking out the Heisman-winning quarterback's hands on 3rd and 5 to hand it to a pack? Impressive stuff.
1st and 10. They're at the Miami 20, still on the left hash mark. Black remains the running back. Mendoza out of the gun, hands it to Black, running right. He trips up as he tried to get outside the right tackle. Got back inside the 20, but not for very much. Looked promising if he could have gotten away from Keontae Scott, the outstanding safety who tripped him up.
Yeah, it was a good tackle on the right side by Scott, but for whatever reason, Fernando Mendoza was a little slow to get up. I think he might have taken a hit by Jacoby Thomas. He did off the left side. Wow,
he was carrying out a run fake, and Jacoby Thomas said, "We're going to hit you if you want to do that." And Mendoza went to the ground. He seems to be fine. They're in the gun again. Ball right equidistant between the hash marks. He has Black on his right hip. And it is a designed quarterback draw for Mendoza following Black, and that didn't go very far. He's down just shy of the 15-yard line. It'll be 3rd down and 6, and the clock's under 3:20 to go in the score this first quarter.
And this is the part of the field where you always need to be very
Watch his
mindful of
legs.
Elijah Surratt. He's got 1 catch in the game. He's got a couple
You
targets
gotta watch
already.
his mobility
He's
too.
the guy they want to look at in the red zone, especially on 3rd down. He's great on fades, great on back shoulders. So find number 13. Looks like he's going to be lined up in the slot to the left-hand side.
Leads the country with 15 touchdown catches. They send 3 receivers to the left. Becker into the boundary to the right. The running back is Black. Mendoza out of the gun, claps his hands, takes the snap, throws it up for grabs with Becker in the end zone. And it is broken up and very nearly intercepted by O.J. Frederick.
Hey, what's up, Edward?
Becker into the boundary, hoping for single coverage.
Miami just forced a field goal attempt.
Get it, but that one was well defended by Frederick.
And probably one of the worst throws we've seen from Mendoza this playoff run. It's way inside. It's short. It's 6'4". You got to get
And
back
now
for
he's
a
got
chance.
as many
Instead, he
incompletions as
underthrows him and
touchdowns.
leaves it inside, and Frederick almost picked it.
So it'll be a field goal try for Niko Radicic on 4th down and 6. Very accurate kicker. This is a 34-yard attempt. And just inside the right hash mark, snap and hold are good, and the kick is good just inside the left upright. So a nice drive for IU. 12 plays, 55 yards. They had the ball for more than 6 minutes, and it ends with a Radicic field goal. Having a magnificent year. He's 17 out of 18. 2:42 to go in the first quarter. It's Indiana 3, Miami nothing. This is the College Football Playoff National Championship presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Score right now is
Running a business,
3-0
you
Indiana.
know that slow phone systems and missed messages cost you opportunities. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, is the #1 business phone system that streamlines communication, helps teams
Miami
collaborate
just got to
seamlessly,
stop at the
and respond to
15-yard line
customers
on 3rd and
24/7
7.
with their AI agent. Join over 90,000 businesses using
You're a Miami fan,
Try
Edward?
it free, then get 20% off your first 6 months at quo.com/ESPN. QUO.com
Yeah, I remember the one
ESPN.
they won.
They'll even port your
I want to
existing
say it was
numbers
about
for free.
25 years
Quo,
ago now.
no missed calls, no missed customers.
I think Ken Dorsey was the quarterback.
Manufacturing plant. You know
Clinton
having a
Portis
trusted partner
was
makes
the running
all the
back.
difference. That's why hands
Yeah, they
down,
had
you
like so
count
many
on
first round
Granger
draft
for
picks that
auto
year.
reordering.
What's up, Zion?
With on-time restocks, your
Yeah,
team will
Indiana's
have the
up
cut-resistant
3-0.
gloves they need at the start of their shift. And you can end your day knowing they've got safety well in hand. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com.
And then
or
I
just
don't
stop
think
by.
Indiana's.
Granger,
Yeah, I don't think
for the
Indiana's
ones
ever won
who get
one
it done.
before. So
ESPN Hockey Night delivers big-time matchups on back-to-back
yeah, there's a lot of
nights.
time there.
Thursday, the Red Wings and Wild
But Miami
square
needs to
off.
get something going on offense.
Friday, the Lightning look to strike against the Blackhawks. What a shot by Kucherov! Honor Bedard! ESPN Hockey Night presented by Honda. Red Wings Wild, Thursday at 9:30 Eastern. Lightning Blackhawks Friday at 7 on ESPN and the ESPN app. This is the College Football Playoff National Championship, presented by AT&T.
I don't even know why the
ESPN
confetti
Radio
keeps going
and
down.
on
It
the
must have glitched
ESPN
out.
app.
Dude, there's an unlimited amount of confetti falling down right now.
12-play drive ends with a Niko Radicic 34-yard field goal. Fernando Mendoza, 4 out of 6 for 50 yards on the drive, and he came away from that possession with a bloody lip, which we think he suffered when he was carrying out that fake after he'd handed the ball off, and it was kind of a necessary fake. I mean, the ball was long gone, but it was Jacoby Thomas took advantage.
Don't piss
of
him
the
off. He's got a
opportunity
bloody
to
lip
hit, and
now.
it bloodied him. Yeah, it did, and he handed it to
He's not going to
Black
miss from
across
here
the
on out.
formation. He's just running right
Perfect
at Thomas
quarterback
for really
rating.
no reason whatsoever. I mean, get out of the way. Instead, Thomas lights him up, and Kurt Signetti on the sideline, very frustrated. Felt like it was unnecessary, but in reality, even from a quarterback's perspective, it looked like he kind of brought it on himself. Well, our Matt Austin, our refereeing expert, thinks it could have been targeting, and that's why Signetti was so upset with the officials during the media timeout. There's Brendan Frankie to kick off again. And this one is returnable as well for Marion from about the 2 on the far half mark, running up toward the right numbers. And he is stacked up as he got to the 25-yard line. Well, Miami will take over with 2:36 to go in the first quarter. Here on a comfortable night in South Florida with Indiana leading 3-0. Let's check in on the Hoosiers sideline with Ian Fitzsimmons.
Sean, it literally is a bloody lip for Fernando Mendoza, the Heisman Trophy winning quarterback for Indiana. He did get rocked. He waved off trainers. He has a towel that he's just dabbing his lip with, so it's nothing
Come on,
serious.
we're recording on a bloody lip.
McElroy, you probably had a million of them. It is
Jesus
a bloody
Christ,
lip. The
ESPN.
quarterback for the Hoosiers is good to go. It may look nasty on TV, but being down here right now, he's good to go. Over to Miami with Quinn.
Football, guys.
Miami defensive coordinator Corey Heatherman spending a lot of time with his defensive backs during the stoppage. They've missed 2 tackles in the back end, which has led to some Indiana yards after catch. They seem to be picking on Ethan O'Connor, the corner. And I think the chess match going on right now is Miami's corners, when they're off and soft coverage, Indiana's just taking what's there. As that drive went into the red zone, Miami turned up the heat on the outside. They played press coverage in the red zone, and that seemed to be more effective. But keep your eyes, gentlemen, on the depth of the Miami corners.
And their depth in the secondary, Greg, could have been depleted had that been a targeting call against Jacoby Thomas, which Matt Austin thinks it should have been. And Kurt Signetti still pleading his case during this media timeout.
Yeah, understandable. And there's some protection elements, but it did look like you could have made a case that the contact was to the head or neck area. It did look like it might have been crown of the helmet. So I'm okay with it in a game like this. The last thing you want is for a team that's already a little shorthanded to be impacted by a play that was really nonsensical. So I'm good with the no call, but I can understand why they might have thrown the penalty flag.
Greg's instant analysis is brought to us by SoFi. Get your money right. So Miami will take over with 2:36 to go in the first quarter.
Appreciate the like, guys. Thank you.
Carson Beck, another one of the fascinating stories of this college football season. 5 years at the University of Georgia, one as a redshirt, 2 backing up Stetson Bennett on Bulldog teams that won back-to-back national championships. Then 2 years as the starter, you would think 24-3, and an SEC title against Texas last year. He would have been highly regarded as he left, but it wasn't necessarily a happy parting. He was clearly beaten down at the end of last year, including the right elbow injury in that SEC win against Texas that required surgery. This time a year ago, he was recovering from that. But it's been a terrific year, bounce-back year for him at the University of Miami.
And he's played his best football of late. He's played really smart football in the playoffs, hasn't done anything unnecessary, has stepped up when asked, especially in that final 2-minute drive against Ole Miss. But he's really, since the SMU game, he's played at a remarkably high level for the Canes.
They were in must-win mode every game after that, then they've won 7 in a row. Beck is 37-5 as a starting quarterback, 13-2 this year in Miami. And as he said, 24-3 at Georgia. He's the winningest active FBS quarterback in the country. 24 years old, 6'4", 225 from Jacksonville. They break the huddle. They line up in the pistol with Beck in the shotgun and Fletcher right behind him. Now Fletcher moves to the right hip. Direct snap to Beck. He looks right to the far sideline. Throws. It is tipped and falls incomplete. Almost intercepted. It was intended for Alex Bauman. The tight end, Elijah Hardy, the linebacker, dropped into coverage. Got a hand on it. We should note that they're playing without their leading receiving tight end is Miami, Elijah Lofton, who is out with an injury.
And very fortunate there. Beck, a little bit aggressive. Did not see the defender dropping underneath. That ball got tipped up and was nearly intercepted.
2nd and 10, 2.5 to go, first quarter. Out of the gun again, Carson Beck with Fletcher on his left. 3 receivers out to the left. Beck, a quick look to the right, is batted down. Very well covered by D'Angelo Pons, who had the coverage.
Man, this
on
Indiana
C.J.
defense is
Daniels.
suffocating right
This is a
now.
homecoming for Pons, the All-American corner. He's from Miami. He told our Molly McGrath the other day that he was a couple of years older than Malachi Tony, but they're in the same youth football program. He used to go early to his games and practices to watch Malachi Tony when Malachi was about 8 years old. So you knew then what a great player he was. Here's 3rd down and 10 from the right hash. Beck out of the gun. 3 receivers again to the left. And Fletcher on his right hip. Drops back. Flushed in the pocket and swung down. Back at the 20-yard line by the blitzing middle linebacker, Aiden Fisher. The All-American, one of the 13.
I think we might see the Malley Cat next time Miami comes out. Carson Beck looks rattled right now.
Part of the success of Indiana.
And that was a great blitz by Fisher. He's got the running back, Fletcher, in one-on-one, shakes him to his left, goes around to the right, and drops back for the sack.
Loss of 7, back to the 19-yard line. Here's another Dylan Joyce punt. Waiting for the snap at his own 5. He's under pressure, and it's a high pop-up toward the near sideline. It bounces at the 40, takes a great bounce for Miami, all the way inside the 30, and down near the near sideline at the 27-yard line by the long snapper, Adam Booker. So wound up as a 54-yard punt, but about 27 yards of that on the bounce.
Yeah, absolutely. And Miami offensively, they're going to look back at that last drive and say, guys, what are we doing? 3 straight passes, give up a sack. Do not want to get away from what's got you to this point. That's by feeding Mark Fletcher, trusting the offensive line, and staying out of obvious passing situations.
Miami has run 11 plays, 5 runs, 6 passes. So here's Indiana from its own 27 on the right hash mark, going from left to right here in the first quarter. Mendoza out of the gun, hands it off to Hemby across the formation. He's dropped for a loss, going from right to left, and he's taken down at the 21-yard line by the All-American Ruben Bain.
Hey, what's up, Vic? How you doing, bro?
Such impressive plays, going against the tight end, Nowakowski, who tries to block down on him, but he swims him immediately. And Bain, who's known really more for his strength, He showed off some speed there, too, chasing down Hemby for the loss.
He just discarded Nowakowski's a pretty good blocking tight end. A loss of 6. Down to a minute 5 in the first quarter. 3-0 Indiana. Out of the gun again, Mendoza from the left half with 2 receivers to the right. He hands it off straight ahead to Hemby, and he's gobbled up after a gain of 1 by Ahmad Moten. It's not just these defensive ends.
Mendoza on third down.
Pretty talented in the middle as well.
They really are. Moten has been outstanding so far in this game. Had one pressure that led to a hold, had another tackle for loss right there. He's very disruptive, and him working against Bray Lynch, the right guard, that's an advantage for Miami that they have to win.
Gain of 1, 3rd and 15. Indiana from its own 22 on the left hash mark and just now breaking the huddle with 12 seconds on the play clock. Hemby's the running back. Mendoza out of the gun as usual. Hemby's to his left. Surratt into the boundary to the left. 3 receivers to the right. Wide is Becker. It's a screen pass. It's Hemby on the catch. Hemby cuts in the middle and gets taken down at the original line of scrimmage near the 27-yard line by
Indiana's got a punt.
So he got 5 on the screen, but nowhere near the line to gain, and that's going to take us to the end of the first quarter on a 5-yard gain on the screen for Indiana. At the end of the first quarter, the score is Indiana 3 and Miami 0. This is the college football.
So the Hurricanes with 3 drives, 3 punts, 1 first down.
On ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Indiana with 2 drives, about 6 first downs. Mendoza was carving them up on the second drive.
Plan? When it comes to your home, every second matters.
Hey, what's up,
That's
Joey?
Why we trust Kidda smoke alarms.
Actually, Indiana
They're
had
built to
3
respond
drives.
fast and cut down on
But
false
Mendoza
alarms,
carved
so
them
you
up on
can
that
act with
second one.
confidence when it counts. And now you can upgrade to over 25% faster smoke detection with Kidda's latest technology. It's more time to react and
We got
more
3-0
peace of mind.
Hoosiers
That's why Kidda
into the
is North
first quarter.
America's #1 home fire safety brand. So whether you're upgrading or installing for the first time, go with the alarms that deliver performance when it matters most. Kidda, help protect what matters the most. Find it at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. 29% faster average smoke detection based on internal testing of smoldering wood fires for Kidda 9th edition versus leading competitor 8th edition.
Right on. Hey, what's up,
based on
Kev?
Total household installations as of December 2023.
This is Freddie and Harry.
Texas should be in it next year
every now and then,
with Arch
Freddie, I
Manning.
get sick of this kumbaya. We all have to like each other. We all have to be friends.
Everybody
Like
next
hell.
year is going to be tanking for
That's how it
Arch
was in the
Manning.
old days, in the 70s, the 80s, early 90s when it came to NFL football. It wasn't no, hey, man, let's go party. Let's go have a great time. No, man, when I see you in the street, I probably want to slap the you-know-what out of you because I don't like you.
Check out more from Freddie and Harry weekdays at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
Appreciate the like, guys. Thank you.
Earlier on Clinton and Friends.
So again, that goes back to Caleb Williams' thought process. And he's
Okay,
a
you're a
gunslinger,
Hoosiers
so this
fan?
is what he does.
Oh, we're doing gunslinger. Let's go over the gunslinger list.
Brett Favre, I think gets
Yeah, I watched him.
the number
I've
one
watched him a few
gunslinger of all
times
time.
playing,
John
but
Elway, Aaron Rodgers.
really what Signetti's done is turned really a basketball program into a football powerhouse.
Weekdays from 10 to noon
Really
Eastern
impressive.
on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
And they don't get like a lot of recruits or NIL money. It's pretty much done the right way, old
Football
school.
Playoff National Championship presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
And it's coming away from
You kind of want Indiana to win it because Miami's going to be here every single year, but you don't know what Indiana's going to do when Mendoza leaves.
on a comfortable night with a temperature in the high 50s, no breeze, a crowd of more than 65,000 on hand. The most expensive ticket since 2009 in the college football championship game. That's as far back as that information goes. The average ticket price, more than $4,300. And plenty of people who wanted to pay it. Mitch McCarthy is on to punt for Indiana. Indiana leads 3-0 after a quarter. They outgained Miami 82-18 in the first 15 minutes. Miami punted 3 times. This is the second for McCarthy. 27-year-old punter, fourth oldest player in college football. End over end punt, caught by Malachi Tony at the 29-yard line. He slips down along the near hash marks. Looks like he was down, but no whistle. Now he gets back up and runs to the left and crosses the 40 and out to the 41-yard line.
Yeah, there was a ESPN 30 for 30 coaches versus, it was Catholics versus convicts.
Surprising if the replay booth takes a look at that one.
It's pretty good. If you haven't watched that, Kev, go check that
does
out.
brace it with his left hand, but his backside does hit. So that ball will come back probably 7 or 8 yards at least when they take a look at it.
Such an electric player, Malachi Tony, with his first catch tonight, 100 for the year, just the 8th player in ACC history to catch 100 balls in a season.
At the 31-yard line. The returner's knee was down. It's first down, Miami. 31-yard line.
Well done by the officials. Brad Van Vark is the replay official. So Miami will try to get something going. Just 18 yards of offense. At least you can give them credit for balance. 9 yards rushing and 9 passing.
I think balance is certainly what they're striving for, but they might be like a little higher numbers after 1 quarter of action.
Indiana's not trailed in this playoff. This is their 3rd game. It's the 4th for Miami. Indiana had a first-round bye as the number 1 seed. Beck out of the gun. And he takes the snap, hands it off to Marty Brown. He's in for Fletcher now. And he gets very little. Ahead for a yard right along the near hash mark. Shannon Dawson is the offensive coordinator. They're going to go quickly now, a little bit of tempo.
Yeah, I'm with you, Kevin, but really I'm just hoping for a good game.
Tony's in the slot
A game that comes down to the wire.
Looking left, now checks it back to the right, on target, caught by C.J. Daniels. He's down just shy of the 39-yard line. About 2 short of the first down, a yard and a half. Lewis Moore, another tackle. He started his career in Indiana, transferred to Ole Miss, and then Moore came back this year.
Another good decision there by Carson Beck. Wanted Malachi Tony to the field. It was well defended. He works all the way back, finds Daniels to make 3rd down more manageable.
3rd down and 2. They're on the right hash. They huddle. Now go quickly to the ball. Out of the shotgun. Brown, the running back. They hand it off to Brown. Off right guard. He didn't get there. Got back to the line of scrimmage, and that's it. And then driven back by the feisty Hoosier defense, led by Mikhail Kamara, the outstanding defensive end, for defensive coordinator Brian Haynes. So another punt. Dylan Joyce might be getting leg
4
weary.
punts
That
for
is
Miami
4
now.
straight 3-and-outs now for the Miami Hurricanes.
And that was all created by Mikhail
No, they got a
Kamara,
first
who's
down,
lined
actually.
up as the
3
defensive end
3-and-outs.
outside the right tackle, Maui Noah. But on the snap, he slides all the way back inside and makes the play between the right guard and center.
Joyce standing at his own 25-yard line. Jonathan Brady back deep for it. He rolls to the right and punts it a high end-over-end kick, and a fair catch signaled and made at the 15-yard line near the near side numbers. 12:57 to go in the second quarter. It's Indiana 3, Miami nothing. You're listening to the College Football Playoff National Championship presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
You know what Miami needs? They need a big play. Just something to wake them up, get them going. Can't get nothing going on offense.
The NFL has PowerPoints. I thought their PowerPoint
yard is
like
like
they're the
impossible
NFL.
right now.
We're the NFL. That's their PowerPoint is like we're the NFL. We'll have no presentation here today. We're the NFL. We're the NFL.
I'm thinking next time they get the ball, maybe try a trick play or something, trying to get this offense going.
The Rich Eisen Show from noon to 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio, ESPN Plus, and on Disney Plus.
It's really not a good time to hire an offensive coach, and it's a great time to hire a defensive coach. But I think that's the product of like the brain drain of the last 5 years.
Check out the Mina Kimes Show featuring Lenny on YouTube and wherever you get your podcasts.
Evan, Canty, and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
Just because the Dodgers are spending at a rate that very few teams can, doesn't mean that other teams don't have a chance to be competitive. The Blue Jays were up 3-2 in the World Series going into Game 6. They should have won Game 7 if we're keeping it a buck. They spend money, but they spend it wisely, and that's why they've been so dominant.
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday morning starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2. Hey, this is Rich Eisen. Coming up on Tuesday's show, we're joined by two-time Super Bowl champ Chris Long. The man who called the national championship game, Chris Fowler, joins us, and it's Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday. That's the Rich Eisen Show on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, and ESPN Radio. This the College Football Playoff National Championship, presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
John McDonough, Greg McElroy in the broadcast booth. Ian Fitzsimmons, Quinn Kestenik on the sidelines. 12:57 to go in the second quarter, and Indiana leading 3-0. Fernando Mendoza 7 out of 10. The 3 incomplete passes matching the total he threw against Oregon in the semifinal, the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl. He went 17 for 20. And it's one more incomplete pass than he had in the Rose Bowl against Alabama. He went 14 for 16. They're pressuring him tonight.
That's what's been the difference so far. Against Alabama and Oregon combined just 11 pressures. Against Miami, through just one quarter and change, 4 pressures already. We know this Miami defensive line is outstanding, but they need to continue to stay upright along the offensive line. They cannot allow Fernando Mendoza to feel that heat because it's clearly got a little bit of an impact on how efficient they're working offensively.
Teams to score first in this college football playoff are 9-1. The only exception, Oklahoma, in the first game of this playoff, raced off to a 17-0 lead against Alabama and lost in Norman. So Mendoza and the Hoosiers begin from their own 15, first and 10 from the left half. The play fake out of the gun and a throw to the near side to Elijah Surratt. The catch near the 25 and then up the boundary for a couple more. Finally taken out of bounds by O.J. Frederick, but it's good for an 11-yard gain and an Indiana first down. They're up to 93 yards of offense, but 55 of those on the one field goal drive.
But it's very clear what the defensive coordinator from Miami is wanting to do. He's saying to Indiana, hey, you can kill us, but it's going to be by 1,000 paper cuts. We'll give up the 5-yard play. We don't want to give up the 50-yard bomb. They've been very soft in coverage.
Out of the gun, Kalon Black, the running back on the right hip of Mendoza. He fakes the handoff, throws it over the middle, and batted down. Intended for
Wow, 4 incompletions for Mendoza so far.
O.J. Frederick knocked it down. So Frederick, who was a question mark with a leg injury,
What's up, A-Rap?
only 7 snaps against Ole Miss. He's been effective so far.
Very much so. In that time, they don't go with the soft coverage on the outside. Frederick and company get up and press man. They run a slant, and he's in perfect phase to knock the ball down.
Contact there. They've let him play. They've done that throughout this playoff. The fans have enjoyed it. Second down and 10 from the left hash. They're on their own 27. Shotgun snap. Mendoza. Quick throw to the right. Caught by Riley Nowakowski. Breaks a tackle and is still fighting near the 35-yard line. And finally taken down, gang tackled along the far sideline by Keontae Scott and Ethan O'Connor. Good for a 9-yard game. It looked like it was going to be very low. They had bodies around them on the catch.
And a great job by Noah.
Hey, what's up, Patrick? Who you going for? Indiana or Miami?
Spins out of it and surges forward to make it third and short.
Third down and 2. 12 minutes to go in the half. 3-0 Indiana. Moving from right to left as we look down from the southwest corner of the end zone. They're on the right hash mark. Kalon Black is the running back. Tight formation with the strength to the left. Mendoza hands it off to Black, running straight ahead with power as usual when he has the first down. Out to the 39. Ruben Bain, another tackle.
Yeah, Mendoza's not afraid to take a linebacker
First
head
and
on.
10 IU.
It's not often when you see an offensive line get pushed back on a third and short situation, they still convert. The defensive line for Miami looks like they won. They were reestablishing line scrimmage, but Black too strong, just motoring through white jerseys for enough to gain.
Black, another of the transfers from James Madison along with Signetti. Now they're in the pistol with Hemby back.
What's up, Darian?
Fernando hands it off to Hemby running off left tackle. He gets banged down as he crossed the line of scrimmage. Pickup of 1 to the 40. Wesley Passate made the tackle, senior linebacker from right here in Miami, out of Miami Central, which has players on both sides tonight.
And that was a really big tackle there by Passate. There was a massive hole behind the left tackle on a stretch to the left, and if Passate doesn't make that play, Hemby's still running.
On the gun, Mendoza on 2nd and 9. Indiana leading 3-0. Hemby, the running back, on his right hip. Surratt goes in motion to the right, now comes back to the left. Leaves blocked for Hemby, who's down as he got to the 43-yard line along the near hash mark. Another stop for Jacoby Thomas. Neither team doing much running the ball. That's 28 rushing yards for Indiana on 11 attempts, and Miami's rushed for just 10. They go with tempo. On 3rd down and 6, shotgun snap to Mendoza. Back shoulder throw to Surratt. Batted down, but a penalty coming against O.J. Frederick, who had a handful of Surratt at the 43-yard line of Miami. No surprise with a back shoulder throw. Almost all of Surratt's catches are, and it's a beautifully thrown throw time after time by Mendoza.
Defense, spot foul, automatic, first down.
Miami fans booing. There's a lot of grabbing there.
A lot of contact.
Yeah, that's a good call.
They tried to get Miami in a substitution. They were getting all their fast bodies on for the obvious back situation. They go with the quick back shoulder. Frederic was in decent position, but grabbed way too much jersey with the right hand.
The ball goes to the 46-yard line of Miami. 1st and 10, Indiana. Leading 3-0. 10 minutes to go in the half. Out of the shotgun, a handoff to Hemby. He's in trouble and wrestled down behind the line of scrimmage as he tried to run to the right. He got taken down by Ahmad Moten again. The redshirt junior from Fort Lauderdale. Mammoth figure in the middle of that defense at 6'3", 300.
And Moten is having himself a night right now. This time working against the center, Coogan. Coogan falls down.
He tackled him with one hand.
He just swam Coogan immediately and was in the backfield before the back knew what to do.
He reached down, grabbed Hamby with one hand and yanked him down with an extended arm. Cooper lined up in the backfield. He went in motion to the right as a shotgun handoff to Hemby. Running to the left and tackled again by Reuben Bain. Not much there for Hemby. The transfer from Maryland. Spent 4 years there.
Here we go, Mendoza on 3rd down.
He had a 1,000-yard season for the Hoosiers.
And this has been such an unfamiliar spot for Indiana. Coming into the day, number 1 3rd down offense in the country, but it's so rare when they're in 3rd and long. They average just about 3rd and 5 to go. It's better than anybody in the college football world. So they've been playing behind the sticks a little bit because of this relentless pass rush.
And Curt Cignetti's going to use a timeout on 3rd down and 12. With 9:08 remaining in the second quarter. It's Indiana 3 and Miami nothing. This is the College Football Playoff National Championship presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
The Hoop Collective Podcast.
We got an Anthony Davis injury update from the Mavericks, and the Mavericks don't say what the injury is.
The whole thing is very strange. Look, he's got a significant hand injury. The plan is to avoid surgery. Sounds like he will be at least cleared for basketball activity in late February, early March, which, as you boys well know, is weeks after the trade deadline.
The Hoop Collective Podcast. Listen on the ESPN app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Today we decided to walk to school. The light counted. 15, 14, 41, 31, 13. We took a left on Carroll Street.
Danny's smart, but he gets distracted.
I realized he
forgot his homework.
I hope I don't have another bad day at school.
When you can see learning and attention issues from their side, you can be on their side. That's why there's Understood.org, a free resource for the parents of the 1 in 5 kids with learning and attention issues. Go from misunderstanding to Understood.org. Brought to you by Understood and the Ad Council.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal.
Did
Whatever,
they?
It's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are so delicious.
It must be like a
They totally wash
few
away the pain of
minutes
your
behind
college
or
football
something.
team taking a big fat L. College football. It's a pepper thing.
All right, Mom and Dad, that's enough screen time for today.
I literally just saved us more money by
What
finding
was
2
it,
subscriptions we
special
forgot about
teams?
with Navy Federal Credit Union's mobile app.
Big play.
Yeah, and I just protected our credit from cringe fraudsters with this
Had to be a
security
big
tech.
play.
Don't you want to spend some time on social media?
Will social media help us manifest your college tuition?
Get the best banking ever with one of America's top-rated digital banking experiences, Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
I'm
Message
guessing
data rates may apply.
Mendoza,
Visit
the Cooper,
NavyFederal.org for more
deep.
information.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Football Playoff National Championship, presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Might have a touchdown call right here. Kev saying Indiana scored.
9:08 to go. Second quarter, Indiana leading 3-0. Perhaps surprising, Greg, given how surgically Indiana's played on offense so far in this playoff. Maybe beat Alabama 38-3 and Oregon 56-22. But then again, these are two of the top 5 teams in the country in scoring defense.
Yeah, and it's the defenses right now are winning the day. I mean, Indiana's defense going against arguably the best offensive line in football. They're getting in the backfield and making plays behind the line of scrimmage. And then Miami's defense, their front, we talked a lot about Bain and Mesidor, but it's been Moton that's been outstanding. Lightfoot's gotten involved as well, and these linebackers are delivering some big shots. It's been a very physical first 15, 20 minutes of this football game.
So out of the Indiana timeout, they have 3rd down and 13. They're at the Miami 48 with the 9th play of this drive. As you said, unusual to have 3rd and long. One of the reasons they're the best in the country on 3rd downs, usually not 12 yards to go. Some flinching along the line, no flag down. Mendoza, Kennedy throws, and it's a high throw down the middle, intended for Omar Cooper. There is a flag down now on the far sideline. There was a lot of moving before the snap. Ruben Bain put the hit on Mendoza.
Is that offsides on Miami?
Knocked around here in the first half.
Number 4, defense, 5-yard penalty, 3rd down.
But it was Bain.
Keeps the drive alive.
Outside. Yeah, that's been a problem for Miami all year. One of the most heavily penalized teams in the country.
And good utilization there by Coogan, the veteran, and Mendoza going with a slight delay on the snap, which got Bain into the neutral zone. Give him a free play, and if you don't get the free play, at least you got 3rd down a little more manageable.
3rd down and 7. They're at the 43 of Miami. Mendoza goes out of the gun again with Kalon Black, the running back, on his right. Cooper went in motion to the left. Handoff straight up the middle of the big hole. Black still on his feet across the 30 and down inside the 25-yard line. They went to a quick hitter on 3rd down and 7. He had an enormous hole, and he's marked down at the 23, tackled by Bryce Fitzgerald, the freshman.
And that's now twice on 3rd and medium they've gotten in a run game.
20-yard game. Mendoza play fake out of the gun and swings it out wide to the right to Cooper, and a good open field tackle near the boundary by Zechariah Poyser to stop that for a 3-yard gain.
And going back to the 3rd and 7 conversion, Miami just with 5 guys along the line of scrimmage. There was no second-level defenders. They were showing like a blitz, and they were able to engage quickly and spring the back into the open field. They'll always take what you give them.
They're on the right hash mark, trying to build on a 3-0 lead. The Hoosiers on the move. 11th play of the drive. They've moved 65 yards so far. Mendoza out of the gun, tight formation. Black, the running back, he fakes to him, throws to the far sideline, caught for a 1st down. Charlie Becker fighting toward the end zone. Touchdown!
Wow.
Becker caught it near the 5-yard line and just powered his way
Indiana up 9-0, extra point pending.
For an Indiana touchdown on a 20-yard play. Charlie Becker has had a touchdown reception now in all 3 games. This one's going to come back. He stepped out of bounds at the 6-yard line. They're showing the replay on television. He was clearly out of bounds at the 6. And the replay booth is going to stop this. His right foot, as he had Thomas draped on him, stepped on the sideline. And now the officials stop it.
The touchdown is under further review.
And it won't take long for the replay booth. He was clearly out of bounds at the 6.
And another quick hitting throw from
Miami
Indiana's
had him
offense
at
to the wide receiver
30-13
work against very soft
and jumped
coverage by the
offsides.
corner. Becker, you thought was just going to go right out of bounds. Instead, he turns back inside, and he's the speedster. He's not the guy you're thinking is going to be mowing through tackles. He nearly finds the end zone.
And now some of the Miami defenders a little bit animated in conversation on the sideline. Some of the coaches are stepping in to calm them down, including Corey Heatherman, who has done a fantastic job in his first year at Miami. Cut the points per game just about in half. They gave up 25 points per game last year. They had the number 1 offense in the country, but did not make the playoff. He's cut that number down to 14 points per game. He's a former Kurt Cignetti defensive coordinator, James Madison.
After review, the runner stepped out at the 5.5-yard line. It's 1st and goal.
I would say he stepped out
Okay,
really
so
right on the 6.
still 3-0.
On the hash mark. And that's where they're going to put it, just inside the 6-yard line. What a revelation. Becker's been a sophomore from Nashville, had only 4 catches in the first 7 games of the year. Got a chance at Penn State with Surratt injured, had a big game, a 100-yard receiving game. He's now had 3 100-yard receiving games in the last 6.
You could make the case, Sean, that he's the guy that's made this offense in many ways unstoppable. The 2 guys, Cooper and Surratt, are amazing, but adding a 3rd weapon is impossible to defend.
There's a 15-yard gain officially. First and goal, Indiana at the Miami 5 on the far hash mark to right. Black, the running back on the left. Yep, they bring Becker in motion to the left. It's a handoff to Black off the right hash mark. And he is stacked up in the line of scrimmage, still fighting. And they will mark it now just inside the 5. And it'll be second down and goal. Indiana leading 3-0. The 13th play of the drive upcoming.
Wow.
That's a really big sequence for
Miami can get another stop right here.
Once Becker steps out of bounds, but
Force
they're
them
still probably kicking themselves for that offside.
to a field goal attempt. They're down 6-0. They've only had 1 first down on offense.
Into the game, and they huddle. And now break the huddle with Kaylon Black, the running back.
Hey, what's up, Ron?
Becker tight to the right. The strength of the formation is the left, out of the gun. Mendoza claps his hands, takes the snap, hands it off to Black, and he's swung down at the 1-yard line as he ran off left guard. It'll be third down and goal just
Indiana's
outside
going to go for this. If they get stopped here on 3rd and goal,
bringing 2 extra offensive linemen onto the field. It's their heavy personnel, and that's how they're going to try to motor their way into the end zone.
I'd imagine Mendoza's going to take this with a full head of steam right up the middle.
Miami bringing some big bodies in. They need to be given time to complete those substitutions since Indiana did. Mendoza's going under center.
Miami has called their first charge timeout of the half.
Because they had 12 men on the line up in the eye behind Mendoza. With a timeout call. 6:17 to go. A big third down and goal play upcoming when we come back. We're in the second quarter. 3-0.
What do you guys think? Tush push from the 1 right here?
National Championship presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Score more with the college-branded Venmo.
Hey, what's up, Ray?
Rep your team with every tap and earn up to 5% cash back through Venmo Stash. A new reward.
Yeah, it's college football, bro. It's Indiana versus Miami national championship
start earning
game.
rewards with Venmo Stash.
You got Miami down 3-0.
College card.
The Venmo MasterCard is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. Select schools available. Venmo Stash terms and exclusions apply. Max $100 cash back per month. See terms at venmo.me/stash terms.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
We are back, and we are looking at a pretty lopsided matchup, Jim.
That's right, Ron. I mean, in one corner, we've got a 175-pound guy, and in the other, a 6,000-ton heavyweight train.
Jim, this guy has no idea what he's getting himself into.
It's no contest. Every day, people tempt fate and die trespassing on railroad tracks. See tracks, think train.
Watch out for that train, guys. Don't try to go before the train comes. Wait for the train. So I can give you guys some good advice.
Seconds for station identification. You're listening to the College Football Playoff National Championship presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Sean McDonough, Greg McElroy at Hard Rock Stadium, Miami
Here we
Gardens
go, third and goal from the one. From Mendoza, the bulldozer.
In the second quarter, Indiana leading 3-0. And looking at third down and goal at the 1-yard line. This will be the 14th play of the drive for Indiana. Miami has run 14 offensive plays in this game to 31 for Indiana. IU's had the ball for more than 16 and a half minutes. They have big bodies, extra offensive linemen as they come from the sideline to the huddle. They have
Tush push or desired quarterback run out of the game.
formation with Nowakowski, the fullback. In front of Black, they give it to Nowakowski, and he powers in for a touchdown. Out of the eye with Nowakowski, ordinarily a tight end. It's an Indiana touchdown, the first touchdown of this game with 6:13 to go in the first half. 14 plays, 85 yards in 6 minutes and 44 seconds.
And what a physically impressive drive there from Indiana. Leaning on the run game, allowing the backs to get going, and then bringing in the extra offensive lineman, handing it to Nowakowski, now tight end. Former fullback, Sean, punches it in for 6.
The only thing that can get Miami going is a big play. They're not going to be able to put a drive together against this defense. So.
156 in his career.
Expect Tony to be throwing the football.
2 times this season, each of them for a 1-yard touchdown.
Maybe like a double pass to Tony.
Catch and run earlier in the drive as well. With 6:13 to go, it's 10-0 Indiana. Mendoza is 11 for 15 for 104. Black is the leading rusher in the game, 7 carries for 43 yards, averaging just over 6 per carry. Cooper and Surratt with 3 catches each, and Nowakowski has 2. And now the onus on Miami to find some offense.
Yeah, they have to. I mean, with just 14 plays of snap exposure against Indiana's defense. Indiana's defense super talented, not outrageously deep. So the blueprint that Indiana's utilizing where fatigue could become a factor in the third and fourth quarter, that's usually how Miami operates. So it's been a great start for the Hoosiers.
Bert Cignetti in his second year at Indiana, he's 26-2. That's a winning percentage of right around 93%. Indiana all-time had won 42% of its games before he got there. They were the losing team in college football. Here's the kickoff by Brendan Frankie. It'll be a touchback over the head of Keelan Marion near the near numbers. So just 14 plays on offense for Miami, just 26 yards of offense. Carson Beck's 3 out of 7 for 16 yards. Fletcher 4 carries for 16 yards.
And a lot of the stuff that Miami's tried to do is right up the middle. They've had a hard time blocking this very athletic defensive line, so maybe they need to look at getting to the perimeter a little more as opposed to right down the middle.
From the 25 on the left hash mark out of the pistol with Mark Fletcher behind Beck. Tight formation, Tony at the end of the line to the right. It's a handoff to Fletcher running right and powering his way out near the 30. He is a powerful running back, junior from here in South Florida, grew up dreaming about being a Miami Hurricane. He's from Fort Lauderdale, and he got 5 on that carry.
And that's kind of the bread and butter recipe for Miami moving forward.
Here you go, 2nd and 5. Now would be the time to pull off a trick play.
Get those tight splits to not allow the leakage from the defensive line.
Fletcher hollering at some of the Indiana defenders, and some of his teammates dragged him back to the huddle. Fletcher's had a great playoff, a career-high 172 in their first-round win at A&M. 90 yards rushing against Ohio State. Was the Cotton Bowl MVP, and then he had 133 yards rushing against Ole Miss. 2nd and 5 out of the gun. Beck with Fletcher on his left side, and it's a handoff again. Running right, Fletcher tripped up. Well, he had some running room. It was Isaiah Jones who tripped him up, and he fell forward to the 29, but if Jones didn't get a piece of his leg, that was going a lot longer. It'll be 3rd down and 1.
Almost the exact same play as the play before, and Lucky didn't get away with the tripping there.
Yeah, he literally did trip him up. He kind of leg whipped him. Surprised there wasn't a flag down. As Jones was on the ground, swung his legs around and tripped him. Out of the pistol again. Beck hands it off to Fletcher off left guard. And he did not get there. Needed the 35. Stopped at the 34. Mikhail Kamar and Tyreek Tucker made the tackle. Now if you're Mario
You
Cristobal,
go for it here.
and you pride yourself on physicality, you go for it here and try to change the narrative in this game.
And that's now twice on 3rd and short where they've gotten stopped because of the movement and athleticism.
Carson Beck's like 6'5". Just sneak this thing right up the middle. You can get a yard.
Your defense has already had to face a ton of snaps. I'm great with it. Looks like they're bringing extra offensive linemen in to kind of beef up that front.
They're 0 for 5 on 3rd down. They've converted on their last 5 on 4th down. First try tonight. The handoff out of the eye to Fletcher running left. And he is very close to the 35-yard line. Looks like he has it. The official running in from the near side is marking the ball on the 35-yard line. We think the official on the far sideline. Yes, it is. Just by the nose of the football. They did have big bodies in there, and they lined up the backup center. S.J. Alo-Faituli as the fullback. Ordinarily with number 65, but he's wearing number 83 when he comes in as ineligible. They just did convert on 4th down. Now down to 3:15 and a half. 10-0 Indiana. Beck on first down from the left hash mark. Throws deep down the middle and has a man.
There it is.
Numbers, it is C.J. Daniels inside the Indiana 40 and knocked out
It's a
of
big
bounds
play
right
they're
there
looking for
by
right there.
D'Angelo Pons. He was wide open near the far numbers.
And a very similar formation that they ran that first and second down play out of. Bunch, 3 receivers to the right. They show that inside run. Instead, it's play action. Daniel gets behind the defense and a nice throw by Beck.
Beautifully layered. He has great touch. Marty Brown's in at running back. That's a 25-yard gain down to 2:52 and the clock running in the half. Each team with 2 timeouts. First and 10 Miami at the IU 40 on the left hash mark. Tony in motion to the left. Quick snap to Beck out of the gun. He throws it to Tony. He runs up the far numbers and gets buried after a short gain. Half of his catches are basically screen passes. Passes of 100+. Elijah Hardy made the stop for Indiana. The clock is running, and neither team inclined to stop it. Looks like Beck and Miami might let it go all the way down to the 2-minute warning if they so choose.
And that quick screen pass, a little tunnel screen to the left with the offensive lineman break out inside. Tony scored on that play against Ole Miss. And that was the first time we've seen it against aggressive group. I'd expect to see it again.
2:03, 2:02. They do line up out of the gun. They don't snap it before the 2-minute stoppage. That probably makes sense. They don't want to leave Indiana with any time at the end of the half. They have plenty of time, Miami, inside the 40 and with 2 timeouts left. Let's check in on the IU sideline with Ian Fitzsimmons.
When I was talking to defensive
Hey,
coordinator
what's up,
Brian
peoples?
Sean earlier this week, he said every offense has issues. Every offense has a weakness, and it's my job to try and exploit it, whether it's movement, violence, angles, whether it's stunts, twists, different fronts, stemming blitzes that come from different angles. Every offense, every single system has holes, and it's my job to find a way to exploit them. And that's how Indiana's defense, with their lack of size up front, finds ways to continue to compete against every single offensive front that is bigger and supposedly nastier than they are. But they find ways, and right now they're pitching a shutout again against a bigger offensive front. Now over to the latest with Miami with Quinn.
Yeah, during that last changeover, Miami defensive coordinator Corey Heatherman brings the entire defense together. Ahmad Moten was going after some of the guys in the secondary. I think it was just a moment where the defensive coordinator just wanted to step in and say, hey, guys, we're okay. He says, this is about us. Block out the outside noise and just continue to execute what we're doing. My question to you, Greg, would be the soft coverage plus missed tackles is not a great recipe for defensive success.
Especially now with the run game for Indiana starting to get going as well. If you're going to continue to attribute all the resources to stopping the pass, which I don't blame them, especially knowing how short-handed they are in the secondary, they're trying to protect those young corners. They don't want to give up the big play, make them snap it. As a result, the run game's been open. 2 third downs, 1 3rd and 4, 1 3rd and 7 that were converted just by handing it off right up the middle. So with Lucas returning in the second half, I would anticipate a much more aggressive Miami approach in quarters 3 and 4.
Miami has been held to 63 yards of offense. Indiana has 151. But Miami on the move. With the seventh play of this possession upcoming, they've advanced to 37 yards so far. When play resumes after the 2-minute stoppage, it'll be second down and 8 for the Canes at the Indiana 38-yard line. Trying to win the 6th national championship in Miami history. Their first since 2001, all 5 of those in a span between 1983 and 2001. Indiana's trying to win the national title in football for the 3rd straight year for the Big Ten. 2 years ago, Michigan. Last year, Ohio State. The Big Ten hasn't won 3 straight national titles in football since the first 3 years of the 1940s, when Minnesota won back-to-back national titles, and then Ohio State in 1942.
It's impressive to see the depth that the Big Ten has put on display at the highest levels of the sport, but nothing compares to what we've seen with Indiana's breakthrough. The level of efficiency and play is remarkable.
And no weaknesses.
None.
The offense has gotten a lot of attention in this playoff so far with the 94 points in the first 2 games. But the defense is outstanding. They're rock solid at special teams, immaculately coached. But here comes Miami now. They break the huddle quickly. Tight formation, the strength to the right, out of the gun, back hands it off. The Fletcher running left, and he didn't get much. Got upended by D'Angelo Pons, the cornerback playing close to the line of scrimmage. No gain, in fact. It'll be 3rd down and 8. And they're right on the fringe of field goal range if they elect for that option with Carter Davis, who has a big leg.
Carson Beck needs to be very mindful of that, too. Any sack in this situation on the 38-yard line could result in taking points off the board. So the ball has to come out for the quarterback.
Minute and a half to go. They break the huddle with 2 receivers in the boundary left. Now Tony goes in motion. They figure jet sweep to him. It's a quick screen to the left to Keelan Marion. And he's down along the far numbers at the 32-yard line. And that is a couple of yards short of the first down. So another decision for Mario Cristobal. On 4th down, they converted on 4th down and a yard.
Take your points right here.
He's talking to his assistant coaches.
Take your points, make it 10-3.
They are in field
You don't want to get cute against this
on the
defense.
field. We're under a minute to go in the first half. Indiana leading 10-0. And they're sort of huddling. Most of the offensive players just looking to the sideline. I think Mario's going to let the play clock run all the way down and then call a timeout.
I would go up there and at least try to get him to jump offside. It's the second least penalized team in the country, but you might as well try, see if you can't get a free first down. You're going to let it go all the way down either way.
Their second charge timeout for the half.
They do let it run all the way down. What would you do here? Well, it looks like they're going to send Davis onto the field, so he just wanted to leave as little time as possible for Indiana here at the end of the half, and they'll send Carter Davis out to try the field goal. You agree with that?
Totally. I think you have to stop the bleeding. You need to go into the half feeling good about what you just did offensively. For the first time really all game, you were able to kind of impose your will along the line of scrimmage. And I think just making it a one-score game, regrouping on defense in the second half, this is absolutely the right call.
So here's Davis. He's had a terrific first year at Miami. He's a transfer from FAU just up the road. But he's struggled a bit lately. This will be a 50-yard try from just inside the left hash mark. No breeze. It's a natural grass field. Dylan Joyce, the punter's the holder. Snap and hold are good. And that kick is no good. Wow. It grazed the right upright and winds up wide. So Davis is now 17 for 24 in field goals this year. But 5 of the 7 misses have come in this college football playoff. You could understand 1 for 4 at Texas A&M on a breezy day, but that slump is now carried over throughout this playoff.
Fuck, man,
And it
they
looked
can't
like it
get
was
on
well
board.
struck. It just kept drifting ever so slightly to the right. I thought it was going to drift right in the middle. Instead, it drifts and cuts up against the right upright. And big disappointment on the Miami sideline.
I do think that's the right call, though. You got to take your points right there.
In favor of Indiana. He's now 3 for 8 in the playoff. Carter Davis out of the pistol. It's Mendoza handing it off to Roman Hemby straight ahead. Out to the 38-yard line. Zechariah Poyser made the tackle with help from Mohamed Touré. Indiana trying to decide if it wants to try to advance the ball and getting scoring position or not. Hoosiers do have 2 timeouts. The play clock's down to the game clock's down to 10 and a half. Mendoza, another shotgun snap, throws to the far side, and it is hot by Becker just shy of midfield with Frederic there, but we're down to 3 seconds to go in the half. And Kurt Cignetti wants a timeout. Now they're positioned for a Hail Mary if they so choose. 12-yard completion to Becker.
A little surprised that Indiana wouldn't go with a little more tempo and urgency. The long field goal kicker now, who knows at this point if he's close to 100%, at 100%. Kickoffs have looked pretty good, but Frankie hit a 58-yarder at the end of the Oregon game, or the end of the half against Oregon. So he's good from way deep, but coming back from injury, who knows if he has that type of distance tonight.
3 seconds to go. There's the 50-yard line, Ian.
Yeah, look, Kurt Cignetti told me, Sean, when it comes to Frankie on a long field goal, he's confident in these conditions from 63 yards. They're a long way from 63.
Well, it would be about 67 from here. He has a huge leg. He could be an X factor here tonight. He's 24 years old. He has bounced around all over college football. Morningside College, Nebraska for 2 years, Georgia Southern, Texas State last year, and now Indiana. He has attempted 3 field goals in all that time. The only one he made was that 58-yarder, the stadium record at Autzen Stadium in their big win against Oregon in the regular season. So perhaps a Hail Mary. Miami has 3 defenders very deep back inside the 15-yard line. 3 receivers into the boundary to the right. Shotgun snap to Mendoza. Actually from his right. Throws it deep toward the end zone looking for Becker. And it is batted away right at the pylon.
So we got 10-0 Indiana shutting out Miami at the half.
The half controlled by Indiana. They outgained Miami 169-69. They had the ball for 17 minutes and 11 seconds. Mendoza 12 out of 17 for 116. The ball was very nearly intercepted by Jacoby Thomas, but he was out of bounds at the pylon. So at the end of the first half, the score is Indiana 10 and Miami nothing. Now here's Mark Kestisher in the studio with our halftime.
A field goal
Sean,
missed by Miami is going to come back to harm. Got a feeling they'll come back in this game.
They were shut
They'll get a
out.
score.
First score that day, and since the BCS debuted in the 1998 season, Miami now just the 6th team to have been shut out in the first half of a BCS CFP championship game. Meanwhile, for the Indiana Hoosiers, Mendoza, 12 of 17, 116 yards. They have a field goal. Indiana has a touchdown, and they have a 10-0 lead over Miami at the half. Coming up, Kelly Stauffer will join us from Miami to break down this first half. This is the College Football Playoff National Championship.
Appreciate the like.
AT&T
Thank you, guys.
On ESPN
For
Radio
getting me up to
and the
40.
ESPN app.
ACC Network, your home for ACC women's basketball.
Stars are going to emerge, so that's what you're going to see.
So many teams got talent back, so many new faces.
And I don't think the product's been any better in the ACC than what it is right now.
For 3, here I come. It's going to be massive, and it's just great for basketball fans. So many good matchups.
It doesn't get much better than this, does it?
It does not. ACC women's basketball, all season long on ACC Network.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand.
What do you guys
Each
think?
shift can run safely.
Can Miami come
and
back?
Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Other than that last drive, they didn't do much in that
Get it
first
done.
half.
And we're out. Back in 60.
Hey, what are you eating? Chimichurri filet mignon. It's a factor meal.
Oh, nice. Wait, they let you eat like that in the pros?
Oh, they insist on it. A pro's work starts on the plate.
Oh, man, that does look good. Let me have a taste.
Get your own.
All right. Where do I find this? Is it factormeals.com?
Yep, and they've got a deal going on.
Oh, love a deal. I am so in.
Smart move. Pro move.
All right. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh.
Good looking on the like. We're up to
everybody
40
deals
now,
with
guys.
losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible: overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
This is the College Football Playoff National Championship, presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
College Football Live halftime report from our All-State studios. Mark Kestisher, Kelly Stauffer with you. 10-0. Indiana with the lead over Miami. We are at the half in Miami Gardens, where Kelly Stauffer rejoins me. Kelly, before we kind of micro through this first half, just your initial first half thoughts here on this very physical first half and the Hoosiers with a 10-point lead.
Well, and I think that's the point, Kesty. It was a violent first half, and you could kind of feel it up here in the booth. And so I think the defense on both sides of the ball were ready. They're physical. I think they defended the tackle box really well, but it was a violent first half.
Yeah, it was. And Miami punted on its first two possessions. Indiana punted away its first. And then the Hoosiers started their second offensive drive from their own 29-yard line. And Miami was getting a number of hits against Fernando Mendoza.
Now an empty backfield, 5 receivers as Mendoza goes out of the gun. 3 to the wide side right. He claps his hands a couple of times. He's blitzed the view. Then if he throws it, it's incomplete. He got hit in the back by the blitzing linebacker, Mohamed Toure, coming from his left. Mendoza never saw him, and the throw fluttered to the ground to the right.
Later in that drive, there was also a handoff Mendoza, and he kind of lurched toward his left on the fake, got hit by Miami free safety Jacoby Thomas. Indiana ends up scoring a field goal on that drive, but let's bring in Matt Austin, our rules expert. Matt, I know during the broadcast it had been relayed to Sean and Greg about potentially that could have been targeting. What did you see on that one? There was no flag there.
Yeah, Mark, I definitely thought there should have been targeting on the play. The quarterback, although he's not defenseless when he's carrying out a run fake, you still can't take a cheap shot at him. I think the defender checked all the boxes for targeting. He lowered his head. He had an upward thrust. He put the crown of his helmet right into the quarterback's face mask, and that's targeting with the crown of the helmet. It should have been called on the field. If nothing else, it should have been stopped by replay.
One quick follow-up, Matt, for you is how difficult for a referee to officiate this game with the amount of physical play and how fast it's going?
Well, you can tell that the officials decided they're going to let the players play, and I'm okay with that. There's been a couple pass interferences that you may have called in the regular season, but they've let him play both ways. But the 2 hits on the quarterback, the cheap shot in the back that Sean made reference to a minute ago, and the targeting, you've got to get those. You've got to get the safety fouls, even if you're letting them play.
Matt Austin, our rules expert, and Kelly Stauffer. Nico Radicic ends up with a 34-yard field goal, and those are the only points in the first quarter. 3-0 Indiana leading Miami. You know, we're talking about the Miami physical defense, but the Hoosiers played a really good brand of defense in this first half, and especially in that first quarter.
And Kesty, I think that's what's surprising to a lot of people that don't really know a lot about Indiana or haven't followed them, is Indiana's not afraid to get into a rock fight in a physical kind of slugfest, and they've been really good on the line of scrimmage themselves. And I think what won the day, aside from the defenses in that first half, is Miami has this tendency at just the wrong time to have miscues. And there were a handful of missed tackles that added yards after the catch or after contact in that first half by Miami. And then I think there are a couple of times defensively where Miami didn't adjust to the up-tempo a couple of times by Indiana offensively. I think that caught them by surprise, and then a few penalties. And it wasn't a lot of penalties. I think there were only 3 of them, but it's when they happened. They extended drives. They took away a little bit of field position. And because Indiana is so good and consistently disciplined, you have to play clean yourself, and Miami really didn't do that in the first half.
Yeah, I think you're right. You're exactly right. 3 penalties, and at one point, 26 yards penalized to only 26 yards of offense. They had the offsides call, Miami did, on the 3rd and 13 Indiana. That made it a 3rd and 8. Thought one of the bigger plays was Kalon Black right there, a 20-yard run, first down to the 23. They eventually got it down to the 1-yard line.
They have Mendoza going under center in the I formation with Nowakowski, the fullback, in front of Black. They give it to Nowakowski, and he powers in for a touchdown. Out of the eye with Nowakowski, ordinarily a tight end. It's an Indiana touchdown, the first touchdown of this game with 6:13 to go.
And Kelly, 4 third-down conversions. Nobody does it better than Indiana. And 6:44 taken off the clock. They are winning the clock battle so far in this first half.
And Kessie, that drive that we just listened to, it was 14 plays, 85 yards, and you talked about it, almost 7 minutes. Well, at the time, Miami only had 14 plays offensively in the entire game with, I think it was 6:13 left in the second quarter. So Miami really was in rhythm that first drive, a few plays, even though it was only 5 plays. They had a sense of what they wanted to accomplish. They really were completely out of rhythm the rest of that half until that last drive, and it resulted in a missed field goal. But it was 8 plays. They got the run game going a little bit, and if you get that going, the play-action pass is certain to follow. They had a 25-yard completion on play action. So that's more of what Miami certainly is going to have to do offensively in this second half.
Yeah, before that field goal hit off that right upright, you had mentioned to me this is an important drive for Miami, not just to get their offense going, because the defense had been on the field for so much in the first half.
Yeah, and I think that's where you see the complementary nature of the game that we play and that we get to watch here tonight is Miami's defense had to defend more than twice the plays that Indiana did. And so they were gassed on that last 14-play drive. First of all, that's taxing even when your offense is playing well, when you're on the field for almost 7 minutes. So that was huge. And then Miami did extend the drive enough. They kept the football a little bit. And I think they found some things that they can maybe go back to in the second half. But the bottom line is, I think if you're Mario Cristobal at halftime, you're happy with what your defense did. Let's not forget that. They've only given up 10 points to this juggernaut of a Heisman Trophy winner in that offense for Indiana. And they were getting hits on Fernando Mendoza. We talked about that had to happen. And Miami was successful doing that defensively, literally bloodied his lip, got him to the ground a handful of times. They will need to do more of that in the second half.
Our first half highlights brought to you by Venmo. Score more with the college-branded Venmo debit card. The Venmo MasterCard is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. More of Kelly Stauffer's second half adjustments coming up on this College Football Live halftime report. And you're listening to the College Football Playoff National Championship presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Earlier on Clinton and Friends.
NASCAR George, welcome back to the program.
Hey, Yates. First 2 times I called you was the 10 o'clock hour. And then I tried to get in about 4 weeks ago. I couldn't get in, but I don't remember it was the first hour or the second hour. I'm 62 years old, and I started to forget. Hey, so I said I'll try to get in here at the end. It's hard to get in your show now. I saw you on the TV.
Clinton and Friends, weekdays from 10 to noon Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. This is Freddie and Harry.
Not saying that A.J. Brown was wrong with what he had to say. As it turned out, A.J. Brown was pretty much on point by what this offense didn't look like. And he was not shy with his opinion. But at a certain point, if you're Philadelphia, if both you guys are unhappy, then you have to find a way to go to divorce court. Seriously, there's too much smoke there to go back into that fire and bring A.J. Brown back.
Check out more from Freddie and Harry weekdays at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This is Adam Schefter, and on this week's episode, the latest on John Harbaugh's future, the most important player left in the playoffs, and what's next for the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Adam Schefter Podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, what's up, TJ?
Evan, Canty, and Michelle are.
How you doing, bro? Sorry I missed your message.
Plays that if Josh had back, and
Hey, that Eric Bieniemy
signing
signing
we're talking about the Buffalo Bills
tells me that the
advancing to
Chiefs are looking at a running back in
so
the
when
draft.
Josh sits in front of the microphones post game in the locker room, and
Right?
says that
Because
he
why would you
lets
sign
his teammates
Bieniemy,
down,
running
that
backs
is
coach?
not coach speak. That's not.
We're going to be
hyperbolic.
thin at the running
That
backs
is fact.
position. You might have had a good call on your last video, bro.
Weekday morning starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
I was thinking offensive lineman, but I think they're thinking playmaker.
You're listening to the College Football Playoff National Championship presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Mark Kestisher, Kelly Stopper with you. College Football Live halftime report. The CFP National Championship game at the break. It's
Casanova
Indiana 10,
making an appearance.
Miami nothing. I think Kelly knows the answer to our
What's
Dr.
up, Cass?
Pepper trivia question. If
Big
Indiana
Raiders
wins
fan.
this game, who's the only other team, Kelly, that has gone 16-0 in a season? I know you got this.
Who gave us the heads up on this? It was Yale, actually, in 1894.
A lot of Raiders fans have their eye on this game. Don't tear your
13
ACL.
of those 16 wins were by shutout. So there you go. There's your factoid of the night.
Watching Mendoza, I don't think they care about the game either way. They just
biggest
care
adjustment
about his
for
health.
both teams here as we get set for the second half.
Just want him
Kesty,
to be
both teams, I
100%.
think, need to use their quarterbacks in the run game. You don't want to do it often, but you do want to do it in a timely manner, and I think that would be a good supplement to the run game for both teams. And I think Miami has to run the football, so get the ball to the edge in the run game, and also don't be afraid to use your quick pass game as essentially the replacement of the run game. And if you're Indiana, you got to be patient running the football right down Main Street.
Yeah, but
They had
TJ,
some
I'm
success
excited about
with
the
it.
enemy.
Continue to beat that defensive front.
He's going to
up
hold
a
these
little
young
bit,
players
slow them down,
accountable
and
like
not
Xavier
have them
Worthy.
bloody in your quarterback's lip
Can you
again.
imagine
I thought
getting in
there was
Xavier
in the
Worthy's
first
ass?
half, we talked a lot about the right side of that Indiana offensive line. Could it hold up against this Miami defensive front? As you pointed out, Miami got some headway there. They got some shots on the quarterback, but I thought Indiana acquitted itself pretty well on the offensive line in the first half.
Yeah, and I think they're doing a decent job. But again, I think when the pressure was ratcheted up on the quarterback, Indiana's run game kind of took off a little bit, and they ran right between the tackles, actually between the guards. And I think that took a little pressure off of those edge rushers getting to Fernando Mendoza a little bit.
All right, Indiana's going to receive
Oh,
the
you're
second
totally
half
right.
kickoff.
But as
Obviously, we were
as
at
for
the
drop
Fiesta
pick,
Bowl when
he's
Xavier
going to get
Lucas,
his.
got the targeting call
I bet you he
in
gets
the
his
second
choice
half,
of the
which
number
meant he
one
had
guy.
to sit out the first half. How important is
And
getting
if
Lucas
Love's
back
there,
for
I
this
bet you they
Miami
try to grab
secondary
him,
here,
or it's going
especially
to
with
be
them being
probably
on
a
defense to
defensive
open
end.
the
I'm
half.
assuming.
Yeah,
I haven't seen many mock drafts where the
Heatherman,
Chiefs are
by
taking a
getting
lineman.
Lucas back in this half, I think he can ratchet up the pressure a little bit. Remember, we
I hope
talked
they can
about
get a
Penn
right
State
tackle in
kind of
free
showed
agency.
a template to just all-out pressure on Mendoza and get him to the ground, make him feel the defense, and maybe he will
Yeah, accountability,
stumble into
especially
a
for the young
mistake. And Penn
players.
State had a chance
Penalties.
to win that game at the end. That's
Exactly.
kind of what
We
Miami
need him
has
to come
do
in. He's
defensively
going to help
in the
us
second
be
half.
more
They can
disciplined,
ratchet up
TJ.
pressure,
Exactly.
even though they're a zone
That's a
team
great
on the
take.
back end and they try to get home with their front four. They can add some guys and try to get the quarterback to the ground a little bit in the second half.
And final thought, third down's going to be huge, right? Indiana had 4 of them on that touchdown drive. Miami's 0 for 6 so far in third down.
Guys, if
Jesse,
you're
know
a
what's
Chiefs
interesting? We
fan,
talk about all these
go check out
matchups
the
and
Cave
personnel and
Cast.
Heisman Trophy winners. You know what
My
it comes
buddy
down
TJ
to?
does a show,
Tackling and execution.
puts out
And
videos.
Execution.
Go check him
particularly in
out.
situational football,
Him and Mike
you're right. Third
run a
down
show
to
together,
extend
the Cave
drives.
Cast. Go check
And
it out,
Miami
guys.
just has been behind the sticks a lot of times. An average line to gain on third down of almost 7 yards. That is not going to cut it in this second half.
Miami trailing Indiana. The Hoosiers unbeaten and leading at 10-0. They'll receive the second half kick. We'll hear from Kelly Stoffer on the postgame show. Sean McDonough, Greg McElroy, Ian Fitzsimmons, Quint Kesnick have our second half call coming up next. This is the College Football Playoff National Championship presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
The Rich Eisen Show. Anybody out there that thinks that the NFL is the thumb on the scale for Denver, it's like, okay, if we had our thumb on the scale for Denver, if that was the goal, could have ended the game on a holding call in the end zone on the spot a few minutes before, but no. We're going to wait for that simultaneous catch to hit, then we're going to pounce. Oh, yeah. That makes sense. Of course it doesn't. The Rich Eisen Show, weekdays from noon to 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio, ESPN Plus, and on Disney Plus.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check if they're going for it on 4th down, before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo crisps. Baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those? Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate. Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a
I
time
did
out
see
to
that
reload
too
the
as
goal,
well,
right? When it comes to your home,
TJ.
Pella Windows and
But I
Doors
also said
always has
whoever
the
they
winning
bring
game
in
plan.
has
Not
to
just
be able to
windows,
create
door
new
experts. They're
ideas.
experts at taking care of you and your
And
home.
I
At Pella,
specifically
they find the
think
products that
Mahomes
meet
was
your
talking
needs,
about the
and their
running game.
experts install them. They do it every
Creativity
day, and that's
in the
why your
running
neighbors
game.
trust them.
I
Discover
really
why
do.
Pella
I
is a
think that's
trusted
exactly
choice
what
for
it is.
homeowners everywhere.
That has nothing to
Visit
do with the
Pella.com
passing game.
/Eisen today. That's
Matt Nagy
Pella.com/Eisen.
struggles at putting a good run game together. I think he got away from that.
What are you eating?
We had no
To make sure you eat the
creativity. It was
mignon.
just a,
It's a factor meal.
it was a,
nice.
it's just a handoff out of the shotgun. That's all it was, bro.
Work starts on the plate.
Oh man, that does look good. Let me have a
I
taste.
watched Seattle and
Get your own.
they're doing counters,
Where do I
traps,
find
inside,
this?
outside
Is it
zone,
factormeals.com?
Yep.
pitches.
And they've got a deal going on.
We,
Oh, love a
we
deal.
don't
I
have
am so
anything.
in.
We don't have the
Smart move.
playmakers to do that.
Pro move.
All right. Factor. Eat like a pro.
As a sports fan, you want the best way to watch your favorite teams at home. And now you can experience game day in all its glory with a Samsung Super Big TV. It's super big and super clear, giving you a closer view than the sidelines. And you can go big without the blur, thanks to the supersized picture enhancer, even on our biggest TVs. So get ready for your game day with the ultimate fan-worthy TV at Samsung.com. Supersized picture enhancer utilizes AI-based formulas, available on 85-inch and larger TVs on models QN70F and above.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally
Yeah,
wash away
he's
the
got
pain
some
of your
ideas
college
coming
football
from
team
Ben
taking a
Johnson,
big
too.
L.
That's a good thing. But what I also like about EB is he was in the college ranks for a few years. He knows this new class, this class coming out in 2026, because he was in college when these guys were coming out of high school. So I think that's what he adds to the table is his scouting. Kind of knows kind of character, and we need to draft some character guys. TJ, I'm tired of Chiefs wide receivers getting in trouble with the law. I'm tired of them hitting their wives. I'm tired of things like that. I don't know if we have to go to San Francisco, to the Castro district, to draft another wide receiver, but it seems like every single one that we draft hits the rifle.
Number one Indiana
The
outgaining
baby
Miami
mama or something.
169
I don't know what we gotta
in the
do, bro.
first half. Hoosiers will receive the second half kick. Back we go to Hard Rock Stadium in South Florida with Ian Fitzsimmons, Quinn Kesnick on the sidelines, and alongside Greg McElroy. Here's Sean McDonough.
All right, Mark, thank you. Welcome back, everybody. The teams are on the field, and we're getting ready for the start of the second half. Greg, the 69 yards by Miami that Kesty just referenced, the lowest first half total in any college football championship game. This is the 12th year of the CFP, the second year of the 12-team field. The previous low in the first half of the title game was Notre Dame's
Nagy was a
93
yes man.
in the first half
Yes,
last
man.
year in their loss
Yes,
to Ohio
Coach
State.
Reed.
So what does Miami need to
EB
do?
will actually challenge him. He'll be like, nah,
They got to
Andy,
be able to run the
I
football
don't think
a
we
little
should
bit
do
better.
that,
They
Andy.
right now are having a hard time
Matt Nagy was like,
blocking
yep, let's
and
do it.
sustaining the block
Go ahead and do it.
against Indiana's movement. They're very athletic. They got to engage and move along the
It's
line
huge,
of
bro.
scrimmage.
It's
And for
huge. I'm
Indiana,
excited about it.
They just need to continue doing what they're doing. I would anticipate a slightly more aggressive Miami defense in the second half, not give up as many freebies underneath, but they got to stay committed to the run because that's been effective.
Let's check in on each sideline. On the Indiana side, here's Ian Fitzsimmons.
Sean Kurt Cignetti, head coach at Indiana, had a very firm message to this Big 12 officiating crew. My quarterback has been hit late, not once, not twice, but 3 times. Keep an eye on it. His message to his team at halftime, win more battles than they do. The next rep, the next snap, win more battles.
All right, we got a running back guys or offensive coordinator.
From the head coach,
and I'm just putting 2 and 2 together that they're probably going to grab a running back early in the draft.
Lucas, the cornerback, is allowed to play
ED's job is going to be able to groom him
for a targeting foul against Ole Miss. Does that change the way
into being the next Jamal Charles, Larry Johnson,
maybe their
Priest
coverage
Holmes?
gets a little tighter. They play more press man to man. I walked with Mario Cristobal out of the locker room, frustrated at a penalty, frustrated at a couple missed tackles. Frustrated at third down, 0 for 6 versus Indiana's 4 for 7. But he said this game is very well within our identity. We knew it would be a rock fight. We knew it would be low scoring.
His team was blanked at the half in the first round at Texas A&M. That was a scoreless tie on a very windy day. Miami rallied to win that 10-3. The Canes kick off. Carter Davis kicking off from our left to our right, and it's a booming kickoff. It almost went through the uprights. So Indiana starts from the 25. Fernando Mendoza, 12 out of 17 in the first half for 116 yards.
Missed 5 passes. Can you believe it?
Matching the total number of incompletions he threw in the first 2 rounds against Alabama and Oregon, when he went 31 for 36 combined.
And he was pretty efficient, Sean. A few of those incompletions a result of pressure from Miami's defensive front, but most of the throws have been underneath. At some point, he'll take some shots downfield.
They open in the shotgun, the ball just inside the left hash mark. Kaylon Black's the running back to the left of Mendoza, who hands it off out of the gun to Black straight ahead. And he fights back to the line of scrimmage, and that's just about it. Zechariah Poyser up from the secondary for Miami.
Oh, yeah, Embry.
The leading rusher in the game, 8 carries for 43 yards.
Yeah, I saw a little bit of that. They hadn't fired a coach for a long-ass time, I want to say, but I don't know. I didn't know too much about him. Really didn't.
Second and 10 with Black again on his left. 2 wide receivers to the wide side right. He looks to the short side left, has nothing doing, and then he gets sacked. Back near the 15-yard line by Akeem Mesidor. The outstanding defensive end from Ottawa, Ontario, 34.5 career sacks.
And Mesidor really gets home quickly because Lucas now covering Surratt into the boundary. Very good coverage. Took a while to get him, but the twist up front led to the sack on Mendoza.
First sack of the night for Miami. They've hit Mendoza a bunch, pressured him. They're back on the 18. Down to the gun with Black, the running back, to the right of Mendoza. He hands it off to Black, who runs across the 20 and then gets stacked up short of the 25-yard line by Marquise Lightfoot. There is a flag down. His head went spinning around almost as if there might have been a face mask. The back judge threw the flag and is in to talk to Michael Vandervelde, the referee.
I didn't see the receiver coach. I know they fired Embry. It was like the first coach they fired in years or something like that. I didn't see the receivers coach at all.
There was a face mask against the Hurricanes. It was Armando Blunt who reached in and twisted the headgear of Black around. No question about the call.
Yeah, and Blunt actually won.
Wow, we got a personal foul on Miami.
In the backfield, but that left arm reaches up.
Not good. They're down 10-0.
And the back judge makes the call.
So the drive continues for Indiana. First and 10 at their own 38, just inside the right hash mark. Out of the gun again, Mendoza. Roman Hemby, the running back, to his left. It's a handoff to Hemby. Running up the far hash marks and taken down by Keontae Scott. Just across the 38-yard line. It'll be second down and 10. No gain on the play.
Keontae Scott was a little bit quiet in the first half, but he's got to be big in the second half, especially with blitzes from the field like he had right there to make a short play.
Second down and 10. Hemby remains the running back. He's on the right hip now. Mendoza.
Chad O'Shea. Last name sounds familiar. Did his dad play for the Giants?
Mendoza flushed to his left, throws on the move into traffic and incomplete. Third in a double coverage in the direction of Elijah Surratt at the Miami 40-yard line. Ethan O'Connor nearest
Wow,
the
that's
coverage.
6 incompletions from Mendoza now.
Indiana still has not turned the ball over in this college football playoff. And another off-target throw
I
for
didn't think
Mendoza.
I'd ever see him get to 5.
Cooper, who got collisioned underneath. There was a lot of
Hurricane Bane.
him and the receivers, and instead Mendoza throws it deep and off target.
Third down and 9. They're 4 out of 8 on third down. Miami hasn't converted on 6 third-down tries. The penalty extended the drive on third down on the last third. Roman Hemi, the running back, out of the gun. Back to pass. Mendoza pressured from behind and sacked. Ruben Bain ran him down as Mendoza tried to escape to the far
That's why they
sideline.
call him Hurricane Bane.
And a sack back at the 30-yard line for a loss of 8.
I don't think he gets to us, though, TJ. That'd be a decision there. Jeremiah Love or Hurricane Bane. Hey, what's up, Rob? What's up, Cam?
Baines had a magnificent playoff already. Expected to be a very high draft choice, and he has certainly only enhanced his status here in the postseason. Mitch McCarthy on the punt on 4th down and 17. 3 minutes into the second half, 10-0 Indiana. High end over end kick. Malachi Tony backpedals to his 20 on the far hash marks. Cuts to the outside across the 30. Across the 35, and he steps out of bounds at the 37-yard line. They're going to give him the 38.
The only knock on Bane is the short arms, but when he can throw people out of the way like that, guess you don't really need long arms.
11:52 to go in the third quarter. It's Indiana 10, Miami nothing. You're listening to the College Football Playoff National Championship presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
ESPN's College Game Day, the podcast.
They made a movie once, perhaps you heard of it, called Hoosiers, and now we have the Indiana football team, and this is absolutely nothing like that. Indiana is South Bend Central from the movie. I don't think they're scared of anything. I think they're going to walk out into Hard Rock Stadium.
Yeah, the more that I watch it,
they're the best team. Listen to the College Game Day podcast.
Something that we need.
Davis and Pete Thamel, wherever you
Someone that could replace Mike Dana over there.
I'm a
On that defensive end position. Got Big George on the other side, Chris Jones for one more year in 2026.
At age 47, Marco finished his high school diploma.
50%.
You got to get back to that 1 year. I think you were second in the league in sacks to the Eagles. What was that,
No one gets
2022?
diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
You're listening to the College Football Playoff National Championship presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Sean McDonough, Greg McElroy, Clint Kestenix on the sideline, the Miami side, where the Hurricanes are trying to find some offense, and Ian Fitzsimmons patrolling the Indiana sideline. First possession of the half upcoming for Miami. 11:52 to go third quarter, 10-0. Indiana, historically low, 69 yards of offense in that first half for the Canes.
And they found a little something in their final drive of the half, though, where they put a tight formation to the right-hand side of the offensive line and just ran it right behind Maui Noah and Cooper, the right tackle and right guard, respectively. They could probably lean on that a bit, but at some point they're going to have to create some bigger plays on the outside.
49-yard punt by Mitch McCarthy, an 18-yard return by Malachi Tony, who's had a very quiet night. He's caught 3 balls, but just for 11 yards. Maybe they can get the dynamic playmaker more involved. Ball's on the left hash mark. They're going from left to right. And they break a huddle with Fletcher on the right side of Carson Beck. He's in the shotgun, 3 receivers. Into the boundary left is Keelan Marion. Slot right is Tony.
I'm going to check that out, TJ.
Steps up into the pocket, throws over the middle for a short completion. Out to the 43-yard line. It is Malachi Tony.
Sure, you got David Bailey in there, Hurricane Bane.
So far, there hasn't been much for Carson Beck in this game. He did have the one throw to C.J. Daniels off play action, but Indiana's done a good job of kind of keeping everything in front of them. They've been defending the run with their front four. The linebackers have been aggressive too, but Beck needs to soften them up with the passing game.
They go to the pistol on 2nd and 5.
You also got Peter Woods.
Fletcher behind Beck. 2 receivers into the boundary left. C.J. Daniels wide to the right. It's a handoff, running right to Fletcher. Has room outside. He may go inside the 30 of Indiana. He'll go all the way. Touchdown.
Lights, camera, action, Fletcher.
Right tackle.
That's the big play they needed.
It out to the outside, and he never got touched.
We got a ball game.
57-yard run. And Miami is on the board, and their fans here in their home stadium are going crazy.
And that was really one of the few times that we've seen Miami try to stretch Indiana's defense to the outside. So much of what they did is between the tackles in the first half, and it was met with mixed results. That time they get to the outside, Fletcher gets a step, and he's out the gate.
His mom, Linda, here tonight, has been to every game of his Miami career, home and away.
Yeah, finally they got the ball to Fletcher, right?
Davis for the extra point, and it is right down the middle. So Miami stifled the entire first half. They're mobbing the team leader Fletcher on their bench on the far sideline after the 57-yard touchdown run. And he never got touched. Nice blocking on the outside right by Alex Bauman, the tight end. This crowd is alive.
They were running up the middle in the first half. Now they bounced it to the outside in the second
10,
half.
Miami 7. It's the College Football Playoff National Championship, presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Score more with the college-branded Venmo debit card. Rep your team with every tap and earn up to 5% cash back through Venmo Stash, a new rewards program where the more you do, the more you get. Get your Venmo debit card today and start earning rewards with Venmo Stash.
I said it earlier. I was like, Miami needs a big play. I mean, it's so hard to put together a drive against Indiana's defense. You're going to eventually get home. They're going to sack you. You're going to have a negative play. You're going to end up punting the football.
Rain-X wipers are the number one
I was thinking they would do a
wiper blades
trick
in
play, but it ended
That
up
means
being
all
a
kinds
Fletcher
of
big
drivers
run.
choose Rain-X.
Kind of
Big
get him back
drivers
in
and
the
small
game.
cars choose Rain-X. Small drivers and big cars choose Rain-X.
And also
Drivers
they have
with
a
long hair and short commutes
world-class
choose Rain-X.
defensive line
Drivers
as
with
well.
short hair and long commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with pets on board, babies on board.
This is the best defensive line Mendoza's probably seen in
Basically,
his
drivers
college
who love a
career.
clear view of the road all choose Rain-X wipers, the number one wiper blades in America.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check Kirk Herbstreit's pregame analysis first.
But I think we saw tonight, Mendoza's not a creator out of the pocket. So with the Raiders dropping, they really have to protect him, you know. Gets out of the pocket.
So check Allstate first.
It's usually going to
and
be
see
an
what you can save.
incompletion,
You're in
so
good
it's not
hands
much
with
of
Allstate.
a creator out there.
Potential savings vary,
And
including based on
he
how you
hasn't
buy
been
subject terms,
mobile
conditions, and
tonight.
availability.
Usually
Allstate
he
with American
uses
Insurance
his
Company
legs,
affiliates,
gets those
Northbrook,
big
Illinois.
third down conversions. 20, 30-yard runs downfield. Haven't seen that tonight.
This is the College Football Playoff National Championship, presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Sean McDonough, Greg McElroy, Quick Kestenik, and Ian Fitzsimmons.
The Raiders have a lot of cap space.
Alive in this national championship game. Miami on the
Offensive
board.
line free agency class is better than it was last year. I'll say that. It was just Ronnie Stanley and Cam Robinson.
Longer than Ronnie had in his magnificent
Trey
career high
Smith was
performance at Texas A&M in their first round
We
win.
were going to resign
When
him.
he almost single-handedly marched them down the field to set up the winning touchdown, which was scored by Malachi Toney in their 10-3 win over the Aggies. He now has 478 career rushing yards in the playoff. All of them this year. That's Miami's first appearance in the playoff. That passes Ezekiel Elliott, the great running back of Ohio State, for the most rushing yards in a single college football playoff. He had 476. It's also the second longest rushing touchdown by any player in a BCS or CFP national championship game. Beanie Rolls of Ohio State, 65 yards for a score against LSU back in 2008. That changed the complexion of this one significantly.
It absolutely did. And I think it
kind of showed that while the body blows that Miami was delivering right up the middle, softened up the edges a bit, and that's where they found some space for the touchdown.
Well, it's the first time Indiana has trailed by fewer than 10 points in the second half in this year's playoff. They missed their third game, a couple of routs against Alabama and Oregon. Carter Davis's kickoff is a touchback well over the head of Roman Hemby. The TV camera's focused on Linda Fletcher. Mark Fletcher's mom, his dad, big Mark Fletcher, a huge Cane fan, a big reason why Mark Fletcher decided to stay home in South Florida and play for the Canes. His dad was a big Miami fan. Died suddenly in the middle of last season. And Mark Fletcher dedicates every performance to his dad, sends him a text on game day still. So here's Indiana now up by only 3. And out of the pistol from the 25. Mendoza hands it off to Hemby, trying to get outside to the right. He does. Takes off a couple of tackles and stumbles forward to the 40-yard line along the far numbers. He stayed on his feet after a couple of hits from some Canes, and finally, Zechariah Placer got him down.
And a very similar looking play to what Miami just ran for the touchdown. Stretch outside off the right tackle, and there was a lot of space.
A gain of 15 for Roman Hemby. He remains the running back out of the gun, Mendoza. And it's a handoff to Hemby through a hole on the left side and then cuts to the middle and advances to the 44-yard line with a gain of 4. Hemby's been held in check tonight, just 27 yards now on 12 carries. Give him 28 on 12 carries.
Feels like every one of those yards has been earned, too. If it's a collision, he's had to run through.
A very physical game between two physical teams. Physicality really has been the theme throughout this college football playoff. Mendoza out of the shotgun, claps his hands several times, takes a high snap and hands it off to Hemby off the right side and across the 45 and down at the 47-yard line. He's 3 yards short of the first down. It'll be third down and 3. 9:40 to go in the third quarter, and Indiana leading 10-7.
In the first half, Miami on third down and medium, they were really susceptible to the run. They had a bunch of guys walked up, and they
Miami needs a negative play right here.
They had just now hit the second half.
Ahmad Moten limped off.
Need to stop for a
In
loss.
the middle of that defensive line for Miami. David Blade Jr. is in for him out of the gun, Mendoza. The running back, Hemby, is on his right hip. 3 receivers wide and left. Mendoza, quick throw, bobbled, and then dropped by Surratt. It's an incomplete pass. He juggled it, looked like he might catch it after the bobble, but it hit the ground. Mohamed Touré helped knock it away. So a rare drop by Elijah Surratt. He would have had the first down across midfield. He was wide open, but lost the ball as he turned to cut upfield. And a rare
Took his head off the ball.
by the Indiana Hoosiers.
Yeah, he just took his eyes off the ball, thought he collected it for a moment, but didn't quite grasp it.
That's a third-round pick right there. Come on, man.
Second attempt, Touré knocked it away just before. It could be classified as a catch. Mitch McCarthy punts high and short and end over end. Malachi Tony, fair catch at the 12-yard line near the left hash marks. So a big drop by Surratt. And momentum still on the side of Miami. That's a 41-yard punt for McCarthy. 9:02 to
We got
go.
ourselves a ball game,
Indiana
TJ.
10, Miami
That's all
7.
you could ask
In the
for.
College Football Playoff National Championship, presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Your thoughts on TJ? Your thoughts on Mendoza moving forward, having to see him twice a
Johnson
year.
here. LinkedIn Jobs is stepping things
What do you
up with
think
their new
he
AI
brings to
assistant
the
so you
table?
can feel confident you're finding top talent. Get this. Employees hired through LinkedIn are 30% more likely to stick around for at least a year compared to those hired through the leading competitor. Hire right the first time. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen, then promote it to use LinkedIn Jobs' new AI assistant, making it easier and faster to find top candidates. That's linkedin.com/Eisen to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply.
Back in 16.
Are you really eating during the commercial break?
You bet. These factor meals keep my head in the game.
Oh, yeah? So what do you got there?
This year's filet mignon and creamy Parmesan shrimp. With Factor, I get chef-prepared, dietitian-approved meals delivered weekly. Perfect for pros like us.
Oh, so you're a pro now, too?
Box says Factor, eat like a pro. So, yeah.
I think it's time for you to share a bite like a pro.
No. Get your own at factormeals.com. Factor, eat like a pro.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture
Yeah, I
X,
mean, it's weird, right? You're thinking as a Raider, you're thinking like a nasty, mean type of a player, but
possibilities with the Capital One Venture X
Mendoza, I said it, he kind of reminds me of Tebow when he talks.
See CapitalOne.com for details.
I don't think anybody dislikes the guy. He's gonna turn that Raider way around.
Playoff National Championship, presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. Listening to the College Football Playoff National Championship presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Sean McDonough, Greg McElroy in the booth. Ian Fitzsimmons and Quint Kesslinger on the sidelines. 9:02 to go in the third quarter in this national championship game. Indiana leading 10-7. They were up 10-0 at the half. On the second play of this half,
This guy can't be ruined.
Miami, Mark Fletcher, the star of this postseason for the
Just
game,
listening to him talk,
57 yards
and how motivated he is,
outside the right tackle.
and I can't see him not spending 12 to 14 hours in that building every single day.
Their season opener against Old Dominion. They are 15-0, the Hoosiers, trying to go to 16-0. The only other team to do that in
He's going to will that franchise. He's going to do anything he can.
1894. Mark Fletcher, the running back, they're in the pistol. And it's a handoff to Fletcher straight ahead from Carson Beck. Got to the 13 and then repelled. The gain of 1. Worst starting field position of the night for Miami.
And kind of back to what they were doing early in the half, first half that is, run right between the tackles. They got to continue to kind of mix it in between the outside the tackles and inside the tackles to keep this defense guessing.
Fletcher, 84 yards rushing, 57 on the touchdown run. On 11 carries, is now on the right hip of Beck out of the gun. Tony goes in motion to the right slot to the left, 2 receivers to either side. It's a quick throw to Tony, off target, low and away along the far
accuracy right there.
Near the 16-yard line. Not a good throw by Carson Beck, who has not had a good night.
Both these quarterbacks have struggled with accuracy tonight.
And right now, there's really not much of a threat of a deep ball over the top. The safeties for Indiana playing at about 10 to 12 yards at most. The corners not really threatened deep either. So at some point, they got to soften those guys up with the shot.
Miami's 0 for 6 on third down. Fletcher, the running back, on the right side of Beck out of the gun. 2 receivers in the boundary to the left. C.J. Daniels wide to the right, near the number. The snap to Beck. He sets, fires to the right, and it is incomplete. Intended for C.J. Daniels at the 25, which would have been a first down, but it was very well defended by Jamari Sharp, one of 4 Indiana Hoosiers from the Miami area. He's from Miami Northwestern High School. He's the nephew of Glenn.
You just kind of get the feeling it's big play or bust for Miami.
For that very controversial pass interference.
Hard to put together a drive against Indiana.
When the Canes thought they won the national championship, the flag extended the game.
And Mendoza's still trying to figure out this defensive line.
So here's a punt for Dylan Joyce from his own goal line. Rolls right, kicks it. Tumbling punt toward the far sideline. Lands near the 45-yard line of Indiana and carries out of bounds along the Miami sideline on the far side. They're going to mark it at the 43.
Oh, I appreciate the gift. Thank you.
By Dylan Joyce. 8:09 to go.
Doesn't tell me who sent it, though.
Leading
No, it doesn't tell me.
And for Indiana on this drive, they need
Wonder
to
why
continue
that
to mix
does
the
that.
run pass. Adjust the pocket. They tried that earlier, and it led to an inaccurate throw, but these pass rushers are really starting to get home. They're really starting to make their presence felt. Move Mendoza out of the pocket to change the launch point.
Yeah, Carson Beck. I mean, this guy's like Chris Winkie. He's like Van Wilder, bro. He's been around in college forever. I think he'd be better on third down.
They have him around the legs, and they take him down through the canes, back near the 35-yard line. Hakeem Mesidor again.
Still trying to figure out the defensive line. That's giving him problems. He hasn't seen one this good, TJ.
And Johnny filling in for Benson gets run right around. There's absolutely nothing Mendoza can do. Third Miami sack for 23 yards. 50 on the season for Miami. That leads the country. Second and 18. Kalon Black, the running back. They go out of the gun. Two receivers to either side. It's a handoff straight ahead to Black. His legs keep turning, and he stays on his feet, fights his way to the 41. Finally tackled along the near hash marks there by Zechariah Poyser. He got 6. They'll need 12 on third down. More than midway through the third quarter. Indiana leading 10-7. And Miami bringing on their specialty pass rushers now. Lightfoot, number 12, looking like he might line up inside. He'll probably bounce out to the edge where his presence is most felt. Out of the shotgun, Fernando Mendoza. With a running back, Black on his right hip. 3 receivers and a bunch to the right. Saradin bounded to the left. The candidate for a back shoulder throw there. With coverage from Frederic. Now the running back shifts to the left. Snap to Mendoza. Here's a back shoulder throw to Surratt, and it's incomplete.
He usually completes that one, TJ. Miami's giving him problems. He doesn't look right out there.
Well done by John
Looks
McDonough
average
right
tonight.
there. Sportscaster of the year, seeing the one-on-one. It is perfectly thrown. It's just really well covered, and they're letting him get away with a lot on the outside. There's a lot of hand fighting on both sides, and that's another ball we've seen Surratt catch.
Yeah, he's a back shoulder machine.
The course of the season.
He's going to get at least 2 to 3 of those a game.
Kurt Cignetti a little frustrated with the officiating. Here's Mitch McCarthy to punt in his final college game at age 27. Good punt. Drives Tony back to the 5-yard line along the near numbers, and he's in trouble and swung down to the 7-yard line. Excellent punt, and very well covered by Devin Boykin. One of their starting safeties. They play a lot of the starters on special
Every time I
teams.
see Tony, he kind of reminds me of Dexter
So
McCluster.
Miami will start at its own 7-yard line.
Remember Dexter McCluster, TJ?
54-yard punt. 2-yard
Played for Ole
return.
Miss.
Here's Ian Fitzsimmons on the IU sideline.
When I was
He's a
talking to
Mississippi
All-American
and
slot
was Ole
corner
Miss,
D'Angelo Pons earlier this week, Sean, he told me one of the biggest assets that this team has is their maturity. Their average age here at Indiana is 1 year less than the Green Bay Packers. And when I posed that question to Fernando Mendoza, he said, look, we don't look at social media. We don't read we're not sniffing our flowers. We are about the man next to us and the man in the mirror. That's it, done. So how mature this team is.
You could put him anywhere. Running back, slot wide receiver, outside, coming in motion.
Football team, and that's
Just do a lot
part
of
the
things
reason
on
why
offense
they are
with him.
here leading 10-7 in the national championship and being 15-0. Now, for the latest on Miami, over to Quinn.
Well, Miami starting to play with some of that toughness and grit that's been on display since November 1st when they lost their second game of the year at SMU. It was a penalty-riddled overtime loss. They were backed into a corner on their final lifeline. They won
And
out
he
of the
was a
regular
solid
season.
kick
They got some
returner and
breaks, and
punt
they got in this
returner.
tournament. They were the last team in.
Remember that punt
They're
return he
trying to
took
be
against the
last team
Chargers
standing. They showed
opening night?
the ability to win the game at Texas A&M in windy conditions. It's like the Wizard of Oz. They couldn't even pass the ball. Against Ohio State, that roster littered with NFL stars.
Look at the
They stood
moves.
toe-to-toe and took a punch. And then against Ole Miss, they tried to beat themselves with 10 penalties. What does this Hurricane team have in store for the remainder of this game?
I think if you look at how they've responded in the second half, it looks a lot more like the Miami team that got here. The relentless pursuit of the passer. At some point, Indiana's going to have to help their tackles because their tackles are getting beat. They're also
Yeah, we
giving
could have
up
used
pressure
Dexter
inside to
McCluster
Lamont Moten.
over.
They need to move the pocket. They need to screen. They need to do something to slow down this pass rush And then for
over the
Miami's
guys that we
offense,
had
they
kick
just have to
returning this year.
continue to lean on the run game. But at some point, whether it's this drive or the
I'm
next,
surprised
I
they
wouldn't
held on to
recommend
Dave
it. In the
Tobe.
shadow of your own goalpost,
That's
dropping
Andy
your
Reid's
quarterback
boy,
into
but
the end zone to take a shot.
our special
They
teams
have to
is
take one
ass.
because these safeties are
Nico
getting very
Remigio
nosy,
is
expecting the
not
run to
it.
come.
To amplify Quint's point, the
5 yards
season
of
began
return.
for
It's
Miami
like,
right here in
damn,
this
dude, we
stadium
used to
on
be able to
August
be
31st,
dominating at special
with
teams. Once
what
the
turned
rules
out to be
changed,
one of the biggest wins
Dave Tobe
any
wasn't
team
able to
had
exploit
in college
shit.
football this season. Certainly the most important. They beat Notre Dame 27-24. They had identical records, and it was Miami that got the call as the last at-large team in this 12-team field by virtue of the head-to-head. Also vindication for the ACC, which has become a little bit of a punching bag here in recent years.
Isn't it, man?
They are very proud of the
Dude,
caliber
we are
football they play.
terrible at
Miami
special
now with a
teams.
chance to win the
We
first
haven't had a
ACC
return since
National
2020.
Championship since Clemson in
We haven't
2018.
had a return since COVID.
The ball at the 7-yard line. The Canes are huddling.
I mean, our last return was Sky Moore in preseason, and he went on to be the best returner in the league for the 49ers. What is going on, bro?
Carson back in the gun. Mark Fletcher starring again tonight is on his left hip. 3 receivers to the left. The tight end Bauman comes in motion to the right. Fletcher a handoff. Fletcher to the 10 before he's stacked up. By this tenacious Indiana defense, Aiden Fisher made the tackle. The first All-American linebacker in Indiana history. Earned that honor last year and repeated again this season. Miami's going quickly to the line of scrimmage. Beck out of the gun, empty backfield. 3 receivers are bunched to the left. He looks in that direction, zings a slant. It's broken up. And again, not a well-thrown ball at the 15-yard line. Isaiah Jones broke it up. He was trying to throw a slant to Keelan Marion, and the ball was well behind him.
They tried to fake a screen to Tony to the left and sneak Marion right in behind it. The ball was thrown well behind Marion, which allowed Jones to get in and make hands on the play.
They play a lot with 3 linebackers. Jones with Hardy and Fisher. 0 for 7 on third down, Miami. This is 3rd and 7 from their own 10. 5:56 to go, third quarter. Beck under pressure, throws over the middle. Caught by Tony, but he's short of the first down in the middle of the field. Dragged down a yard short at the 16-yard line.
They going for it?
It'll be 4th down and 1. Can't imagine Mario Cristobal's going to go for this one.
I don't think so, especially with 2 short yardage situations earlier that were stopped by the Indiana defense. That time, thought Malachi Tony could maybe break away from one, but
Wouldn't it be
Indiana's
ballsy here
such
to
a good
fake this
tackling
punt?
team, they seldom allow the yards after contact.
Fisher slowed him down, and then as Tony started to break away from the hands tackle, Lewis Moore stopped him, a big stop just short of the marker. So here's Dylan Joyce to punt for the 6th time. Donovan Brady back. Deep, the punt is blocked. It's going to be blocked for a touchdown. Mikhail Kamara blocked it. And it's recovered in the end zone by Isaiah Jones. An Indiana touchdown.
No. Special teams, you were just talking about it, TJ.
And it is 16
Huge.
to 7. And now it's the Hoosier fans going crazy. They've blocked 8 punts now in 2 years under Kurt Cignetti. And that one is huge. Turns the game right back in favor of Indiana.
Cannot say it enough. This Indiana team is complete in every possible way. Offense and
Shout out
defense,
Leo
but
Chanel,
also the special teams.
one of the best
They blocked one
blockers.
against Oregon. They do it again tonight.
Blocking a
Incredible
kick
moment
against
played by
Denver.
the Hoosiers.
Shout out Leo Chanel.
Joyce had no chance to get it off. Kamara was right there in front of him. Here's Radicic for the extra point. What a turn of events. It's now 17 to 7. Mikhail Kamara, another one of those transfers who came over from James Madison, an outstanding defensive end, and now with a huge play on special teams. And he just ran right by the wedge. They had 3 blockers in the shield right under for Joyce, and Bauman, the tight end, just let him go. Trying to wave down.
Yeah, for whatever reason, Bauman never got width. He was concerned about staying in phase with the rest of the shield. And Kamara, with the punter sliding just ever so slightly rugby style to his right, shortened the distance that Kamara had to go. He just had to put one hand up, and it was an easy block for the touchdown.
And really a poor play by Bauman. Here's Ian.
It all goes back to Malachi Tony fielding that ball on the 4-yard line. Every special teams coordinator will tell you, you put your heels now on the 8, not the 10, and let it go. He fielded it. He felt after the kick. I'll finish it.
Here's the kickoff. Comes down short near the 5-yard line. Chris Humphrey does not make the 20. Stopped at the 19 by Byron Baldwin Jr. Ian.
So it used to be you put your heels on the 10-yard line, Sean. Now it's the 8. That was on the 4. That's where this whole thing started. And what did Coach Cignetti tell us before the game? Special teams will have a massive role in this game, and you just saw it right there. Block punt for a touchdown. And, by the way, that extra point banked off the left upright. Come on, man. You can't make it up.
5 minutes to go, third quarter. From the 19-yard line, ball equidistant between the hash marks. They're in the pistol. Carson Beck takes the snap, fakes to Fletcher. Slow developing plays, running out of time. Dumps it to Fletcher in the left flat.
That's insane. 8 block kicks.
For a quality gain on first down, about 8.5. He got taken down by Devin Boykin.
You know who's really good at that? Sean Taylor.
Gain of 8. It'll be second down and 2. Miami going with tempo now. Ball's on the left half.
Sean Taylor had like 1 year earlier blocked like 4 kicks.
Two receivers to the right and the tight end there as well. Fletcher trying to bounce outside the right again. Reminiscent of the touchdown play. He stays on his feet, breaks a tackle, and goes down along the near sideline at the 37-yard line. Jamari Sharp made the tackle. That's a 10-yard run. And Miami has quickly picked up 18 yards in 2 plays.
And you're 100% right. They kind of worked it to the outside. It looked like Maui Noah might have gotten away with grabbing the jersey there for a little bit, but tremendous blocking.
And by might, you mean he did.
Correct. Might have offensive guy here, you know. We're going to get
Aiden Fisher had a handful of them as Fletcher went by. Marty Brown's the running back. Quick pass by Beck. Down the far sideline, intended for Bauman, who got blasted as the ball arrived by D'Angelo Pons. Near the 40-yard line of Indiana. There's a quick throw down the far sideline. Bauman had some space, but as the ball arrived, so did Pons. He delivered a big hit. He's just 5'9", about 175 pounds.
And they tried to go with a little play action, fake a pitch to the right, run Bauman on a little bit of a seam.
Yeah, you've been hearing it. I've been hearing his name all night. He's been all over the field. He wasn't even supposed to play tonight. He had an injury or something.
Whiffed on the punt block and then couldn't catch that one. Hit him in the hands. Running left, it's Brown. On 2nd and 10, he scampers to the 40-yard line. Tackled there by Lewis Moore. It's a 4-yard gain and now a critical third down. They still haven't converted one. They're 0 for 8. This is 3rd down and 6 with 3.5 to go.
Yeah. Mesidor, Danes, drop stock definitely went up tonight. Seeing him play against Mendoza.
Be able to create a lot of space. Indiana runs a zone defense for the most part. So you need to find one of those guys working the middle of the field. It's a dangerous throw, but that's where you're going to find space against this lineup.
Marty Brown remains the running back. Fletcher not on the field. 3 wide receivers. Marion started in motion from the left. It's a blitz from the left. Beck forced to the right. He's still in trouble. Now stops, set. Throws down the field. Caught inside the Indiana 40.
Another big play.
To tackle C.J. Daniels to get inside the 35. Beck scrambling for his life, but bought the time to give C.J. Daniels an opportunity to get free, and he did for a 24-yard gain.
And a great job, too, by Miami's offensive front. There was a pressure off the left. It was held up for a long time. Beck bought time, rolling to his right, back to his left to allow just enough time on the scramble, and he threw a strike to Daniels for the conversion.
We're at the 35-yard line of Indiana. 1st and 10, under 2.5 to go in the third quarter. 17-7 Hoosiers. Marty Brown was the running back. He went in motion to the right. It's a quick throw to the left. Again, not very accurate, but caught. And running down the far sideline is Joshua Moore. He is down. Where are they going to spot the ball? It's at the very far end of the field from us. They're going to spot it inside the 30. Then they're going to bring it back to the 34-yard line for a gain of 1. Apparently he was down right after the catch.
And more accurate throw would have been out the gate. There was nobody home on the left side. It was a perfect call by Shannon Dobson.
Yeah, he's been really accurate back on very short throws. 11 out of 19 for 93 yards. Brown, the running back. You wonder where Fletcher is here in crunch time. It's a fake to Brown. It's a quick throw to Tony. Down the left sideline. Inside the 15 and tackled near the 10. Lewis Moore made a touchdown-saving tackle. There was a swing pass to Tony out to the left.
Tony.
He caught it and took off like a blur for 22 yards. 26 after the catch. He got a good block along the far sideline.
I think they need to go no huddle right here. Get some tempo going. Got this Indiana defense on their heels.
Working from left to right. Immediately outflanked to the outside. Well blocked by the outside receiver.
Get up to the line. Give this thing to Fletcher.
Bringing down to a minute to go in the third quarter. They're on the 13-yard line are the Canes. 8th play of the drive upcoming. Fletcher back on the field. The play clock is under 3. They're in the pistol. They snap it with 2. Fletcher running left, stutter steps and crosses the 10-yard line. Down to the 9 in the arms of D'Angelo Pons. So after the first half with not a lot of action and a 10-0 Indiana lead at the break, the action has quickened. Here in the third quarter, Miami scored on a long touchdown run by Mark Fletcher and a block punt for a score for Indiana. 2nd and 7. The play clock is at 17. The game clock is 20 seconds in the third quarter. So they have to snap it at least once more. Fletcher on the left side of Beck out of the gun. It is a handoff to Fletcher up the middle, powering inside the 5 and down just shy of the line to gain at the 2. On what's going to be the last play of a very entertaining third quarter. Each team scored 7
You guys remember last game, Beck ran it at this point where they're remember it wasn't there and he stepped up in the pocket and ran it up for a touchdown.
At the end of the third quarter, it's the Hoosiers 17 and the Hurricanes 7. This is the College Football Playoff National Championship presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Evan, Canty, and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
Maybe he gets this big opportunity, whatever broadcast medium. He will live in Florida or work in California or whatever he's doing, and he
Hey, what's
will
up,
never
Rodney?
be cold. The healthiest he's ever been in his life. He'll flirt with other teams across the way. He'll talk to an owner of a team here and there. And then what's going to realize is like, do I want to work for this organization? I'm a Steeler.
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday morning starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
I wonder if they'll set up in the Malley Cat right here, TJ.
Earlier on Clinton and Friends.
Snap this direct snap it to Tony.
George, welcome back to the program. Hey, Yates, first 2 times I called you was the 10 o'clock hour. And then I tried to get in about 4 weeks ago. I couldn't get in, but I don't remember it was the first hour or the second hour. I'm 62 years old, and I start to forget. Hey, so I said I'll try to get in here at the end. It's hard to get in your show now. I saw you on the TV.
Clinton and Friends, weekdays from
For a
10
natty?
Eastern on ESPN
Yeah, you don't want to
Radio
blow out in
and
the
on
national
the
championship.
ESPN app.
You want it to be a one-score game heading into the
Why
fourth.
not go to the
Exactly what
playoffs
this
next
has
season?
been.
Go right ahead.
Why can't you do it? Because you know what I'm going to tell Mr. John Harbaugh, who's the older brother? Little brother did it.
Yeah, look.
Jim did it with the Chargers
He ain't
in
doing
his
the
first season.
He ain't doing the Giants.
He did it. Ben Johnson did it.
What are you thinking right here,
Liam
Church
Cohen
Glad?
did it.
He ain't doing it.
D'Amico Ryans did it.
He ain't doing it. John
Mike
Harbaugh.
Vrabel did it.
He ain't doing it.
Check out more from Freddie and Harry weekdays at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN
We got 2
app.
plays to get.
There's
2
Adam
yards.
Schefter, and on this week's episode,
They got to get that block field goal or block
the
punt
most
back.
important player left in the playoffs, and what's next for the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Adam Schefter Podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts.
ACC Network, your home for ACC.
My head's telling me Fletcher, but
Our time is right now.
part of me's telling me it might get too
The
good.
national championships, the Hall of Famers, nothing compares to it.
I'll give him 2 options where he can hand it off to Fletcher and then run it himself. That's a good idea.
ACC Men's Basketball. All season long on ACC Network. This is the College Football Playoff National Championship, presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
We're back in the
Actually,
national
I like that more.
championship game at Hard Rock Stadium in Miami Gardens, Florida.
I think if they do Malley Cat, there's a chance they can go backwards. It's either Fletcher or
17-7.
Beck.
Indiana leads, trying to win the first football championship in school history. But Miami has the ball 3rd down and 1 at the 3-yard line. Trying to go in and get back within 3 points. They have struggled on 3rd down. Just 1 out of 9 on 3rd down tonight. The one conversion was the most recent one.
Especially on 3rd and short, too. So it anticipates something off the right-hand side.
Beck looks like he's going to go under center. With Fletcher behind him and offset to the right. Malachi Tony goes in motion, orbit motion. They take a pitch to him. They hand it off to Fletcher, who wants in for a touchdown. Off right tackle. Beautiful play design and a great call.
Everybody's looking for Tony, TJ. When Tony comes in motion, that sets that up.
Left to behind Carson Beck. They fake the toss to him. Handed it off to Fletcher straight ahead, and he went in untouched. A 3-yard touchdown. And they're an extra point away from a 3-point game.
And it was a beautiful job, too, by the right side of the offensive line and the tight end.
Yeah, they got cute there on 3rd down. Yeah.
Displacing the defensive lineman on that side.
They had 2 plays to get 1 yard. They were going to get a first down either way.
Extra point. And it is good right down the middle. So 3 seconds into the 4th quarter, Mark Fletcher has scored his 2nd touchdown of the game.
But that would be the first guy I had my eyes on, would be Tony in motion.
It's his 8th.
You have to watch out for the little pitch pass over the middle like that, or him coming in motion and then just hand it off to him.
3 of them in the 4 games in this college football playoff. He has come to the forefront when it matters most. He was ticketed out of high school for Ohio State, committed to them for about 8 months. And as you mentioned earlier, changed his mind late in the recruiting process to stay at home and be close to his parents.
Hey, what's up, Sergeant Joe?
Rooting for, trying to bring them back to national prominence.
Last 3 minutes.
84 yards in that 3rd quarter just
Possibly.
for Mark Fletcher alone.
Possibly.
Overall, Miami
I
outgaining
think Miami has a little bit of momentum right now.
54 to just 11 yards. So they clearly found something on the ground. And of course, now the pressure back on Mendoza, who seemingly steps up every opportunity he can.
Block punt huge for the IU touchdown. The missed field goal by Davis in the first half lingers as well, although it was a long one. Davis kicks off from right to left, high, end over end, and it'll be a touchback. Lands about 7 yards deep in the end zone. So some game pressure on Indiana.
Me either, bro. I just got the bunny ears.
Something they haven't experienced in the playoffs in the first 2 rounds with their routs of Alabama in the Rose Bowl and in their last outing in the Big Ten affair against Oregon in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl semifinal.
Really going to be important for the offensive line of Indiana to step up here. 3 sacks given up in that 3rd quarter. Didn't allow Mendoza much time whatsoever. They got to protect their quarterback.
Ahmad Moten back into the defensive line. They're going to move the ball. Indiana wants the ball just inside the left hash mark, the far hash mark, as they go from our left to our right here in the 4th quarter. Mendoza has been sacked 3 times.
Here we go.
Here in the second half.
Mendoza's got to answer.
With Kalon Black on his left. It's a shotgun snap. It's Black. A quick pop off right guard. He stood up as he got to the 27-yard line for a pickup of 2. Mendoza's 12 out of 20 for 116. They haven't had anything going down the field. He's 2 out of 6 on passes thrown 10 yards or more down the field.
And the coverage has really tightened up for Miami in the second half with the return of Xavier Lucas, who's now playing into the boundary, and we've seen him mostly playing press coverage.
The number's almost identical for these 2 quarterbacks now. On 2nd and 8 out of the gun with Black, the running back to the left of Mendoza to hand off to Black again. Quick hitter up the middle. He breaks a couple of tackles and goes out to the 40-yard line for a first down. Chase Smith made the tackle. It is a gain of 13, and they're at the 40-yard line. To amplify the point about the quarterback, both Beck and Mendoza are 12 for 20. Beck's thrown for 115 yards, Mendoza for 116. Doesn't get much closer than that. Mendoza's been sacked 3 times, Beck taken down only once. Out of the shotgun, Mendoza. Black behind him to the right. It's a fake to him. It's a quick throw to the right side, and it's broken up, intended for Omar Cooper, and was batted away by Ethan O'Connor.
Ethan O'Connor was on the receiving end of a lot of those hitch routes that were thrown underneath in the first half. Had a couple missed tackles as a result. That time he breaks on it quickly. And if I'm the offensive coordinator, Mike Shanahan, I'm thinking to myself,
Indiana can get no separation at all. All these throws are tight window throws that he's missing.
Jumping on these quick throws. Here's second down and 10, 13:40 to go. Fourth quarter, 17-14 Indiana. Mendoza claps. Has the shotgun snap, throws it to Cook, wide to the left, has blockers out in front, he's across midfield, and down near the Miami 41-yard line on the far sideline.
There you go.
Tackled by Keontae Scott, just a quick hitter out to the left. They had the three receivers out there, and the other two did a great job, Surratt and Nowakowski blocking on that play for Cooper, who goes for 18.
And the Wilt linebacker, Bassett, he was way too close to the line of scrimmage. He was right around where the tackle was. I mean, there's three receivers to block just two guys. There's nothing you can do. Cooper takes it out.
First completion of the half for Mendoza. He's 1 out of 5 for 18 yards. He's in the gun. The ball's on the left hash. He takes the snap. He's pressured immediately. Steps away from Baines. Runs forward to get away from the rush. And ducked his head down just shy of the 40-yard line. Hakeem Mesidor, the other end, alongside Bain, there to make the tackle to put it right down on the 41-yard line on the left hash.
And that's a good decision there by Mendoza. Immediate pressure in the right-hand side. Baines right there. Could have been a sack very easily, but quickly he just said, take what I can get. You won this snap. Let's try not to make it second and long.
Fernando Mendoza trying to lead IU to the national championship here in his hometown. Roman Hemby's the running back. He gets a handoff running left out of the shotgun. And he gets stopped at the 37-yard line along the far numbers. It'll be third down and 5, and the clock's going to run under 12 minutes to go.
Pressure has really been relentless from this Miami defensive front. When you're on the left hash, though, with the right-handed quarterback, it's a perfect opportunity to change the launch point, move Mendoza to his right. If nothing's there downfield, he can take off and run, maybe pick it up on his own.
They're probably not in field goal range for the regular kicker, Radicic, who's never tried a 50-yarder plus, but they do have Frankie, the long-range kicker, healthy tonight. Roman Hemby, the running back, on third down and 5. Out of the gun again, Mendoza. He claps. They don't snap it. They snap it on the second clap. He sets and throws for Cooper. Never saw the ball coming at the 10-yard line along the near side. He was riding right along the numbers. Had his back turned when the ball got there. Ethan O'Connor was in coverage. And now Curt Cignetti has a decision to make on fourth down and 5 at the Miami 37 with his team up by 3 and 11 and a half to go.
And they tried to go with the slot fade, but Cooper released inside, and the ball was thrown way inside, and O'Connor grabbed the jersey with the left hand. Could have probably been a hold as well.
Cooper never saw the ball coming. They're slow to substitute. The play clock's at 10. They're still in the huddle. Cooper runs on late. Cignetti's going to use a timeout. It's a rare fire drill on the Indiana sideline. Fourth down and 5. And it looks like they're going to go for it. You would have to think that they will try to draw Miami offside. And the Canes will have to be alert for that when play resumes. 11:28 remaining in the fourth quarter. It's Indiana 17, Miami 14. You're listening to the College Football Playoff National Championship presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
The Rich Eisen Show. I've never watched a game with anybody who can see it before it happens. You
remember that field goal that Miami missed
interception. I'm like, how do you know that?
in the first half? That's going to come into play. It's going to be huge.
Tony Romo doesn't exist and does TJ
Missed a 50-yard field goal earlier in the game.
Let's take a break. We're back on the Rich Eisen Show. Read your phone calls. Richie. The Rich Eisen Show from noon to 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio, ESPN Plus, and on Disney Plus. Hey, this is Rich Eisen. Coming up on Tuesday's show, we're joined by two-time Super Bowl champ Chris Long. The man who called the national championship game, Chris Fowler, joins us, and it's Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday. That's the Rich Eisen Show on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, and ESPN Radio. Evan Canty and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
3 plays that if Josh had back, and if any of them go a different way, we're talking about the Buffalo Bills advancing to the AFC Championship game. So when Josh sits in front of the microphones post-game in the locker room and says that he lets his teammates down, that is not coach speak that's not hyperbolic. That is fact. He let his team down.
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday morning starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN.
Guys, I want you to go check out my buddy TJ Childs, the Cave Cast. Go check his channel out right now. Also, R&J Podcast. He's a big Raiders fan. Daniel Berry Sports Highlights. Go sub to these guys' channel. I appreciate it.
ACC Network, your home for ACC men's basketball.
Our time is right now. The excellence of these programs, the national championships, the Hall of Famers, nothing compares to it.
They have championship expectations.
ACC men's basketball, all season long on ACC Network. Listening to the College Football Playoff National Championship presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
11:28 to go. It's been a very exciting college football season. And this national championship game has the potential to be a classic. Indiana leads 17-14. And they're looking at 4th down and 5. And it looks like, Greg, they're going to go for it with the ball on the Miami 37-yard line. You have to wonder, too, they've utilized a delay snap on a couple different occasions.
He's got 4th and 5? They're going from it from the Miami 37? Wow, big play.
And then you snap it, so you might get a free play. But I'd anticipate some type of trickery with the snap count and the rhythm of it. They do have the offense on the field. It'll be about a 54-yard field goal, probably for Frankie. He's only kicked 3 in college in his life. They do snap it. Mendoza out of the gun. Sets, throws to the near sideline, and it is caught. Wow. Charlie Becker inside the 20-yard line. With a back shoulder throw, another.
There's that back shoulder, TJ. When he needed it, he got it.
4th and 5, they get 21. The ball was thrown behind.
The ball's on that call by Signetti. Wow.
About waist high behind him. They made a terrific catch.
Well, I guess they're in no man's land, right? Yeah, I know. The sure thing, Becker.
Being able to adjust. The huge play. They're at the 18-yard line. 1st and 10 under 11 minutes to go. On 1st down, it's Kalon Black taking a handoff out of the shotgun from Mendoza. He takes it inside the 15 to the 14. Justin Scott and Jacoby Thomas made the tackle for Miami.
Something just tells me Mendoza's going to have this ball last. Miami's going to hold him to a field goal.
All season long, but he's usually the guy that's getting
get a touchdown.
That time showing
Mendoza's going to have this ball last.
Adjust his body to the catch and secure it for one of the biggest 4th down conversions of the season. And a nice catch on the ball a little bit behind him. They're at the 14-yard line, 2nd and 5. Critical for Miami to force a field goal attempt. Touchdown would be enormous. The handoff straight ahead to Kalon Black. Another gun run and a short gain. He got 2. It'll be 3rd down and 4 at the Miami 12, and the clock's under 10 minutes to go. As Fernando Mendoza's parents look on anxiously.
Don't blitz and rush for. Make sure you have a spy.
Carson Beck just standing and watching on the sideline. An enormous 3rd down and 4 now.
Watch run. They've ran it a couple times on 3rd and 4.
Just 4 out of 11 on 3rd down below their standard. Out of the gun, Mendoza. He drops straight back to pass. Crumps, throws back in the end zone, incomplete. Intended for E.J. Williams Jr., the Clemson transfer. Good coverage by Ethan O'Connor. And it's 4th down and 4. And Signetti still has the offense on the field.
Oh, the balls of this guy.
Contact allowed. Ethan O'Connor had hands on Williams 3 yards deep in the end zone. And they allowed it. So after pondering it for a moment, the field goal team runs on late. The play clock's at 15. Kurt Signetti's going to use another timeout. And that's a couple times. And this is on him. Because he waited a long time to make the decision, then decided to send
4th and 4, go up by a touchdown. That's a no-brainer.
Get the playoff.
without it being rushed.
And I can understand 4th and 3 or less in that scenario where you'd really trust your quarterback, probably give him a chance to go and get it, knowing the touchdown makes this thing very, very difficult on Miami. But I think at 4th and 4
Well, I think they can. For sure can, but you're up 3.
Hesitation based on the extra point that
They can't kick a field goal. The guy missed theirs earlier. Go up a touchdown. Mendoza, chances are he's going to get the ball back even if Miami scores a touchdown.
He doesn't try long field goals. He's never tried one in the 2 seasons he's been the kicker for Indiana longer than 46 yards. But he's made almost everything. He's made one tonight. He is 28 for 30 in his 2-year career. And inside of 40, he has missed only once in 21 kicks. And now the offense looks like it's coming back out. And might this be an attempt to draw them offside on 4th down and 4? Or will they snap and go for what they hope would be a knockout punch and a 2-score lead? The offense back on the field.
Definitely going for it. They can't call a timeout if they don't jump.
1 for 1 on 4th down tonight. Mendoza's in the gun. The ball's on the 13-yard line. He's clapping as if they're going to snap it. They do snap it. He takes off running on a design quarterback draw. He has the first down. He spins it in the end zone.
Oh, the dagger, bro. He did it with his legs. The first time tonight.
Looked like he was going to get the first down. He wasn't satisfied. It's another highlight reel play for Mendoza and a 9-point lead.
Credit to them. I mean, they the balls to go for that, though.
Just 5 guys in the box defensively.
I think he said, I'm going to give it to my Heisman. Whatever he does with it, I'm going to trust him.
And he puts his body on the line to give.
That was the one praise I had about him. He likes to take linebackers head on.
Game, Mendoza, the extra point up and good by Radicic. Kurt Cignetti put it in the
kind of reminds you of a little bit of a Raider right there.
He took off running
not afraid to take a hit.
He got hit hard at the 5-yard line, but spun off it, and then went airborne.
Little John Elway right there, TJ.
About the 2 and got it across the goal line.
Remember when John Elway did that 360 in the Super Bowl?
His dad and his younger brother Max going crazy on either side of Mom Elsa, who is watching from a wheelchair. She is Fernando's inspiration. If you saw his Heisman Trophy acceptance speech, you know how close he is to his mother. And the look of elation on her face will be etched in the memory of everybody who just saw that on national TV. What a play. 9-18.
Oh, yeah. You know those cowbell balls that you see on people's trucks sometimes? That's Cignetti.
College Football Playoff National Championship presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
ESPN's College Game Day, the podcast.
They made a movie once, perhaps you heard of it, called Hoosiers, and now we have the Indiana football team, and this is absolutely nothing like that. Indiana is South Bend Central from the movie. I don't think they're scared of anything.
Tell you what, this is a lot better than watching Nick Saban in Alabama dominate. Now we got some teams that we don't see very often.
With Reese Davis and Pete Thamel, wherever you listen to podcasts.
I don't know, I criticize the college football playoff, but I kind of like it, actually.
Sunscreen and other safety measures are key to protecting your skin from aging and cancer. The FDA recommends using a sunscreen with an SPF of 15 or higher.
It's 24-14 Indiana. They just went for it on 4th and 4, designed quarterback Brendan Mendoza, and he ran over a couple guys at the 5. Spinned into the end zone.
Visit www.fda.gov/sunscreen for more information. A message from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration.
The Bulldozer. That's his new nickname, the Bulldozer. Fernando the Bulldozer Mendoza.
This is the College Football Playoff National Championship, presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Fernando Mendoza was already an Indiana legend, and his legacy grows even more. On 4th down with his team leading by 3, he took off running. He first got contacted near the 13-yard line. He got a great block.
The Raiders fans during that run, get down, get down.
To the right, off the center's block. He's the Notre Dame transfer. Then he got spun around like a top at the 5-yard line. Jacoby Thomas needs to make the tackle and wrap rather than just bounce him around. And then he spun into the end zone for his 7th rushing touchdown of the season. They were 2 for 2 on that drive on 4th down. Curt Cignetti going for the knockout punch. Still 9:15 to go as Keelan Marion brings back the Frankie kickoff. There's a flag down the return. There's also a lost Miami helmet near the 30-yard line. The tackle made near the 25. And there's a penalty on the play. What a play. The signature play of this national championship game, and one that will be remembered forever, particularly if Indiana wins.
Receiving team, 10 yards, half the distance to the goal. Still first down.
And Bobby Pruitt called for the penalty. So from bad to worse for Miami,
that score totally took the crowd out of it. I mean, they were rocking
imploring their crowd to make some
that whole third quarter.
The family obliging from their seats down near the field. What a play.
Took the air out of him.
Unbelievable play. And to think, too, it wasn't there. It was actually quite well defended. But Coogan, the transfer, him getting the key block, and Mendoza setting it up beautifully with that left to right jump cut. Unbelievable finish, too, to cross the pay dirt.
And now Miami really up against it. 9:11 to go. And after the penalty, they're going to have to start at their own 8-yard line. Followed the 9, it's about the 8.5. They're lined up in the pistol. Fletcher behind Carson Beck. Play action pass. Beck at the goal line, running out of time. Dumps it off short. Malachi Tony, along the near numbers, gets wrestled down around the knees. Shy of the 20. Elijah Hardy made the tackle. It's a gain of 6. Yeah, it'll be 2nd down and 4, and the Canes are going to go quickly.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to have some riots down there. Those guys might do some cow tipping, but we're not going to have any cars turned over in Indiana.
Well, we got just enough for the first down. Tackled by
We might have some fires in Miami, TJ.
Curt Cignetti had faith in Fernando Mendoza as he's had all season long, and boy, did he deliver.
Yeah, he did. Unbelievable, too. And now for Carson Beck and the Miami Hurricanes,
37 cows are going to die after Indiana wins this football game. Cow tip.
That Indiana has in the secondary that they have.
What's that, DB?
So quickly.
That's my boy right there. Guys, go check out Daniel Berry Sports Highlights right now. That's Berry, B-E-R-R-I. Best highlights on YouTube.
He throws it deep down the field, incomplete, over the head of Keelan Marion along the near sideline with D'Angelo Pons in coverage. The Hoosiers weren't fooled by that fake. They wanted them to bite on a quick screen to Tony, but they did not.
They're just so disciplined. I mean, never even for a second. They tried to go with a fake screen like you described, but it was an out and up, a double move. Normally defenders would try to jump, and Jamari Sharp didn't even blink at it. He stayed over the top and kept the ball in front of him.
8:03 to go. Beck is 13 for 22 for 123. Defensive struggle, 255 yards for IU, 233 for the Utes. Beck back to pass. Launches a deep one high down the near sideline. And it is caught. No, it is not. It's ruled incomplete by the field judge. Looked like Keelan Marion had it at the 35-yard line of IU. But apparently did not hang on with D'Angelo Pons in coverage.
And D'Angelo Pons staying really, really deep and on top of it. And yes, correctly officiated there. Looked like immediately might have reeled it in. But as he's going to the ground, the ball
Pons again, man. There he is. He's all over the field.
And it leads to the incomplete.
5'9", 175 pounds.
Feel free to put your hands all over the receivers because they're letting it go on both sides. It's been consistent. Here's 3rd down and 10. They're 2 out of 10 on 3rd down, but converted the last 2. From their own 20, there's a flag before the snap. There was some movement for a false start against Miami. Be the 6th Hurricanes penalty.
False start.
You're 3rd and 10, down 10, you get a false start.
It feels like that electric touchdown run by Mendoza has taken some of the air out of the Miami Hurricanes and their fans.
And it breathed the life into all those wearing crimson and cream tonight. And this part of the field the far right side of the field going right to left. The band is about 30 yards behind Carson Beck to make it tough to communicate.
Third down and 15. They're on the left hash mark at their own 15-yard line. Back out of the shotgun, since Bauman, the tight end, wide to the right. Blitz from the left, doesn't get close. Bauman, the catch down the seam on the far sideline for a first down. He went up the far hash mark and made a catch on a beautifully thrown seam.
Man, you don't see him give up 3rd and 15 a lot.
On the completion to Alex Bauman.
And a great job of the left tackle picking up the corner blitz.
They go quickly without a huddle. They're at the 37-yard line. 5-man rush. Beck sets and throws on target to Tony. Across midfield. Down the middle of the field inside the 25. And all the way down to the 22-yard line. So a couple of big plays back to back. That one goes for 41 yards to Tony. 29 after the catch. They're going to spot the ball at the 22-yard line.
And Indiana kind of going with a 3 safety, almost like a pre-bet look, led to a lot of room underneath for Tony, who catches the slant and takes it for nice yards after catch.
Another response by
How much
Miami.
time's left? I wish they would say.
That's been a recurring theme throughout this playoff, including their game-winning touchdown drive against Ole Miss, engineered by Beck. 1st and 10 at the IU 22. Beck, a quick set, running out of time. Dumps it up, short, off the hands of Fletcher, and up dangerously into the air. Landed between a couple of Indiana
That'd be about 5 minutes left in the game.
Near the 15-yard line along the near numbers.
That was really well covered by Indiana. There was nothing there for Carson Beck. It tried to find Mark Fletcher on about a 3-yard out route, kind of a check down type of route. He threw it off target. Very lucky it wasn't intercepted.
Indiana leading 24-14 with 6:44 to go in the national championship game. 2nd and 10 Miami. They're at the IU 22. Shotgun snap, and it's snapped to Tony. Caught him in jet motion. He's inside the 10. He's into the end zone for a touchdown. They snapped it as Tony went in motion from left to right. He caught the snap on the way by the center.
No way. He caught it in motion?
Barely touched for a 22-yard touchdown.
How did they time that so perfectly?
Wild design there from Shannon Dawson. It looked like it was going to be a fake handoff. Instead, it's just a quick little jet sweep. Toss it up to Tony. It's played very similar to the one that won the game against Texas A&M.
What a wild game this has turned out to be. Miami couldn't do anything in the first half. They've now scored 21 points here in the second half after the extra point.
I'm still trying to contemplate that game. That play, he caught the ball in motion? How?
Malachi Tony, the brilliant freshman who should still be in high school. He just turned 18 in September. With a nifty run, bounced off a hit at the 5-yard line to score. What a finish we are set up for. 6:37 to go in the fourth quarter.
Shit, man,
Indiana
there's an
24,
eternity left.
Miami 21. It's the college football playoff national championship presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
3rd and 15. I'm still thinking about that 3rd and 15 play where he hit the 22-yarder to the tight end of
All
the
right, Mom
seam.
and Dad, that's enough screen time for today.
I literally just saved us more money by finding 2 subscriptions we forgot about with Navy Federal Credit Union's mobile app.
Yeah, and I just protected our credit from cringe fraudsters with the security tech.
Don't you want to spend some time on social media?
Will social media help us manifest your college tuition?
Get the best banking ever with one of America's top-rated digital banking experiences, Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA. Message and data rates may apply. Visit NavyFederal.org for more information.
What would you say was the biggest factor in getting that win tonight?
TJ, do you think Tony would be a first-round pick this year if he came out?
Had plenty in the tank for overtime. Wait, Factor, like the meals?
Yeah, Factor meals. I've been getting Factor high protein meals delivered all month. I get all the power I need. They taste great, and they're ready to eat in 2 minutes.
Okay, I need to get on that.
For real. Go to factormeals.com. It's the easiest way to eat like a pro.
Do you know what to do if you're stuck on the railroad crossing? Get out of your vehicle.
It's kind of the first freshman to really start taking over. Remember Matthew, the Honey Badger, for LSU? He would take over games too. Not like this, though.
So they know your location.
Like, this is insane. I mean, for a 17-year-old?
Find the blue and white to save your life. For more information, visit oli.org.
the College Football Playoff National
But I say
Championship.
this, if you can get drafted in baseball when you're 18, why can't you get drafted in football when you're 18? I don't understand it.
6:37 to go in this national championship game. Back and forth.
You should be able to come out of high school for all three sports, NBA, MLB, and
But Miami keeps hanging with them. It's now 24-21. The most recent touchdown, officially a pass. They did snap it to Carson Beck, who barely touched it, just kind of nudged it forward to Tony as he went by in the jet sweep.
Oh, it was a push pass? Okay, I see what was going on. I thought he caught it in motion. Jesus, dude, the hand-eye coordination.
And Tony had 63 yards on that drive. Of the 91 yards on that drive, 63 yards receiving.
Oh, it was a push pass. Okay, well, Mahomes,
outstanding night, 9 catches.
Mahomes to receive coming across. Mahomes to Hardman.
Some great throws there, too, by Carson Beck. The third down throw to Bauman against the pressure, throwing the seam. Beautiful. Taking advantage of very soft coverage, hitting Tony on the slant underneath to create a big play. And then awesome design by Shannon Dawson on the jet sweep misdirection that led to the touchdown.
These two quarterbacks playing in their final college games. Each rising up here in the fourth quarter. Carter Davis's kickoff will be another touchback. Lands in the middle of the end zone. Will attempt to field it by Roman Hemby or Jonathan Brady. So here comes Mendoza. Some last words of advice from the quarterback coach, Chandler Whitmer.
Don't count out the Canes. I did. I thought that 4th and 4 touchdown.
49 yards of offense for Miami in the second half. They had 69 at the break.
They just got to keep doing what they did on the last drive, Sean. 12 plays, 75 yards, stayed efficient, took advantage of 4th down, and paid it off with a touchdown in 5 minutes and 39 seconds.
Mendoza out of the gun. Roman Hemby is the running back on his left hip. The handoff to Hemby running left. And he's wrestled down at the 28-yard line.
Who was that earlier? That was Sergeant Joe. He said it's going to come down to the last 3 minutes. Sergeant Joe.
That was the 61st offensive snap for Indiana tonight. The time of possession so big for both these teams. And Miami's got great depth, but fatigue is probably going to be a factor on this drive.
They've had it for 31 minutes and change. Miami's actually outgained IU now 318 to 258. The block punt, a huge play. 3 receivers, 2 into the boundary to the right. It's the pistol with Hemby behind Mendoza. Who takes a high snap, hands it off to Hemby, who cuts inside along the right hash marks, and goes down to the 30. 5 yards short of the first down. The best third down team in the country this year, Indiana, facing third down and just under 5 with the ball just across the 30-yard line.
And given the stakes and the magnitude of this play, I'm automatically thinking, where is Elijah Surratt? And how can I make sure I'm prepared for the back shoulder throw? If he's in the slot, be ready. Outside, be ready. But the back shoulder is what you're probably going to get.
No, I'm watching his legs. I'm watching him run right up the middle.
The clock running. Indiana leading 24-21. Mendoza in the gun. Black's on his left hip. They bring Cooper in motion to the right. He goes back to the left. Design roll to the left. It's a throw into the flat. Caught by Cooper. First down. Wow. And out of bounds, far sideline at the 45-yard line. Another beautifully designed play by Mike Shanahan and the offensive staff, and well executed by Mendoza on the roll to the left, and the motion by Cooper got him wide open in the flat.
And one of the very few times we've seen Indiana move the pocket tonight. You had a bunch formation that created a natural pick, and Cooper was wide open for the conversion.
For 14 yards, 12 of it after the catch. 5 out of 13 now the Hoosiers on third down. They huddle. And they get quickly over the ball with 3 wide receivers to the right, the wide side of the field. Kalon Black's the running back. Cooper in motion to left. It's a handoff to Black running left, and he gets stood up and dumped at the 50-yard line on a sturdy tackle by Wesley Basaint. And now the clock is at issue, running with 4:20 to go. Miami with all 3 timeouts. Indiana's had to use a couple here with some uncharacteristic substitution issues. Most of the fans here on their feet.
Need a negative play right here.
It's kind of quiet.
Get him the 2nd and 10. Get him the 3rd and 10.
This championship game goes under 4 minutes to go. The Hoosiers taking their time. 10 on the play clock. Mendoza in the gun. Black, the running back, behind him and to the right. The snap to Mendoza, the handoff to Black, and he's dumped behind the line of scrimmage. They had penetration.
Exactly what they needed right there.
Ruben Bain and Wesley Saint. And here's another critical third down and 7. And it'll be well under 3.5 minutes to go when the Hoosiers snap it.
And that was really well timed by Bassane, who ran right across the center space and made the tackle in the backfield.
Saint, the first man Mario Cristobal went to recruit on the day he was introduced as the head coach in Miami. Went straight to his high school. Here's Mendoza out of the gun. He walks closer to the center, hollering some instructions. Kalon Black wants to know what it was. He keeps shifting back and forth. He's on the right of Mendoza. They snap it to Fernando. Back to pass, throwing to the right. Back shoulder throw, and it is caught. Charlie Becker, another amazing catch at the 30-yard line. With the defender draped all over him, it was Ethan O'Connor.
I swear, that's his signature throw, that back shoulder.
On the edges, and these
If he sees that shoulder of that cornerback and he's not looking,
by Becker, O'Connor was all over him.
he's going to put it in a spot where only that wide receiver can get it.
Been a foul. Instead, it's not. Becker reeling it in for another big play.
We're gain of 19. We're under 2.5 minutes to go. 2 huge third down conversions. Hemby's the running back. They're in the pistol off the right hash mark. It's a handoff to Hemby. Trying to bounce outside. He is outside. Down the sideline and out of bounds near the 20-yard line. Ethan O'Connor, the play there. Mario Cristobal's going to have to start thinking about timeouts. He went out of bounds. The clock stopped with 2 minutes and 16 seconds for a moment. Now it is running. And it was a gain of 10. And an Indiana first down, and Mario Cristobal is going to let it go to the 2-minute stoppage and save all 3 timeouts for under the 2-minute stoppage. They're the best third down team in the country all year by a mile, and a couple of huge conversions on this drive. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the College Football Playoff National Championship, presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and
Yeah,
the
they
ESPN
are,
app.
man. That back shoulder that he does is it's unguardable. I mean, if he sees a one-on-one coverage like that and there's a step, there's any type of space at all, he's going to make that throw.
Brent Kesnick and Ian Fitzsimmons are on the sidelines. 2 minutes to go. And these two teams continue to respond every time one of them seems like they've taken an upper hand in terms of momentum. The other responds. And that includes this drive by Indiana, which is about to snap its 8th play.
Incredible. And just 2 massive throws and catches on this drive to extend. Charlie Becker on 3rd and medium, back shoulder throw, a guy that's traditionally the one that go over the top. He did it against Ohio State in the Big Ten title game. He always steps up, and Mendoza, as accurate as he's been all night tonight on this final drive.
For the game,
He hasn't been very accurate tonight.
186.
Shit, he's missed like 10 passes.
They had the highlight reel touchdown earlier in this quarter on the run. On a
But when he needed it,
to forego a field goal, it would have
he
given
made
them
the
a
plays
6-point
happen.
lead.
That's for damn sure.
24-21, 2-minute stoppage, first down and 10 for Indiana at the Miami 23. The Canes do have all 3 timeouts, and absolutely essential that they get a stop here and force a field goal attempt if Kirk Cignetti elects to do that, should they get the 4th down.
Yeah, and I would think the next couple plays, anticipating runs behind the left side of this offensive line. That's your bell cow. Carter Smith, the left tackle, outstanding. Drew Evans as well. Pat Coogan at center. The left side of the offensive line has really been up to the task in the run game most of the night tonight. So to try to put the game on ice, I'd lean on that side of the ball.
Indiana already with the school record 15 wins, shattering the mark of 11 last year. They've had 2 double-figure win seasons in school history, each of them in the last 2 years. Matter of fact, 26 wins in a 2-year span is 10 more than they've ever had in any 2-year span in their history. Trying to go undefeated 50 years after the last undefeated college basketball national championship. The Indiana Hoosiers 32-0 under Bob Knight. That would be some interesting synergy. They become a football school.
Yeah, they have. They are awesome, man. What a great team. And I mean, the response and the heart and the poise on this drive has been nothing short of remarkable.
They haven't had many close games, but they've won 3 by single digits, and they had to make plays late in all of them. At Iowa, they won by 5. Penn State, the dramatic touchdown catch by Cooper in the back line of the end zone to win by 3. They beat Ohio State by 3 in the Big Ten.
Just knowing Cignetti, he's not giving this ball back to Miami unless he turns it over on downs.
Miami's giving them everything they can handle tonight. Out of the timeout, the ball's in the right hash mark. It's at the 23-yard line. First down and 10. The handoff to a big hole. Goes Henry to the right. He's very near another first down. They're going to mark him down about a yard short. And Miami will use the timeout. It might be a break for Indiana, but they didn't get the first down on that play because they could run another play and then pick it up and get a fresh set of downs. 1:54 to go. A 9-yard run for Hemby, who's now rushed for 59 yards. He and Black, that great duo, have
Yeah, but even if they hold him to the field goal, they're only going to get the ball back with like
Charlie Decker, the big catch.
40 seconds left.
4 receptions in the first 7 games. He didn't have any last year as a freshman. And now 26 catches over the last 8 games. Got the opportunity when Surratt was injured against Penn State and Wisconsin. And he literally has run with it.
Pretty much over if they get the first
Was
down.
such an afterthought for so long, and the emergence against Penn State and the way he's just built on it, performance after performance on the back shoulder catches, 2 massive back shoulder catches in this matchup. But he did it against Ohio State, putting the game on ice on 3rd down behind the defense. He has been so clutch throughout this incredible run.
Great size. He's 6'4", 210. Great hands. Terrific athlete. He was a state hurdle champion in Tennessee in high school. Averages more than 20 yards per catch. He's the fastest guy among the receiving corps. Carson Beck with his hands over his eyes on the sideline. Now his hands clasped almost as if he's in prayer on the sideline. 1:56 to go. 2nd and 1 Indiana. They're leading by 3 in the national championship.
You can't pray for football wins. That's not how it
The
works.
14-yard line. There's a flag before the snap. It was a handoff to Roman Hemby. It looks like it's going to be the rare penalty against Indiana.
Prior to snap, false starts. Number 65, offense, 5-yard penalty, 2nd down.
It's the 3rd Indiana penalty. It's against Carter Smith, their outstanding left tackle.
24-21, I believe, Indiana.
Second-team AP All-American.
And that's just a backbreaker, too. I mean, 2nd and short. Now, obviously, much more difficult circumstances at 2nd and 6.
Mendoza's in the shotgun where they risk a throw to stop the clock on an incompletion. Doesn't throw many of those. Decker comes in motion left to right as the handoff to Henry straight ahead. He's across the line of scrimmage, and that's about it. Driven back after a 1-yard gain. Ahmad Moulton Sr.'s had a mammoth night in the middle of that
Man, that
Miami
penalty was
defensive line.
huge.
Made another tackle. So here's yet another big 3rd down on this drive. Kurt Signetti's team has converted on 3rd and 7 and 35.
I wonder if he go for it again on 4th down.
Yeah, it just goes back to the enormity of that false start, because that would have been a first and 10 had that false start not gone down. But here on a 3rd and 5, you just got burned 2nd to go with the quarterback draw. You know those guys are going to be thinking about that play. They got burned early.
What do you say, TJ? Back shoulder? Back shoulder fade?
To convert on 3rd and medium situations like this, and they've also gotten burned on the back shoulder.
Back
so
shoulder fade Surratt. That's what I'm
think
saying.
I'm trusting Mendoza with his legs in a scenario like this.
Have you ever seen a team that throws the back shoulder better than this one? I mean, Mendoza puts it in the right place all the time. When it's a little errant, these guys make highlight reel catches.
Not in college. NFL, Drew Brees might have something to say about it, but he's about the only one.
Because they're going to go for it on 4th down 2 plays, right?
Fernando Mendoza runs back to the huddle after chatting with Kurt Cignetti on the sideline. 3rd down and 5, 1:51 to go. Indiana leading 24-21. They're at the Miami 18. They're in the pistol. Black directly behind Mendoza. 2 receivers to the left. There's a handoff to Black running left. Cuts it inside, gets stopped short of the first down.
Good call, TJ.
He got just to the line of scrimmage, and that's about all. A very quick timeout called by Mario Cristobal. So now what does Kurt Cignetti do? Not long ago with a 3-point lead, facing 4th down, they decide to bypass the short field goal, and Fernando Mendoza turned in the touchdown run. That's the play of the night. What do you think he'll do here? He has Radicic on the field already.
I kick it. I mean, you're right in the middle.
Make
it,
go the
make
length
him
of the
score
field
a
with no
touchdown.
timeouts.
Exactly. I think you've got to kick it here. Pass rush has been somewhat quiet tonight. They haven't been able to get home, but the coverage has been pretty good when they've played aggressively. Last drive, they got a little too conservative. I think they'll play a little more aggressive in this upcoming offensive drive, but I like the field goal call here.
So here's Radicic, who's almost automatic from inside 40 yards. He's attempted one field goal tonight and made it from 34. Just to give them a 6-point lead. There's a minute 47 to go. This is a 35-yard try.
That false start was
Right in
huge.
the middle of the field. Couldn't be more equally distant between the hash marks. Snap and hold are good. The kick is right down the middle. And it's a 6-point lead for Indiana. But there is hope.
If I'm a Miami fan, I got to be feeling pretty good. 147, I'm down a touchdown.
Far back to the 15-play touchdown drive engineered by Carson Beck to bring them from behind to beat Ole
Second
Miss.
and 1.
And it was Beck who scored the
They get a false
game-winning
start
touchdown with
penalty.
18 seconds to go on a 3-yard
Unbelievable.
run.
Yeah, and this is where you really need your pass rushers to step up. Kyle Kamara, he needs to be big in this game. In a perfect situation, you would have Stephen Daly, but who, of course, has not been available. Kellen Wyatt's been out as well. So it's going to come down to Landino and Dukwe and Kamara to apply that pressure. They've only sacked Carson Beck once tonight. Can they get home and get Miami feeling the pressure?
How even has this game been? Both the quarterback numbers were right on point. They had the same amount of yards.
Kickoff now. And he took over as the kickoff man when Frankie was hurt. Frankie's kicks, ordinarily touchbacks when he's healthy. He hasn't been bombing them in the end zone tonight, so it's Warren to kick off. From left to right. And another good decision by Kurt Signetti as that one lands in the middle of the end zone and caroms through the back of the end zone over the head of Keelan Marion. So, in his final moments as a college player after up and down ride through 6 years in college football, what
Van
does
Wilder,
Beck have in
Carson
store?
Beck.
Just got to get the drive started. The 2-minute drill, you know exactly what you need. You need a touchdown. You got no timeouts. Got to go the distance, boys. You got 4 downs to get it. Don't sweat it. Can't take a sack.
Can you imagine Carson Beck riding around in a golf cart in Miami? Just riding around, not going to class at all.
Ball right between the hash marks, perhaps slightly closer
Got like
to
2
the left.
chicks
Fletcher,
in the
running
golf
back,
cart.
right hip of Carson Beck was out of the gun. 3 receivers, 2 tight to the left. They send Marion in motion to the right. There's a flag down, thrown by the back just. Did they take too much time? My goodness, they did. It's a late game.
Offense, 5-yard penalty.
On the first play of the possession, Mario Cristobal upset. He just ripped his headset off, and he's letting the official right in front of him on the sideline have it. He was gesturing as if he thought they should have reset the play clock. He also might have damaged his headset with somebody on the sidelines doing some work to it. Not the way you want to start. A 5-yard penalty. It's 1st and 15 from the 20. 1:42 to go. Fourth quarter in this championship game. Indiana leads by 6. Beck takes a shotgun snap. He's under pressure. He flips it forward as it gets knocked to the ground. It's incomplete in the direction of Alex Bauman. They did not blow a whistle for an incomplete pass. Some wondering if it's a fumble. And now they say it's an incomplete pass. It was Tyreek Tucker who hit Beck as he tried to scramble forward into his left.
Are they going to take a look at that?
Forward, shoveled it to get rid of it.
Gonna have to take another look at that.
And avoid a loss.
And the pocket's been very clean. That was only the first time he was nearly sacked at the 3rd possession, so they got to hold up better up front to give these receivers time.
2nd and 15, 1:36 to go. Miami at its own 20, needs to go 80 yards. Tony goes in motion to the left. Beck takes a shotgun snap. 4-man rush. He sets and fires behind C.J. Daniels along the far hash marks. And there's a flag down. Beck got hit, and he's still down.
Wow.
And there are a couple Indiana
Roughing the
defenders
passer?
who think this is going to be roughing the passer, and it is.
Number 97. Defense, 15-yard penalty automatic.
Gotta be kidding me.
And again, the rare self-inflicted
Couple
wound for
bad
Indiana.
penalties by
Mario
Indiana.
Landino.
You got the false start, now you got the personal foul, roughing the passer.
Hit Beck after he delivered the ball, Bakesley lowered his helmet right into the number 11 on Carson's chest.
You got to think one of these next two plays is going to Tony. You're going to either live or die with that guy, the ball in his hands.
I do think that was the correct call. Brad Austin, our refereeing expert, did not think that should have been called. Really wasn't all that late. Marty Brown, the running back now. He stayed in the block. Now he leaps out into the flat. He catches a pass. He's across the 40. He's across the 45. And dives ahead near the 47-yard line. So the penalties are a factor on this last drive.
Clock stops in college on the first down.
And a first down. Miami at its own 46, leading 54 more. Beck on first down. Drops back. Fires. Caught by Tony. Nifty catch on a high throw above his head.
He's known to do that. He'll one-hand it out of nowhere. This guy's unbelievable.
Short gain and the clock's running. They place the ball down on the left hash mark. A gain of 7. 2nd and 3. 1 minute to go in the national championship game. Beck a shotgun snap. Far side throw. Daniels tackled him in a big play because it was made inbounds. Jamari Sharp made the tackle. They got a first down to the 41. But Daniels couldn't get to the boundary. They stopped the clock with just a moment to move the chains, and now it's winding. 49 seconds to go. And a timeout call by Indiana. Kurt Cignetti, with his defense reeling, is going to use his last timeout. And we've seen him do that a few times, including in the last game against Oregon, when Oregon was marching right down the field on their second possession of the game. He used a timeout to try to settle in the defense. Yeah, settle them down.
Well, I wonder if they'll keep trying to take shots at Pons.
Because you know they're going to have to pursue with relentless.
Maybe try to get a bigger wide receiver matched up with Pons. Take a shot on him.
Slow things down, stop the bleeding. But for Miami now, you can call 2 plays. If you're on the sideline, say, hey, we got 2 plays now. I'm going to call them. We'll run this one first, then the next one, assuming he's tackled in bounds. Out of bounds or incomplete, all good. We'll get back in the huddle and dial it up. But this does allow the offense to reset as well. The ball's at the 41-yard line of Indiana. Miami's moved the ball 34 yards. They were helped by the roughing the passer penalty, which was questionable. Carson Beck, 8 career wins between Georgia and Miami when trailing in the fourth quarter, including the last game against Ole Miss. Marty Brown remains the running back. No Fletcher on the field. 2 receivers to the right of Beck on the boundary. On first down and 10, shotgun snap. He's under pressure. He throws, and it is intercepted at the near 15-yard line. Jamari Sharp with the interception. And Indiana's going to win the national championship.
Wow, the Hoosiers with the natty. What a game.
Jamari Sharp. There is a flag down on the play.
Oh no, did they get bailed out?
Indiana fans are going crazy.
This has got to probably be like an after the play taunting or something, right?
A Miami native. Grew up right here out of Northwestern High School. We mentioned it earlier. His uncle Glenn played for the Miami Hurricanes. Here's the announcement.
Conduct, number 22, defense. That penalty will be enforced half the distance to the goal. His first down, Indiana.
So it's on Sharp. They bring the ball back.
He did it. He won the Heisman, won the national championship, and he's going to be the #1 overall pick. I mean, how can you not like this guy, Mendoza? I know he's going to be a Raider, but
what Miami thought was the last play of the game, and they won the national championship. The game continued.
I'm telling you, Andrew Luck vibes.
So now it's Jamari Sharp in this national championship.
We got to hear this interview from Mendoza. I don't know if they'll do it on the interview, but he's going to get crazy on this interview, bro.
The safety over the top, Sharp underneath, and he reads it out.
We knew it all along. We got to thank God. Nobody gave us a chance. We worked our ass off, guys.
There's 38 seconds on the play clock, and it's 2-second difference. 33 on the game clock and 31 on the play clock, so they have to snap it one more time. And then Indiana is going to be a national champion.
This is going to be an all-time classic interview from Mendoza after this football game. If anybody can go check out this interview, this post-game interview they're going to do with Mendoza after this game.
Now they're going to be an undefeated national champ. Mendoza took the snap. He was on the goal line, so had to lunge for it. He did. And the celebration begins. Curt Cignetti has led the Indiana Hoosiers to the national championship in one of the great coaching jobs.
I wonder if Cignetti will follow Mendoza to the Raiders. They haven't hired a head coach yet. Cignetti and Mendoza to the Raiders? He won the Natty already. Not much more to accomplish. Now you got to go to the NFL, right? With your quarterback?
When Yale went 16-0.
Cignetti reminds me of a Raider coach. Now that's a Raider coach. For sure.
But in the last minute, he got a scholarship offer to Cal, and that started him on the path through this historic college football career.
TJ, I appreciate you stopping by, brother. You've been awesome in the chat, man. You've been a great host, bro. Helping out with the game and the play-by-play, man. You've been awesome, bro. I'll check you out. I'll check out the new defensive end 2026 draft. Make sure you guys go check that out. The Cave Cast. He makes content, my buddy TJ. Appreciate you for stopping by, bro.
Say this, Sean, now that the confetti is falling and it's crimson and cream, this is one of the best teams I have ever seen.
Well,
the way they complement each other.
Never mind the turnaround, which got so much attention, because it is remarkable and obviously aided by the transfer portal and the ability to bring in lots of talent very quickly to change the complexion of your program. But you have to identify the right people. You have to spend.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll be talking about the draft coming up here.
And his staff. I don't know how you could manage a program in every facet of it any better than they have, or even as well.
Yeah.
It is historic by so many standards.
Creating such a culture of competition, guys with chips on the shoulder. It's been documented. Only 8 4-star players. Who cares? Just watch them play. And to see how they complement each other, to see how they play together as a team, the selflessness that's always on display, it's truly remarkable, and they are clutch too. When they gotta have it, they seem to always make the play. Just a tremendous champion that we'll crown here in 2026.
Confetti still flying through the air on this very comfortable night in South Florida. They're starting to arrange the stage in the far end zone to our right. Final score is 27.
Man, can you believe it? Indiana Hoosiers, national champions, college football.
Getting a huge hug from his family.
Somewhere Bobby Knight's got a huge smile on his face right now.
Direct family, if I can. Big kisses, big kisses. We're being doused by confetti, red and white confetti here at the logo. Coach Cignetti.
Who was that wide receiver for the Steelers a few years ago?
Congratulations, Coach.
Played quarterback
How do you
for
describe
Indiana.
the emotion as you hug your family?
Randall.
The dice they were in it again. We blocked it well. He broke a tackle. And the other 4th downs. Great throws, back shoulder.
Randall L.
And we finally could give the quarterback a chance to his, 5th step, take a hitch and throw the ball. When we kept 7 men in and slid left. Because,
Antoine Randall L.
16-0.
I believe he was an Indiana quarterback.
Perhaps.
Bulldogs, Carmen Koza.
How do you, when you took the job, was this moment ever a potential?
I never really thought this far ahead, just because of all the work that needed done when I stepped on campus. 10 offensive starters in the portal, I didn't know that. Down to 40 scholarships the 3rd day. And we had a lot of work to do. We got on a roll.
Time to crack open a beer, Cignetti.
They got started. This team took
Crack it open, baby.
So we're going to enjoy tonight.
Enjoy the cold beer, Coach. Congratulations. Swing things over to Ian.
Quint, I'm here with Fernando Mendoza.
All-timer right here.
One scholarly offer to Yale. Now you're a Heisman winner and you're a national champion, and it's all about the guys next to you. I know, give yourself a moment. I know you got tears coming down, man. Sum it up.
Yeah, first of all, I want to give all the glory to God. This is the most special moment in, my life and all the teammates' life and the coach's life. What a pinnacle of great guys coming together. No one thought we could do it, especially at the beginning of the year. Everybody's like, Indiana, Cinderella story. Well, this is one hell of a fucking Cinderella. Oh, excuse my language. This is one hell of a flipping
He
Cinderella story we got here. And just
No, he did not cuss. All right, I gotta take my Tebow comparison.
The fourth down, where the field goal unit's coming on, and then all of a sudden Coach Shinetti goes, no, we're going for it, and you run it in for a touchdown. Take us on the field. What was that moment like?
We would have won it any other way. We're always going to lay it on the line. We're always going to put our best foot forward, and that's why spirit of the end zone. I know any of my teammates, they have the ball, they have spirit of the end zone, put their point on the line, because we want to win. We want to win for each other. We
10
want to win for God, and
cliches.
we want to win for all of us collectively. And I would die for my teammates out there, and they would do the same for myself, and it just goes dive in that end zone and win the game.
As far as this team, if there's something America needs to know about this squad, what is it?
It's a special squad. If you have optimism in yourself and positive belief, no matter if you're too small, too big, or too whatever, you can do it. You need to have self-belief in yourself, and then God will prosper. And if you have special ones around you like we do, it would all prosper and it'll work out in the end.
God, this guy's a motivational speaker. I want to go run 5 miles right now.
Riley Nowakowski scored Indiana's first touchdown, the fullback. How do you explain this scene, Riley? How do you best describe it?
I mean, it's pandemonium, man. You know, it's huge for the community. It's huge for all the players, man. Just know all the work we put in. All we to this point, man. It's just awesome. It's awesome.
How do you best characterize the last 2 years for Indiana and this season in particular, a perfect 16-0?
It's a lot of grit, a lot of hard work, man. You know, we're not the most athletic team out there, but you know, we know what to do. We give great effort every single play, man. And that's what pushes us over the edge.
Did you get a good view of Fernando Mendoza's touchdown on the draw?
Oh, yeah, man. I mean, Nando's had some ball security issues, so, you know, I was a nervous wreck watching that. I'm following. I started running, chasing.
Indiana won 27-21. Nitro. What's up, Ryan? Appreciate your message, brother.
How would you characterize the fan support?
Oh, it's been awesome. I mean, this was more IU fans than Miami fans than we in Miami. You know what I mean? All they got to do is drive down the road. We're traveling, 1,000 miles. We always got our support.
Congratulations, Riley. Swing things over to Ian.
No problem. Thank you for watching.
D'Angelo Pons, first-team All-American, defensive MVP of the Rose, defensive MVP of the Peach, and now you're a national champion. D'Angelo, sum it up. What's this moment like?
Well, words can't describe what I'm feeling right now. It's a dream come true for me.
This guy played his ass off tonight. D'Angelo Pons.
It's just a blessing to have the opportunity and take full advantage of it. I feel like a lot of kids dream of this moment, and I'm in it, so I'm just blessed.
When did you realize that this game had switched, that you were going to be a national champion?
Honestly, our first playoff game, I would say, I knew we had something special. I knew if we stuck to it and kept working and trying to get better, we would have a chance to win a national championship.
Sum up your coach, Curt Cignetti. In 2 years, he's transformed the losingest program in D1 history to now a national title team. Go ahead. Describe your head coach.
That guy's probably the best coach in America. Behind Saban is him, in my opinion. I would say he's one of the greatest coaches, just learning from him. Not even how he coaches his players, how he coaches his coaches as well. He keeps the same standard. I feel like that's what got us here.
Congratulations, my man.
Thank you.
Sean?
All right.
Yeah, it was a great team. In the words of Rasheed Wallace, both teams played hard, Detroit.
Over the last 2 years, including the turnaround from losing his program to national championship. I'm more stunned by 2 Fernando Mendoza F-bombs in the post-game interview. But I
Did not see that coming.
No, did not see that coming. But I think raw emotion.
Mendoza turning into a Raider.
Greg, it's time for our big monster energy.
The first time he's cussed in his whole life right there. They told him he was going to be a Raider after the game he started cussing.
Great plays in college football playoff history. The guts of actually calling it. The thrill of executing it when Miami defended it quite well. And to see the 2 guys that were brought in as key cogs of their transfer portal class, Pat Coogan, the center, and Fernando Mendoza, their Heisman Trophy winning quarterback, for Coogan to secure the key block and Mendoza to break off of him
is poetic, I think, in the way it was finished out and the way he drove. Guy's going to be the number 1 pick in the draft and put his body on the line as he's crossing the goal line to give his team a huge lead. Just shows you what he means to this team, what he's willing to do for this team, and the opportunistic nature that they played with all season long.
That was a 12-yard run with 9:18 to go when they decided to forego a short field goal. It gave them a 24-14 lead. Credit to Miami. They went right down the field and scored to make it 24-21. Radicic kicked a late field goal to make it 27-21 Indiana. And then with Miami on the move, Carson Beck trying to lead another touchdown drive. The interception by Jamari Sharp. Talk about the symmetry in that. I don't know what the right word is. The nephew of a player involved in a huge controversy the last time Miami was playing for a national championship. Mendoza in the game, 16 for 27 for 186. He did not throw a touchdown pass. His long completion was only 25. He had some nice catches made by his receivers, particularly Charlie Becker. And, of course, he had the rushing touchdown, which was the signature play of the game. He is the big Monster Energy player of the game, brought to us by Big Monster Energy, ready to take it to the next level and unleash the beast this college tailgate season with Monster Energy. Tear into a can of the meanest energy drink on the planet. Monster Energy, unleash the beast. Fernando Mendoza, by the way, is the first player to win the Heisman and the national championship in the same year since Devontae Smith in 2020, the great Alabama wide receiver, the first quarterback to do it since Joe Burrow in 2019. And when we try to put this championship in perspective, that we talked about this during the semifinal on television when they routed Oregon. The comparisons to that team, I didn't think we'd see another team like that 2019 team for LSU for a long time. You know, this Indiana team doesn't have the same headliner, obvious NFL draft choices.
Right.
But are they every bit as good a team?
Guys, can we try to get this up to 100 likes? I'd appreciate it.
I think is that
We're
there's
only
not
like 2 likes
some
away.
individual transcendent talent outside of Fernando Mendoza. They are truly a team. And it's offense, it's defense, it's special teams, it's starters playing on special teams. It's guys that came from James Madison getting a key blocked punt on a year, Mikhail Kamara. When his sack numbers were down, he didn't have the year he probably wanted to have, but it didn't matter because on the biggest stage, one of the biggest moments of the game, he blocks a punt, leads to a big touchdown to kind of energize this fan base. And I think it's just they're a team. So while they might not have the star power of the LSU team in 2019, collectively, it's hard to look beyond this Indiana Hoosier team.
And Fernando Mendoza, we should add, is probably going to have, almost certainly going to have the trifecta: Heisman, national championship, and #1 overall pick.
Appreciate that like. Thank you.
He would be the 6th person to do that. The great
Guys,
Chris
we're
Davis is
one
on
more
the
away
podium.
from
They're
100.
about to present the national championship trophy to Kurt Cignetti. You don't have to Google him anymore. Everybody knows he wins. And he wins a lot. He's 27-2 in 2 years as the Indiana coach. It seems unfathomable to say that when you think about the history and his terrific Hoosier team all around him as the confetti continues to fly. And these Indiana fans who have traveled again in huge numbers, celebrating every moment of this one. Some final thoughts.
Just incredible. I mean, and it was such a gutsy. I mean, Kurt Cignetti hit the nail on that. This was a gutsy performance. Fernando Mendoza did not have his best stuff. I mean, the team in general did not have their best stuff. They had some uncharacteristic mistakes, some uncharacteristic penalties, and yet they persevered. They made the plays when they had to make the plays. And
both teams did, but it came down to one mistake, and who knows, Miami was still up against it on that last drive. But the only turnover of the game, and unfortunately that will stick with Carson Beck, right? There was some say, he can't make the play to win the game. He thought he had shed that, at least in part, in the win against Ole Miss. Now the interception at the end of the game. And meanwhile, Greg, Indiana, 3 games in this playoff, not a single turnover.
None.
Remarkable. Against some of the best teams in the country.
And some of the most opportunistic teams as well. I think it's just they're so well coached. They're a well-oiled machine. Miami is a really good football team, a really physical football team, a difficult matchup for everyone that you play. And Miami played pretty well at times, especially in the second half. Indiana had their B-plus game tonight by their standards, and yet it was still good enough, which tells you just how capable this team is, regardless of which avenue the game takes in pursuit to victory. They can go 1,000 different ways and still end up at the same result. That's the definition of a well-coached football team that executes at a ridiculous level.
Well, a very fitting ending to this college football season for us. It began here on August 31st with that very important Miami Notre Dame game. Miami wanted to end the season here, and they did. It just didn't go the way that they did. And Indiana, the story of college football, jumped onto the national stage last year with their 11-win season appearance in the college football playoff, and they have captivated the spotlight and then some with an historic 16-0 season and the first national championship in football in school history, the third in a row for the Big Ten Conference. Once again, our final score, Indiana 27, Miami 21. For Greg McElroy, Ian Fitzsimmons, and Quint Kesenick, for our producer John Medani, our spotter Zach Rapaprazone, statistician Mike Swanson, engineers Al Rosenberg and Dave Schiff, we thank them all. They're the best at what they do. Sean McDonough saying good night from Miami Gardens, Florida. Now here's Mark Kestisher in the studio with the postgame show.
Sean, Greg, great season as always, and capping it with that Indiana win. And to amplify on Sean's point, the Indiana Hoosiers been playing college football since 1899. That 11-win season Sean spoke about.
I appreciate that. Like, guys, we got up to 100.
10 games in a season.
First live stream, I got to 100.
11, and they come back with a 16-0 perfect season. And the Indiana Hoosiers,
so blessed,
the best in college football, 27-21, the final over Miami. The college football postgame show is presented by Venmo. Score more with the college-branded Venmo debit card. Rep your team with every tap. The Venmo MasterCard is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. Select schools available. Kelly Stauffer will join me from Hard Rock Stadium. We'll go through the highlights and more of this Indiana Hoosiers championship win, 27-21, the final over Miami.
Guys, I think I'm going to stop this at 4:20. 4 hours, 20 minutes. It's a great number to stop it at. But I appreciate everyone for watching. What a game. That's all you can ask for, right? Somebody's got to lose. Miami played hard. Indiana, Mendoza just was the better quarterback in the end.
Like an 18-year-old from Greece.
What an end to the college football season. Guys, thank you so much for watching. I appreciate everybody for tuning in. Stay tuned to the next game that I have, NFL playoffs.
I can't expect you to find that again.
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday morning starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN.
Who do you think he is?
This is Freddie and
Personally, I love the guy.
Not saying that A.J. Brown was wrong with what he had to say.